Chapter 1 of Thou Art the Man. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Beyond Utopia. Thou Art the Man by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 1. A Letter from the Dead. There were masses of black clouds in the gray evening sky, and a misty darkness brooded over the shoulder of the moor, as the barouche, with its fine, upstanding grays, came swinging round the curve of the road leading to Callander Castle, a more luxurious carriage than is generally to be met with on a Cumbrian moor. But this carriage belonged to a lady whose importance filled the land to the farthest limits of moor and valley, and away to the edge of yonder distant sea, whose leaden waves were edged with livid spray at the sunset hour of a stormy October afternoon. The lady, Sibyl, Countess of Penrith, was sitting alone in her carriage, wrapped in dark fur, with a proud, clearly cut face showing pale between the sable of her close-fitting toque and the sable collar of her velvet mantle. Her eyes had a dreamy look as they surveyed the desolate landscape, the undulating sweep of moorland, the distant gray of the sea. The droop of the sensitive lips suggested mournful thoughts, or it might be only a pensive reverie in harmony with the sullen atmosphere and the dark monotony of the landscape. Suddenly, out of the very ground, as it seemed to Lady Penrith, a rough-looking man came running after the carriage. The footman looked round at him as if he had been a dog, and took no further heed than he would have taken of a dog. The coachman drove steadily on, touching the muscular shoulders of the sleek greys daintily with the point of his whip, quickening the pace as the sky darkened. The man came running on, giving chase to the carriage and waving an arm in a ragged fustian sleeve. "Stop!" cried Lady Penrith, and the coachman pulled up his horses in the midst of the bleak, bare moor, and the footman alighted from the box and came to the carriage door, touching his hat with gloved fingers, mute image of obedience and subserviency. "That man wants to speak to me," said her ladyship. "Wait." The vagabond's footsteps grew near. He was at the carriage door in less than 3 minutes, breathless and hoarsely panting, with a sound like the grating of rusty iron. He looked like a shepherd out of employment, ragged, gaunt, hungry-eyed. "Are you Lady Penrith?" he asked. "Yes," answered her ladyship, with her purse open in her hand, having only one idea as to the man's motive in following her carriage. Beggars were rare on that moorland road, but this man was evidently a beggar, she thought, and not being a political economist, her first impulse was to relieve him. He never said a word, but fumbled under the ragged shirt which hardly hid his lean breast, and produced a folded scrap of paper, which he flung into the lady's lap, then turned and ran away, across the moor this time, as fast as he had run after the carriage 3 minutes before. "Follow him," said Lady Penrith to the footman, and the footman went tripping and stumbling under and over the stony moor, nearly falling down at every second step. The hungry vagabond vanished into the dim gray of evening before the overfed lackey in his buckled shoes had gone 50 yards across that uneven ground. He came back, breathlessly apologetic, and explained the impossibility of catching a man who ran like a rabbit. "Do you know who he is, or Where he comes from? No, my lady. Never saw him before, to my knowledge. There is no village in that direction nearer than Cargill, and that is 3 miles off. He must have come from Cargill, I suppose. A beggar, no doubt. That will do, James. Home. Home. The word, how often soever she might pronounce it, had always a sound of irony in her ear. What likeness was there between the English ideal of home and Callander Castle on the Cumbrian moorland, or Penrith House, Berkeley Square, or the Mimosas at Cannes, or the Den near Braemar, or any habitation owned by Archibald, Earl of Penrith? There are men and women who can create an atmosphere of domestic peace in a log hut in the Australian bush, or in a lodging house at the East End of London. There are others who, among a dozen palaces, cannot make one home. A pale streak of yellow light on the western edge of the moor showed where the sun had dipped below the horizon. A colder wind blew from the far-off sea, and Lady Penrith shivered as she took up the scrap of soiled paper from her lap and held it gingerly with the tips of her gloved fingers. It was less than half a sheet of notepaper. There were only a few penciled words in 4 straggling lines along the paper, and those few words were so difficult to decipher that Lady Penrith had to pore over them for a long time in the waning light before she made them into the following sentences. Out of the grave, the living grave, a long forgotten voice calls to you, where their worm dieth not, and their fire is not quenched. No signature, no indication of from whom or whence the message came. A madman's scrawl, no doubt, inspired by some half-cloudy purpose in the troubled brain of lunacy. The ragged wretch whom she had taken for a beggar was doubtless some wandering lunatic, harmless, and therefore permitted to ramble about the countryside. A religious enthusiast, perhaps. The scrap of scripture pointed that way. Lady Penrith resolved to drive to Cargill next day and search out the history of the writer, if indeed he lived there, as seemed likely, unless he were to be found in one of those lonely cottages scattered here and there over the face of the moor between Penrith and Arliston, the little seaport whence coal and iron were shipped for the south. A great tract of wild country, broken only by small and solitary hamlets, lay between these 2 points. The coal mines and smelting works and miners' villages all lay northward of Ardliston. The landscape on this southward side of the harbour was wild and gloomy, but had a certain stern beauty of its own, and was not disfigured by mining operations of any kind. Lady Penrith was interested in the troubled mind which had prompted that pencil scrawl. A call to repentance, no doubt. Such as a summons as the pauper Puritan, seeking rank and beauty, roll by in a 300-guinea barouche, not unseldom feels himself called upon to deliver. There was really nothing to wonder at. There was hardly anything exceptional in the incident, unless perhaps it were that the man should have been there in the nick of time, as her ladyship's carriage went by. Yet even that circumstance was easy enough to understand if he were an inhabitant of the district. She drove in that direction often, and as a person of mark in the neighborhood, her habits were doubtless noted and known. No, there was nothing curious in the incident, nothing worthy of much thought, and yet she thought of nothing else during her homeward drive. She carried the thought with her under the great grey gateway with its iron portcullis, and into the hall where the atmosphere of smouldering logs and hothouse flowers had a feeling as of the warm, sweet South she knew so well, and up to her own sitting-room, where a slip of soiled paper lay on her lap as she sipped her solitary cup of tea. His lordship and his lordship's friends had been out shooting all day. Her niece, a niece by courtesy, had gone with a luncheon cart, and the lady of Callander Castle had the great medieval fortress all to herself in the October gloaming. Presently she drew the lamp nearer and scrutinized that penciled scrawl even more closely than before in the bright white light. "It is not the writing of an uneducated man," she said to herself, and then her head sank lower as her elbow rested on the cushioned arm of her chair until her forehead almost touched the slip of paper on the table in front of her. She sat there some minutes, lost in dreamy thought. How strange that the hand should be like his, she murmured, and then, after a pause, "Is it really like, or do I fancy a resemblance because he is so often in my thoughts?" Then another lapse into reverie. "He was not in my mind today. I had other things to think of. I was brooding on the hard realities of life, not upon its losses and regrets." She took up the paper, studied again, noting its every stroke of the pencil. "It is like the writing of the dead," she said at last with conviction. "The hand which wrote was the hand of a gentleman. I must hunt out the writer. I shall not rest until I find out who and what he is. A madman, no doubt, but should he be in poverty and distress, I should like to help him, if it were only because he writes like the dead." She rose and went across the room to the large old-fashioned escritoire, where most of her letters were written, and among numerous pigeonholes and quaint recesses there were 2 deep drawers provided with Brahma locks. She unlocked one of these and dropped the scrap of paper on the top of the neatly arranged packets of letter, tied with different colored ribbons. Letters which were in some wise the record of a woman's life. There was one of these packets, the thinnest of them, tied with a broad black ribbon. Lady Penrith stood for a minute or two with the drawer open, looking down at those letters bound with a black band. Then she slowly closed the drawer and locked it. And as she turned away from the escritoire, her eyes were dim with tears. That fancied resemblance in a handwriting had been like the lifting of a coffin lid for one last look at the dead face underneath. All the passion and the despair of a long-buried past had come back to Sibyl Penrith at the bidding of an unknown lunatic who happened to write like the man to whom she had given her girlish heart, 10 years ago. She was sitting in her low chair by the fire in the shadow of a tall Indian screen when the door opened suddenly and an exuberant young woman came noisily into the room and brought the dreamer back in an instant from the past with its fond regrets to the present with its manifold obligations. "Ah, such a day!" cried the newcomer. "You are better off even in your dreary afternoon drive. I had to wait, and wait, and wait for those men until I was absolutely ravenous, and the hot dishes were utterly spoiled. I shall never go out with a luncheon cart again, unless I have 3 or 4 pretty girls to back me up. Those selfish wretches would be punctual enough then, but they don't mind reducing poor plain me to the verge of starvation." "Poor plain Cora," said her ladyship, as the girl seated herself at the tea-table and began a spirited attack upon the cakes and buns which Lady Penrith had left untasted. "Girls who really think themselves plain don't talk about it. They live in the hope that it is a secret between themselves and their looking-glasses." "Oh, but I am an exception to your rule," protested Miss Urquhart, with her large, serviceable mouth full of Scotch bun. "When I was 12 years old, I found out the difference between beauty and ugliness. I heard all the pretty little girls admired. Such blue eyes, such long lashes, such dear little mouths, such lily and rose complexions, and such lovely golden hair. Well, I observed that people called me good or clever or sensible, as if any girl wanted to be called sensible. So I looked steadily at my image in the glass, and I faced the unpleasant fact. 'You are plain, Coralie,' I said to myself, 'unmistakably plain. You have tolerable eyes and good teeth, but your nose is a failure. Your complexion is pallid, and your mouth is just twice too large for prettiness. Never forget that you are plain, my dear Coralie, and then perhaps other people won't remember the fact quite so often. Shake hands with fate. Accept your thick nose and your pallid complexion as the stern necessities of your existence, and make the most of your eyes and teeth, and your average head of hair.' That is the gist of what I said to myself, in less sophisticated language, perhaps, before I was 15, and from that line of conduct I have never departed. So if I have come to 19 years of age without being admired, at least I have escaped being laughed at." "You are a bright, clever girl, Cora, and have quite enough good looks to float your cleverness, and to win you plenty of attention of your sex." "Do you really mean that?" asked Miss Urquhart, turning a pair of keen brown eyes upon Lady Penrith. "Well, you, who are among the handsomest of your sex, can afford to be generous. The men are civil enough to me, certainly, and I believe some of them like me, in a way, as a jolly good fellow, don't you know?" "I think you ought to leave off being a jolly good fellow, Cora, and remember that you are a young lady now. Your 20th birthday is drawing near," said her ladyship with kindly seriousness. "What? Leave off cigarettes and horsey talk, forego my morning fun in the stables and kennels, and give the billiard-room a holiday, and take to embroidering window curtains and reading the last book of the Honorable Somebody's Travels in Timbuktu? So I would, Auntie, if I could only make up my mind which line is likely to pay best in such a case as mine. The well-brought-up, stand-offish young lady, or the free and easy young person whom her male acquaintances talk to as good fun, or not a bad sort. Perhaps you will explain what you mean by paying best. Oh, I'm sure you catch my meaning. Which line will bring me the most eligible offer of marriage? That is the question. Of course, there is a sprinkling of proper-minded young men, the cream of the peerage and the landed gentry who could only be won by a proper-minded young woman. But I doubt if among those chosen ones there is a chance for such as I, and I have observed that the ruck of young men prefer the society of a girl who is distinctly on their own level, a little below them rather than a little above. That is why chorus girls and barmaids often get on so well in the world. Ah, Cora, what a pity! You should have learned so much about the seamy side of life. Yes, that comes of being brought up by a father instead of a mother. Had my mother lived, she would have reared me in a state of guileless innocence. I should have thought burlesque boys and pantomime fairies a kind of semi-angelic creatures, and I should never have learned of a barmaid. Whereas the governor used to entertain me with the gossip of the clubs every morning at breakfast, the only meal he took at home. My poor Coralie, and your father, pray, don't call him governor, taught you that your mission in life is to marry? Well, if I can, badly, if I can't. At any rate, to get myself some kind of husband, so as to take myself off the paternal hands. At least, that was his idea a year or two ago. Now that you are so good to me, and let me be here and in Berkeley Square, he's no longer so keen on my marrying. So long as I don't worry or burden him with, he is satisfied. But when you grow tired of me, I'm not going to tire of you, Cora. I mean to grow fonder of you, if you will let me. Let you? Why, I worship you. You are my ideal of all that is perfect in woman. If the leopard could change his spots, I would prove my sincerity by trying to be like you, in grace and dignity and high and pure thoughts. Lady Penrith acknowledged these compliments with a sigh. Oh, I know you have only a poor opinion of yourself. You don't know half how good you are. Good? I am nothing, Cora. I am a passive nonentity, a piece of human furniture that fills an allotted space in Lord Penrith's establishment, and which is of no importance in the world either for good or evil. That is hard, ain't it? Sighed Coralie. With your beauty, you ought to have done as much harm as Cleopatra. You ought to have seen fleets destroyed and armies slaughtered for your beaux yeux, and kept 2 kingdoms in commotion, like Mary Stuart. Or even in these degenerate modern times, you might have set the town in a blaze, been the cause of separations and divorces, Belgian duels, and Mayfair suicides. With such beauty and such wealth as yours, to be only Lady Penrith? No, it is not so much after all. And yet, how many people envy you? I myself, for instance. I hope you are above so paltry a feeling, Cora. No, don't hope anything exalted or noble of my father's daughter, said Coralie, renewing her attack upon a pile of crisp biscuits and munching as she talked. I don't like to hear a daughter speak of her father as you speak of yours, Cora," Lady Penrith said gravely, "and I would much rather you left his name out of our conversation. You ought to remember that he and I have long ceased to be friends." I ought," cried Cora. "I am a wretch to forget." And then she put down her biscuit and sighed remorsefully. "It was so good of you to rescue me from my shabby, lonely life. It was so good of you to forget that I am Hubert Urquhart's daughter. You are my husband's niece. That gives you a claim upon me, Cora. There are hundreds of women who would laugh such a claim to scorn. And you have plenty of girls of your own blood to care for, those nice Hammond girls who are devoted to you." "They are very good girls, but they have a mother to look after them. And I was motherless and alone, educated in a second-rate school kept by a needy French woman in a shabby suburb beyond the Bois de Boulogne, eating my heart out in a dingy lodging-house which had but one virtue, that it was near my father's favourite clubs. Oh, how I hated that dark, narrow street under the shadow of St. James's Church, and the joy bells and death bells, and the clock that struck all the weary hours, and the smart weddings, which served only to remind me how little chance I had of ever being married in a respectable manner, and the landlady who would come in and squat down uninvited upon the wretched sofa, until I felt tempted to ask whether the law between landlord and tenant made it her sofa or ours, and who condoled me because I must be so lonely with my books and piano, as if books and piano were not better than her Cockney company. Ah, it was a bottomless pit of squalid misery from which you rescued me. I ought to be grateful." "Don't talk about gratitude, Cora. Be happy. That is all I want of you." "I'll do my best," answered the girl briskly. "I don't know whether it is the chef or Mrs. Ricketts who makes these two delicious biscuits, but whatever hand mixes the paste, it is the hand of genius. And now I must go and give myself a warm bath after all the mud and mire of the day's diversion, and spend an hour or so in making myself just endurable." "Put on one of your prettiest frocks," said Lady Penrith. "Mr. Coverdale is a good enough match for any young woman." "The Honourable and Reverend John Coverdale. It looks rather nice upon the address of a letter. But do you suppose for 1 minute, Aunt, that a serious and cultured Anglican parson would ever look with the eye of favour upon me?" asked Cora, pausing with her hand upon the door. "Love delights in incongruities. Mr. Coverdale is highly intellectual, and I believe both kind and conscientious. He is just the husband to reform me. Ah, Aunt, if it were any use trying for him." She opened the door quickly and was gone. Lady Penrith heard her whistling a music-hall melody learnt in the smoking-room as she went along the corridor. "That is the warmest affection I get in this house," thought Sibyl Penrith as the notes died away in the distance. "And I wonder whether she is false or true. An Urquhart, and true. That would indeed be an anomaly. But then there is the other side. Her mother may have been a good woman." She wanted to think well of this motherless girl, if she could, for pure pity. Although the girl was the daughter of that man whom she regarded as her worst enemy, the man who had turned the sweetest gift of life into bitterness and despair, she believed the worst of Hubert Urquhart, her husband's half-brother, and yet, hearing from Lord Penrith that Hubert Urquhart's daughter was living alone and neglected in a bachelor lodging-house, all her kindly instincts rose in the girl's favour, and she lay awake a whole night, thinking how she could serve this unhappy waif, whose misfortune it was to belong to such a father. There was one thing Lady Penrith could not do. She could not cross the threshold of any house inhabited by Hubert Urquhart. She spoke to her husband on the morning after that night of troubled thought. "I have been thinking of what you told me yesterday about your brother's girl," she began. "I don't like the idea of your niece being in such a miserable position, and if you don't object, I should like to take her to live with me. There is plenty of room for her, both here and in the country." "Yes, there is room enough, undoubtedly. We are not a large family," said Penrith, who had fretted himself with an angry wonder at the absence of an heir. 2 children had been born to him, and had died in infancy. It seemed to him that there was a curse upon his union with a woman who had never flattered him so far as to pretend she loved him. She had given him herself and her wealth, the plaything of fate, the slave of adverse circumstances, and it seemed to him, and perhaps to the wife also, that a blight had fallen upon their offspring, the withering blight of a home where love never entered. "You have no objection, then?" asked Sibyl after a pause. They were in the hall, in the great stately house near Berkeley Square, one of those few houses in West End London where rank may live within high garden walls, hidden from the outside world. The garden was gloomy, after the manner of London gardens, despite all that horticulture could do in the way of carpet beds and showy creepers. The house was grandly ugly without, and splendidly luxurious within. The wife's wealth had been spent lavishly upon that long neglected pile, and could the last Earl of Penrith have visited his town mansion, his astonished ghost would hardly have recognized the rooms which, in his own day, had been conspicuous for the shabbiness of their curtains and carpets, and for the ugliness of their furniture of the later Georgian period. Under her present ladyship's regime, the house had been furnished and decorated throughout after the fashion of Louis XVI, and it might have been the mansion entre cour et jardin of a legitimist nobleman in the Faubourg Saint-Germain. Space and light, grace of line, and the delicacy of colouring distinguished those large and lofty reception rooms, that airy hall with its double sweep of shallow marble stairs, its groups of palms and gracious marble forms of faun and nymph, Cupid and Psyche. Penrith paced up and down the hall with an inscrutable countenance. He was a man in whom speech seemed in some wise an effort. "You won't mind my having your niece as a kind of companion, will you, Penrith?" urged his wife. "Mind? No, of course not. It is very good of you to suggest the thing. All I fear is that the girl may prove a bore to you." And so the matter was settled, and Coralie Urquhart was transferred with her meagre belongings from the shabby second floor in Jermyn Street to Penrith House, where there was room and verge enough to allow this young lady her own sitting room, as well as a spacious bed and dressing room. She declared that she felt like a princess amidst her new surroundings, and so much so the more after Madame Lelotte, her ladyship's dressmaker, had taken her measure for a complete set of frocks and outdoor garments to suit all the requirements of her new life. Sibyl was far too delicate to suggest any overhauling of the girl's existing wardrobe, but a few judicious questions elicited the fact that Miss Urquhart possessed exactly 5 frocks, 3 tailor-made and threadbare, while the remaining 2 were evening gowns a year and a half old and too small to be worn without torture. The Potter's tailor gave me a start with these nice little tweed frocks when I came from Paris, but he has turned disagreeable since then and won't give me any more tick. Coralie was mildly reproved for that last word, and Madame Lelotte was sent for and told that she must produce a season's dresses for Miss Urquhart before the end of the week. She shrugged her shoulders and elevated her eyebrows, then exhibited all her neat little teeth in a caressing smile. Pour milady? En fait, l'impossible, she said. Mais, mon Dieu, 4 jours pour faire un trousseau. And the result of the impossible was done, so far as the production of 2 delicious little walking gowns and 3 party frocks of a most exquisite simplicity, yet with a certain boldness of style and coloring, which set off Miss Urquhart's plainness. Elle est franchement laide, la petite, the dressmaker told Lady Penrith's maid at a later interview. But it is an original style of ugliness, and I like it better than your milky-skinned English, with their faces in papier-mâché. Henceforth, Coralie's life was a bed of roses, or would have been, had she been without conscience and without heart. Unluckily for her, she had not yet attained that hardness which rises superior to all moral feelings, all vain compunctions. But she was her father's daughter, and she was in a fair way of becoming like him. He had a serious conversation with her the night before she left him to become a member of his brother's family. "Cora," he said thoughtfully, lying back in the one comfortable armchair which his landlady provided for her victims, and smoking his favorite briarwood, "you and I are not likely to see much of each other while you are under Lady Penrith's protection." "Why not?" she asked wonderingly. "Because her ladyship hates me like poison. Never mind why she hates me. It is an old story, and a long one. I don't reciprocate the feeling, and I am profoundly interested in the lady and all that concerns her. By the way, do you keep a diary? Of course, most girls do." "Do they? Well, they must have more to write about than I have since I left Madame Michaud's. What should I put down? Tuesday. Poured out father's coffee. Went for a walk in the Green Park with the landlady's daughter. Began another novel, rather stupider than the last. Why does Mudie send one of the books one doesn't ask for instead of the book one has been wanting for the last 3 weeks? Went to bed at 11:30. Father had not come home. Do you think that sort of record would be worth keeping?" "Happy the woman who has no history," answered her father sententiously. "Well, you will keep a diary in the future, if you please, Cora, and you will keep it in such a manner as you will admit of your allowing me to read it. You will have plenty to record at Penrith House and Callander Castle. You will have her ladyship, a most interesting study, a poem and history incarnate. I want you to observe her closely, and to write down everything that concerns her, her actions, sentiments, opinions, the people with whom she associates, and the esteem in which she holds them. Father, said Cora, looking at him with wide-open eyes and hardening lips, more earnestly than she had ever looked at him in her life before. You want me to be a spy? No, my dear. I only want you to be an observer. My interest in Lady Penrith is founded on the purest motives. I want to put an end to the feud between us, which is perilous for her and unpleasant for me. I know her miserably mated to my brother, who is, well, about as bad as they make 'em, continued Urquhart, taking refuge in slang, and I have no doubt I could be of use to her in the future, financially, in the protection of her fortune, and otherwise, and I can only serve her by watchfulness, personal or vicarious. It is just possible that this kindness to you means a change of feeling towards me, a holding out of the olive branch. So much the better if it does. But in any case, you must watch for me, since I can't watch for myself. And you will find out her friends and her enemies, and on which side the peril lies. Will you assure me that you are her friend, and that no harm can come of anything I may tell you? I do assure you that I am her friend. I will go further and tell you that 10 years ago I was her adoring lover. She refused me. Her heart was buried in another man's grave, and a few months afterwards she married my elder brother. The match was of old Joseph Higginson's making, I have no doubt. She accepted a coronet. With a wry face, perhaps, but accepted it all the same, as women do. The old romantic feeling of mine died out long ago, but Sibyl Penrith is still a great deal nearer and dearer to me than any other woman, and I should like to help her if she ever has need of help. She is too rich not to be robbed. She is too handsome not to be tempted. You will be with her in a confidential capacity. You are keen enough to scent either danger and to pass the warning on to me. You can send me your diary weekly. I can't understand how you can be any use to her. I don't ask you to understand, replied Mr. Urquhart with an admirable nonchalance, puffing quietly at his briarwood. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Thou Art the Man. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Thou Art the Man by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 2. Cora's Diary. I hardly know how I should dispose of my evening hours at Callander Castle, if my father had not imposed this task of diary-keeping upon me. My aunt leaves the drawing-room as the clock strikes 10. I don't believe she goes to bed before midnight. But as she has never invited me to a causerie in her room, and as she always wishes me a distinct good night in the gallery where we light our candles, I feel that solitude is my portion, and that I am left to my own resources till the next morning. I have always been a wretched sleeper, and one of my worst miseries in Madame Michon's was to hear the church clock chime the quarters all through the long, dreary night, perhaps until 5 o'clock in the morning, when I dropped into the slumber of sheer exhaustion and dreamt dreams that were darkened with the consciousness that the dressing bell would ring at 6, and that I must be dressed and in the classroom at the 6:45. Oh, weary servitude! Oh, joyless days and restless nights! When I find the wheels of life dragging somewhat heavily at Callander Castle, let me remember the dreary round of schoolwork, and the scanty fare of the school table, the burden of too frequent church services, and the ever-present consciousness that I was the worst-dressed girl in the school, and that my bills were always in arrear. I must, however, admit that Madame Michon treated me fairly and kindly after her lights, considering that she stood in danger of losing by me. It was Madame Michon's pupils, on whom my poverty inflicted no inconvenience, who made me feel the agony of being poor. If I had not been the niece of an earl, I think they would have trampled upon me. My blue blood went for something, and I took an aggressive attitude against every girl who represented the wealth-maiden commerce. Well, that is an old song. Thank heaven, and Lady Penrith and I am here in this Cumbrian castle, lapped in luxury, with fine raiment in my wardrobe, and plenty of pocket money, and if the life is rather dull now and then, I am not the less grateful to Providence and my uncle's wife. As for my uncle himself, of whose race I am, and on whom alone I have any claim, he throws me a word now and then, as he might throw a biscuit to one of his spaniels, and cares less, I fancy, what may become of me than what may become of the dog. He is a curious man, handsome in a certain faded style, like the portrait of an old master that has been spoilt in the cleaning. He is straight as a dart, tall and well set up. He is said to have the grand manner, which I take to be a manner of caring for nobody in the world but oneself. At 10 o'clock, my aunt bids me good night in the long gallery leading to her rooms, and I cross the head of the great staircase, and retire to my own den to yawn over a novel or to write my diary till midnight. Inclination would take me to the smoke-room, where I believe I should not be altogether unwelcome, for the men must have exhausted their stock of improper anecdotes by 10 o'clock, and must have begun to grow tired of their own society. They have told me severally, and on different occasions, that I am good fun. How much I should prefer being good fun downstairs in that comfortable billiard-room to moping up here over a dull novel, or my still duller diary. The proprieties forbid me masculine society after 10 o'clock. So to thee, O diary, I turn, and try to interest myself in a study of character, Lady Penrith's character in particular. There is a certain fascination, I find, even in the dullest diary, when it is about oneself, one's own feelings, likes and dislikes, odd fancies, rebellious promptings against fate and Mrs. Grundy. But it is not so interesting when one writes about other people. My father honoured me by expressing a desire to read my jottings about her ladyship. I have, therefore, commenced a system of diary-keeping by double entry, What I mean him to read, I write in one volume. My own little reveries I keep to myself in another volume. I suppose he really was in love with Lady Penrith, years ago when I was a child, moping my little life away in the depths of Yorkshire with my middle-class maiden aunts. Yes, I suppose he was really and honestly in love with her, and not attached to her only on account of her wealth. And yet I can hardly imagine my father, a romantic lover, caring for anything above and beyond his own interest. There is a hardness about him, just as there is about his lordship, and which I should call the Urquhart hardness, for I can see the same character indicated in many of the family portraits on these walls, a cold, calm concentration of purpose, which I take to mean absolute selfishness. Yet it may be that even a man of that hard nature may be moved to forget himself by such a woman as Sibyl Penrith in the flush of her girlish beauty. She is absolutely beautiful now at 29. She took me to 3 very big parties before we left London, and she was the handsomest woman amidst a crowd where I felt to be plain was to be conspicuous. Yes, any man might have loved and suffered for such a woman, only I think Sir Joseph Higginson's coal pits would have more attraction for my father than the loveliest face that ever shone upon mankind. In any case, I can understand what a bitter blow it must have been to him when she married his elder brother. I wonder who the man was who died, the man she loved, the man in whose grave her heart is buried. Who was he, and where is that grave where her heart lies dead and cold? Yes, I believe her heart is with the dead. She goes through life like an animated statue, coldly beautiful, benevolent, charitable, religious, polite, and amiable to a most unsympathetic husband, fulfilling all the duties of that station to which it has pleased God to call her, and, if I read her right, caring for nothing in the world except her books and piano. So much for my private opinions and speculations in Volume 2, and now for my observations upon life in general and Lady Penrith in particular in Volume 1, which, if my father insists, I shall allow him to peruse. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Thou Art the Man. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Thou Art the Man by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 3. Cora's Diary for paternal perusal. We have been at Callander Castle for more than 2 months, and there has not been an event worth recording, or indeed any circumstance that can be honored with the name of an event, till this afternoon. The life here since the beginning of August has been as luxuriously monotonous as life on Tennyson's Lotus Island, only we have not enjoyed such a climate as tempted Ulysses and his companions to a perpetual repose. The weather has been distinctly British. His lordship spent the latter half of August and a great part of September in Scotland, shooting. He arrived here the end of last month, bringing a few friends with him for more shooting. My aunt declined Scotland for this autumn. She wanted nothing but rest, after a busy season. Callander is her most established home. Here she has her largest collection of books and music, her favorite Broadwood, her finest garden and hothouses. Here, in short, she has all the things in which a great lady with an empty heart can take delight. Here, too, she is within a drive or even a long walk of the house in which she was born, and the village where she knows every cottage and most of the inhabitants, from the bent old grandfather to the year-old baby. I have done a great deal of cottage visiting with her since we came here, and I must confess that I find cottagers with their everlasting woes and incurable ailments utterly insupportable, and I am puzzled to understand the order of intellect which can take pleasure in personal contact with them. To relieve their wants is a duty and an inclination which I can understand in a person as rich as Lady Penrith, who can never feel any poorer for her beneficence. But surely there are clergymen's wives and sisterhoods and people that one could employ for all this dismal, uninteresting work, instead of bothering about every detail of every old woman's miserable existence, as my aunt does. However, all this twaddle seems to interest her, and I have to sit or stand by while she listens to long rigmaroles about rheumatics, or sick children, or drinking husbands, or sons out of work, or daughters that have gone wrong. It is one treadmill round of human misery, to be mitigated by doles of such miserable amount taken in relation to her ladyship's wealth, that they really might just as well be distributed by a bailiff or homely drudge of a curate's wife. Why Lady Penrith should amuse herself by sympathizing, or pretending to sympathize, for it can't be real, with all those squalid miseries, I can no more understand than I can fathom the minds of those women who get up at 6:30 every morning to attend matins, when they might enjoy the best hour of the day, the hour between waking and getting up, with a cup of strong tea and a volume of Guy de Maupassant stories. I have never allowed my ennui or my sentiments to escape during the frequent martyrdom of this cottage visiting. Far from it. I shake the dirtiest paws, sip the vilest tea, and win all hearts with my jolly good fellow manner, which has given the cottagers the idea that, however sternly conservative the castle may be, Miss Urquhart is, at heart, a radical. Sometimes I have been tempted into wondering whether all this active benevolence, this sympathy with the sick and sorrowing poor, may not be a self-imposed penance on the part of Lady Penrith, the expiation of her mature years for some sin of her girlhood. Yet I cannot think that this passionless nature ever deviated from the straight path. Her character must have always been spotless, superior to every temptation. And again, for a woman born rich, there are so few temptations, and Satan must offer so choice a bait when he fishes for the rich man's soul. What other idiosyncrasies besides this regard for the poor that I have observed in my aunt's character? First, her love of music, which amounts to a passion. Secondly, her love of books, which astonishes me, books not at all being in my way. I never read a book when I can get a newspaper, and I infinitely prefer Truth and the World to any of the authors who are called classics. Nor do I see that book learning is of the slightest use to any young woman who does not want to write school books or go out as a governess. The little I have seen of masculine society has shown me that men detest culture in a woman. The men who go in for learning themselves hate a rival in their own field. Scholars don't want sympathy from women. They want blind admiration. And the average man, a monster of ignorance about everything that is not in the newspapers, shrinks from a well-informed woman as from a drawing-room pestilence. To please the sterner sex, a woman should know just enough of politics to be able to listen intelligently to the old fogies and middle-aged bores, and enough about sport and society scandals to be able to carry out a touch-and-go conversation with a young man of average intellect. She may say a smart thing now and then, but she must never pretend to be a wit. She must accept her position as man's inferior and honor and revere her sultan. If my father favors me by reading the last remarks, he will perceive that I have taken his lessons in worldly wisdom to heart, and that I am studying how to please a potential husband. There is one here, Mr. Coverdale, Lord Workington's only son, who would be worth pleasing. But alas, alas, penniless and plain, must shoot at lesser game. To return to Lady Penrith. She is a reading woman, and her morning room is lined with books, all of her own collection, and entirely distinct from the orthodox library of standard authors on the ground floor. I amused myself a few days ago, while I was waiting to go out driving with her, by a careful study of these books. I have been told to study the lady's character, and some part of her character must reveal itself in the books she chooses. I found poetry strongly represented by poets old and new. Byron, Shelley, Keats, Browning, and Tennyson are lavishly spread along the shelves in various editions, with a richness of binding and variety of style that mark the lady's appreciation. Milton and Shakespeare are equally honored. The poets fill a large section of the bookcases near the fireplace, and on this side of the room my aunt has her favorite armchair, tea table, and Japanese screen. If anything could make me fond of reading, it would be such a room as this. The novelists are here also: Scott, Dickens, Thackeray, Lytton, George Eliot, and here and there a volume by a lesser light. Then come biography, history, criticism, and metaphysics. My aunt seems to have taken all learning for her province, as somebody says of himself. One block of books especially interested me, for they suggested a warm interest in a subject which I should consider very remote from Lady Penrith's line of thought. On the shelves below the poets, and within reach of her hand, as she sits in her low bergère, I found a collection of books on African travel and African sport, from Livingstone downwards. I never saw so many books on one subject in any library I ever looked at. I asked myself, with natural wonder, how and why a woman who is utterly indifferent to sport in England and Scotland should be so keenly interested in sport in Africa, and why a woman who has traveled very little in Europe should be interested in books of travel in that uncivilized quarter of the globe. The only answer to the riddle which offers itself to my mind is that the lady's interest in Africa is vicarious, and that the man to whom she gave her heart in youth was in some manner associated with the dark continent. I have found her poring over Burton or Cameron, Stanley or Baker, in the lazy hour between afternoon tea and the dressing bell. I once ventured to ask her how she could find amusement in books which to me appeared essentially dull and dry. She looked up with her sweet smile and answered, There is not a single page in these books without interest for me, Cora. And you would like to travel in Africa? Dearly. Why don't you, then? She gave a faint sigh before she answered, Hardly any woman could run the risks and endure the hardships to which these men expose themselves, and if any woman could, the world would not let her do it. My duties are at home. Were I would hold every duty subordinate to my own whim, said I. If I wanted to roam about African deserts and ride across African swamps and see the falls of the Zambezi or the mountains of the moon, nothing should prevent me. I would defy opinion, as Lady Hester Stanhope did. I like to tease her about her wealth and its omnipotence sometimes. I think it is the sting of conscious poverty which goads me to remind her what a power she possesses and how poor a use she makes of it. How deeply sad her face was while she spoke of Africa. Yes, that is the charm. Her lover must have been a wanderer in those wild pathways. That next time I find myself alone in her morning room, I made a further examination of her African collection. I looked for any volumes by less familiar names, thinking that among these I might find some book written by the man she loved. Very few men travel much in strange lands without delivering themselves of a book. Sooner or later, the thirst for paper and print takes possession of them. They hunt up their old journals and random records of sport and eke out their own scanty materials with plagiarism from Burton or Stanley. I found one volume, a thinnish octavo, which attracted me for two reasons. First, it was more delicately bound than any of the other books. Secondly, it showed signs of having been more read. The title was unpretentious, My African Apprenticeship. The name of the author was Braddon Mountford. The year of publication, 1874, just 12 years ago. On the flyleaf, I found a brief inscription. From B.M. to S.H., May 6th, 1876. B.M., of course, stands for the author, S.H. for Sibyl Higginson. It was not until the following year that Sir Joseph Higginson's daughter became Lady Penrith. Dear little book, to give me such precise information about yourself. B.M. to S.H. Only a lover would write thus. Anyone upon ceremonious terms would have written from the author. I looked into the pages. The usual thing, descriptions of scenery, descriptions of storms, sunsets, sunrises, aurora borealis, wonderful effects of sky, perils of being eaten by savages or wild beasts, perils of having nothing to eat, lion shooting, fever, friendly natives, nothing of personal history to tell me what manner of man Braddon Mountford was, but that vellum-bound book with its delicately tooled edges and gold lettering, and with leaves that opened so easily, with here and there a rose petal or withered violet, told me one fact for certain. Whatever B.M. may have been, saint or sinner, Sibyl Higginson loved him, and Sibyl Penrith cherishes his memory. Oh, irony of fate, that one woman should own over 1 million and sit in her lonely room brooding over a dead man's book, while thousands of women in the world are striving and wrestling to get themselves decently married for the sake of food and raiment, a shelter, and a fireside. Had I a 10th part of Lady Penrith's money, what a variety of pleasures, excitements, and enjoyments I would wring out of this brief existence of ours. I peeped into the billiard room after lunch today and saw Mr. Coverdale knocking about the balls by himself in a low-spirited way, so I lingered in the room for a few minutes, looking for last week's punch, and presently he invited me to play a 50 with him. He is a poor player, and I am a poor player, though I have done my possible to make up for the deficiencies of my education by playing whenever anybody condescends to ask me, and by practicing whenever I can get the table to myself. The 50 took a longish time, for besides our slow scoring, the Honorable and Reverend John was in an expansive humor and talked a good deal about his views, which are ritualistic to a degree that verges on Romanism. I humored him to the utmost. Indeed, in religious matters I am ritualistic if I am anything, and we had a really interesting conversation in which I seemed to get more in sympathy with this cold pattern of propriety than I ever have been before. Indeed, as we put our cues into the rack, he made me a little reproachful speech, which was, to my mind, a compliment. "You are like St. Paul, at least in one attribute, Miss Urquhart," he said. "You can be all things to all men. No one who heard you talking slang with the shooters yesterday would anticipate your delightful conversation today. Now observe, O author of my being, that your daughter's delightful conversation had chiefly consisted in holding her tongue. I had let him talk, and only said just so much as was necessary to lead him on to descant at large upon the theme he loves. Intelligent listening means sympathy, comprehension, everything to a talking man. The clock struck 3. My aunt generally drives out at 3 o'clock, and as a rule I go with her. It is one of my duties or privileges, whichever I like to call it. I rushed up to my room and put on a jacket and hat, snatched a pair of gloves, and flew downstairs to the hall and out to the great flight of steps which approached this stately castle. The barouche was at the door, and my aunt was already seated in it. At the sight of my flying figure on the steps, the footman descended from his perch and opened the carriage door. In another minute, I was seated at her ladyship's side. "I did not know you were coming with me, Cora," she said, and I detected a shade of annoyance in her tone. Offended at my unpunctuality, no doubt, thought I, but it struck me afterwards that upon this particular afternoon she wanted to be alone. I apologized for my late appearance, and she affected an interest in my account of Mr. Coverdale's conversation, but I could see that her mind was otherwhere, and she spoke at random. We drove to Cargill, a village on the seaward side of the great dreary moor which separates Killander Castle from the civilized world northward of its walls. Her ladyship stopped the carriage at the first house at the village. "I am going to some of the cottages, Cora," she said, "but I shan't stay in any of them. Would you like to sit in the carriage till I have done? There is the 19th century to amuse you." She pointed to a half-cut magazine on the empty seat. I hate those learned periodicals which presuppose a corresponding erudition on the part of the reader, and the notion that Lady Penrith did not want my company gave a stimulus to my curiosity. I jumped out of the carriage with alacrity. "I had much rather see your cottagers than read the 19th century," said I. We went into several cottages, with the usual results. Ailments, rheumatic and internal, sore legs, swollen faces, all the disagreeables of life, sons out of work, husbands given to drink, the old, old story. My aunt was sympathetic, took note of all necessities, and promised relief. In all this I could see nothing out of the beaten track, But I observed that in every cottage she asked the same questions about a man she had seen upon the moor on the previous afternoon, a man who looked like a shepherd, very ragged and poor, and, as she thought, not altogether right in his mind. No one was able to identify the person she described, though many suggestions, more or less wide of the mark, were offered. She exhibited wonderful pertinacity in this inquiry. We went from hovel to hovel till I was heartily sick of the subject. What did I care for a ragged man who was or was not of weak intellect? "I should like to help this poor creature," said my aunt, and she charged every one of whom she inquired to make it his or her business to find this ragged personage in order that he might be clothed and put in the way of being restored to his right mind. "Is there any asylum for lunatics in the neighborhood from which the man could have escaped?" she asked of an elderly woman who had given more signs of intelligence than the other aboriginals she had questioned. "None nearer than Durrock, and that's a good 40 miles from here." The search was evidently hopeless, and my aunt's benevolent intentions were to bear no fruit. The afternoon was cold and windy, with that parching east wind which is harmful alike to complexion and temper. I felt my nose was blue, and I knew I was in a very acrimonious state of mind. The change from stuffy cottages to the bleak outer air was too trying to have been patiently endured by a saint. Yet Lady Penrith seemed alike unconscious of the nipping cold outside and of the frowsy warmth within. Not contented with this wearisome house-to-house inquiry, she drove a long round on her way home in order to repeat her questions at every half a dozen isolated cottages, and it was nearly dark before the towering bulk of the Penrith stronghold appeared across the gray distance. I never look at that medieval castle without a faint pang of envy which no amount of recently acquired wealth, much as I adore money, could inspire. That legacy of past ages stirs the small modicum of romance in my nature. I envy Lady Penrith in the possession of that fine old fortress, and I am proud to think that I am one of the race whose forebears held it in the days when every great nobleman was a warrior chieftain, and proud to think that I am descended from ancestors who fought for king and country when England was young and bold and warlike, rather than from some plodding lawyer who won his peerage in the dust and din of the law courts and by subserviency to the powers that be. So you see, Father, you who are of the world worldly, there is a thin thread of romance still running through the warp and weft of your daughter's character. All your lessons in the craft that rules mankind have not extinguished my reverence for the past, and my belief in the value of ancient lineage, a value in one's own secret estimate of oneself, the feeling that, come what may, one is better than the ruck of mankind, better inherently by superiority which dates from the Crusades, and which no achievement of newly made wealth can cancel. I contrived to suppress all demonstrations of vexation during that long, cold drive with its circuitous extensions, but I could not restrain my curiosity. You must have some special reason for being interested in this ragged man, I should think, Aunt, by your earnestness in searching for him, I said, when we had turned our backs upon a wretched stone hovel half hidden in a dip of the moor. You are right, Cora. I have a reason, she answered quietly and in a tone that forbade further questioning. I hugged myself in my sealskin jacket and muff, her gifts, and I told myself I must wait for the time and chance to show me the nature of her reason. It must be a very strong one, if I have any power to read her face. All the resources of my intelligence are henceforth pledged to the solution of this social mystery. I have very little to think about now that the all-absorbing question of ways and means has been made easy for me, and for want of interest in my own insignificant existence, I am naturally thrown upon speculations about my aunt. If John Coverdale would only condescend to fall in love with me, life would take different colors, would change from dull, uniform gray to the brilliant variety of the rainbow. Not that I am in love with that handsome pattern of propriety, mark you, but every girl wants a lover. The conquest of man is woman's mission, the only mission worth a woman's thought, and not to be admired and loved is to be outside the pale. I am plain, let me not forget that. Plain, but not repulsive. I have good eyes and teeth, and you have told me that my face lights up when I talk, and that my complexion improves by candlelight, and that I have a quality which you call chien, and which is not without its charm for the opposite sex, especially the duller members of that sex, who are apt to be caught by smartness and gumption in a woman. This much of praise have you given me, oh, my father, in the course of our conversations across the morning coffee and rasher. Am I smart? Have I gumption, I wonder? I recall the stories I have heard of plain women and their conquests, and it appears to me that the unbeautiful have been very often winners in the race. One hears of men who forsake lovely wives to go to perdition for plain and even elderly mistresses. One hears of men who line their bachelor rooms with pictures of beautiful women, who go about declaring that only perfect loveliness can charm them, and who unite themselves in lifelong union with sallow complexions and snub noses. I will remember all these anomalies when I am inclined to despair of my own fortunes, and in the meantime I will devote my leisure to the study of my aunt's character. She has been very good to me, and I ought to love her dearly. There are times when I tell myself that I do so love her, and then perhaps a cold wave of doubt comes over me. She is so handsome, so calm and self-possessed. She has been so favored by fortune and nature in all those respects where I have been hardly used. Is it human in me to love her? More especially when I much doubt if she has any affection for me. She is a woman whose life is ruled by fixed principles and ideas. I believe she endures me and protects me, just as she goes to church on bleak, uncomfortable mornings, because the thing is a duty and has to be done. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Thou Art the Man. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Thou Art the Man by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 4. A Mariage de Convenance. 32 years before that bleak October afternoon on which Coralie Urquhart descanted in her journal, Sir Joseph Higginson of Arlington Street and Ellerslie Park startled his friends and neighbors by an aristocratic alliance, and the bringing home of a lovely girl wife to reign over his country house near Ardliston. Sir Joseph was 49 years of age at the time of his marriage, plain of face and clumsy of figure. But he was one of the wealthiest pit owners in the north of England, and if his immediate surroundings were surprised at this union, society in London regarded the marriage as the most natural thing in life. Here was the Earl of Allendale on the one part, with a large family, the offspring of 2 poorly dowered wives, and here was a millionaire of mature years, against whose position nothing could be said except that he had made it for himself, and against whose moral character no slander had ever reached the ear of the great world. Decidedly, pronounced society, Lord Allendale had done wisely in uniting his youngest daughter, youngest of a family of 11, to Sir Joseph Higginson. The young lady herself was never heard to complain. Whatever dream she had cherished of a different union was a dream that had found its own tearful ending before she saw the lord of those Cumbrian pits. She was told that her acceptance of Sir Joseph would be advantageous to her family, as well as an assurance of high fortune to herself. He could help her brothers, some of whom were public officials, while the more enterprising of the band dabbled in trade and exhibited their patrician name upon the prospectuses of newly launched companies. She, as his wife, could be useful to her sisters, since his spacious mansion in Arlington Street would offer a better stage for matrimonial efforts than the somewhat shabby old house in Mayfair, which the Mountforts maintained with a struggle, and whose chief merit was to be found in certain unsavory traditions of old-world scandals, duels, elopements, family quarrels, forced marriages, which clung to the paneled walls of those low-ceilinged rooms in which Lord Allendale's ancestors had lived and loved and hated and suffered for more than 2 centuries. Lord Allendale professed an affectionate pride in the house because his family had held it so long, but he was fain to confess that it was inconvenient and insanitary, and it cost him a plaguey lot of money to keep the roof from tumbling in and the windows from falling out. If I were to sell the old gazebo to a pork butcher from Chicago, he would pull it down and build a little palace on the side, or scoop out the inside and restore it in the style of the 17th century, said his lordship. But I shan't part with it while I have a shot in the locker, and we must pig in it as best we can. Pigging was not an elegant expression, but it seemed hardly inappropriate, for the upper floors were divided into bedchambers not much larger than a modern pigsty, and of inconvenient shapes for the most part, in which the ladies Mountford and their honourable brothers were almost as crowded as an Irish peasant's household amid the fertile field of Kerry. For compensation they had Basingstoke House, a great barrack in Hampshire on a windy hill westward of Basingstoke, where there were 35 inconvenient bedrooms. Lady Lucy Mountfort submitted to fate in the person of Sir Joseph Higginson, and became at once mistress of the house in Arlington Street. Palatial, splendid, rich in all things that make the outward grace and glory of life, and of Ellerslie Park in Cumberland, a colossal Tudor mansion designed by an architect of the highest fashion, who would not suffer the smallest alteration of his plans. It had been discovered, or at any rate alleged later, that the fashionable architect was a fraud, that his Tudor houses were none of them genuinely Tudor, but only Tudoresque, and he had stolen his flashiest ideas from the sober Flemings of Antwerp and Ghent. Notwithstanding which condemnation from the ever-advancing critic, who is always getting beyond the perfection of yesterday, Ellerslie was a remarkable house in a very fine situation, with turrets and broad embayed windows that looked wide over land and sea. Sir Joseph owned most of the land to be seen from these windows, and he owned a whole district of collieries and colliers' cottages, which were happily unseen by the inmates of Ellerslie, which lay in the furthermost dip of the long, low hill. He was the wealthiest man and the largest landowner in that part of the country, and he was not without his enemies. No prosperous man ever escapes the hatred of the unsuccessful. It is the bright day that brings forth the adder. Sir Joseph was as popular as most county magistrates and employers of labor, but it was said of him that he was a hard man, and that he never accepted less than 12 pence for his shilling. He had begun life as a toiler in those pits of which he was now owner. It was said of him that everything he touched turned to gold, that he had Satan's luck as well as his own. But this is an assertion commonly made about every man, from whom small beginnings attains to gigantic wealth. The world sees only the speculator's success, but does not see, or at least readily forgets, the failures and disappointments that made the game of speculation difficult. It keeps no count of the hours of heart-sinking, when the fortune already won trembled in the balance, and when it was only by hazarding all that the game could be saved. Joseph Higginson was talked of as a modern Midas, and very few people knew or remembered what arduous stages there had been on that long uphill road to the pinnacle of success. He knew and remembered that he had been more than once on the verge of bankruptcy, and that he had more than once risked the game of life upon a single throw. He had shown himself a man of infinite resources, keen observation, and he was said to have the gift of prophecy in a degree granted to but few financiers. He had reached the age of 49, ostensibly a bachelor, and had gratified his nephews and nieces, most of whom he had helped to rise considerably from their original status by the assertion, often repeated, that he would never marry, when a chance meeting in the boardroom of an insurance company where he was chairman brought about an acquaintance with Lord Allendale, who was one of the directors. Your impecunious nobleman is apt to incline toward the low-born millionaire, and Allendale flattered Sir Joseph by telling him how much he had heard about his work in the north, and how interested he was in seeing the man who had done such good work. An invitation to a little dinner at his lordship's house in Hertford Street followed a few days later. It was a man's dinner, and Sir Joseph hardly hoped to see the ladies of the family, but 4 out of the party of 6 left soon after 10 o'clock. 3 to go to the house where there was an important division coming on, and the 4th to look in at 3 or 4 smart dances, whereupon Lord Allendale proposed an adjournment to the drawing-room. "I don't know whether you know my wife," he said. "She goes out a good deal more than I do." "I have met her ladyship at parties, but I have never had the honor of an introduction," answered Sir Joseph meekly. "Come up and be introduced now," said the Earl cheerily. Sir Joseph laid down his half-smoked cigar on the old Derby dessert plate. He had observed that in noble families, however impecunious, one always found old china and Queen Anne silver to excite the envy of the newly rich. He laid down his cigar and pulled himself together, smoothing down the wrinkles in his white waistcoat. He was a stout man, short-necked, broad-shouldered, and always wore a white waistcoat, whether the thing were in or out of fashion, excellent or intolerable. He followed his host up the narrow Mayfair staircase, which was decorated with those shabby family pictures and engravings of country houses which indicate widespread connections and a long history. How different, he thought, to his staircase in Arlington Street, where all was newly splendid, created at a blow by one sweep of the upholsterer's hand. Here, portraits, miniatures, battle pieces in which Mountfords had figured, views of country seats were stuck about anyhow on casual nails. The drawing-room, low and roomy, occupying the whole of the first floor, seemed full of women, and yet there was no one but Lady Allendale and her daughters, a flock of young women in gauzy white gowns, with a general impression of white azaleas and ostrich feathers, standing about before the looking-glasses, pluming themselves ready for conquest, while they waited for the big family carriage that was to take them to a ball. They reminded Sir Joseph of a group of beautiful swans pruning their plumage on the bosom of a summer lake. He was lost in admiration of the general effect, rather than of individual beauty. He could scarcely command his attention while he was being introduced to a large lady in peach-colored brocade and diamonds, who was putting on a glove that seemed decidedly too small for the fat and jeweled hand it was required to cover. The hand came out of the glove and offered itself in the friendliest way to Sir Joseph. "I think Sir Joseph and I knew each other very well before tonight, though we had not been introduced," said Lady Allendale. "You were sitting next to me at luncheon the day they launched the Harmonia, I remember, and we were near neighbors at Lady Downton's big dinner party the other day." Sir Joseph assented smilingly. He adored a peeress, wherever he met one. "I had the honor of taking in Lady Hetherington." "What? Amanda, my stepdaughter?" "She is always charming. Let me introduce you to my daughters, Sir Joseph. Lady Selina, Lady Laura, Lady Jane, Lady Rosina." The 4 white swans smilingly accepted the introduction with gracious bendings of slender throats. Lady Selina was the eldest of the brood, a very mature swan. The room was too dimly lighted to allow Sir Joseph to note the difference in their ages. The Mountfords were a race renowned for good looks, and to the millionaire's eye, the 4 sisters appeared equally beautiful. And then he suddenly perceived a girl sitting at the piano in a pale blue cashmere frock. Pale blue was a favorite color 30 years ago. A girl with her hair swept back from her fair, sweet face in a careless bunch of long, loose curls tied up with a blue ribbon. A girl in whose face and candid eyes, looking up at him across the piano, he saw a loveliness infinitely beyond the grandiose beauty of the 4 swans. "That is my youngest daughter, Sir Joseph," said Lady Allendale, following his eyes. "She has not yet left the schoolroom." Lady Lucy rose shyly, embarrassed by the gaze of Sir Joseph's great brown eyes, eyes that reminded her of a friendly ox in Basingstoke Park. She and Sir Joseph stood looking at each other for a few moments, equally embarrassed, almost as if some instinct of mind or heart foreshadowed the union of their lives. She gave him her hand, tremulously, under the spell of his earnest gaze, or the presage of her fate. The youngest of many daughters is doomed to flower late, and Lady Lucy, despite her cashmere frock and schoolroom status, was 19, and had her own little history, not altogether of the schoolroom, a history which gave a touch of pathos to the lily face. "A lovely young creature, but I'm afraid she's rather sickly," was Sir Joseph's unspoken commentary. He was only allowed 10 minutes in this Elysium of fashionable Uri. Her ladyship's carriage was announced, and the white daughters crowded down the staircase, followed by the ampler mother, on whose footsteps Sir Joseph and Lord Allendale attended. Sir Joseph paused on the landing, while her ladyship's bulky form was slowly descending, and addressed himself in parting speech to the damsel from the schoolroom. "I'm afraid you must feel very envious of your sisters at such a moment as this, Lady Lucy," he said. "I don't see why all girls should be supposed to be fond of dancing," she answered rather pettishly. "I don't care about it." "And you are not longing for next season, when you will be presented, I suppose?" "No." "Lucy has seen too much of it all from the outside," said Lord Allendale, patting the graceful shoulder in the blue frock. "She is disillusioned before her time. Come, Sir Joseph, if you really mean to vote with your party tonight, you'd better be off. Your carriage has been at the door for the last half hour." This was the beginning of Sir Joseph's acquaintance with Lady Lucy Mountfort. They were married early in the ensuing season at the church in Piccadilly, where daffodils were still blooming in the Basingstoke meadows. It was a very grand wedding, and all London talked of the marriage, some people descanting on the cruelty and wickedness of so ill-assorted a union, others expatiating upon the wonderful match Lord Allendale had secured for this portionless youngest, and a third section declaring that he ought to have done better for her. "A girl of such remarkable beauty ought to have looked higher than a man who began life in a coal pit," said one of Lady Allendale's dearest friends. "But if the man has got out of the pit and made a big fortune in coals, I don't think a woman with 5 daughters need complain of her luck," said another. A woman with 5 daughters ought to consider herself lucky when she gets off one of the 5, remarked a third matron with some asperity, being herself the mother of an only daughter and a reputed beauty, who had been hawked all through England and over half the continent of Europe without satisfactory result. The Allendales were content with their bargain, and so was Sir Joseph. He had taken pains to make himself agreeable to the young lady in every manner that came within the limits of his capacity. He had consulted her tastes and feelings, deferred to her wishes, and let her understand that the life she was to lead with him would be a life of perfect independence and wide liberty. She was to be not his slave, but his queen. She laughed at first at the idea of Sir Joseph as her adorer, and in her girlish talk with her sisters treated the whole affair as a joke, but his earnestness and honesty were not without their influence upon her mind, and after a long and serious conversation with her mother, in which Lady Allendale lifted the decent veil which had been spread over the financial position of the family, and showed her youngest daughter the bleak and barren prospect which lay before her and her sisters, unless some of them married well and were able to help the others, Lady Lucy gave a resigned sigh and promised that she would try to like Sir Joseph well enough to marry him. Lucy adored her mother and was fond of her sisters, though they were of the world, worldly. She had dreamed her dream, and had done with all such dreams forever, she told herself. Sir Joseph's rugged honesty of purpose had won her esteem, and if it were indeed her destiny to marry for the welfare of her family, and to lessen the burden upon her father's dwindling income, it would be well for her that she should marry an honest man, whom she could at least respect, love being for evermore impossible. She had seen the young men of her mother's circle, seen them from her privileged position as a young person still in the schoolroom who was free to sit in the background and look on as at a play, and she had been impressed by their shallowness and self-assurance. She preferred the conversation of Sir Joseph, who sometimes misplaced and aspirate, but who always talked sensibly and never pretended to more knowledge than he possessed, to the vacuous slaying of youth that had graduated on suburban race courses, learnt dancing at after-midnight clubs, and received its final polish in London music halls. When Sir Joseph, after wooing her in his own fashion with supreme delicacy, asked her in simplest language to be his wife, she answered with a gentle candor which completed his subjugation. She told him that she had given her whole heart away a year ago in a happy summertime at Basingstoke House, given it unasked and almost unaware of her own feelings, till she awoke to the bitterness and despair of having loved a man who never wooed her and who was not free to be her lover. She told her little story of a girl's romance falteringly, and toward the end with tears, which she struggled heroically to suppress. I am afraid he guessed my wretched secret, she said, burning blushes suffusing cheek and brow as she sat by Sir Joseph's side, with lowered eyelids, one cold and trembling hand clasped in those broad, sinewy hands of his, which had never lost the markings of early toil. I am afraid he read my heart only too well. We are distant cousins, Sir Joseph, and he was almost as familiar as a brother would have been. One day he said very seriously that he had a secret to tell me. I had seen for ever so long that he was unhappy, that the shadow of some hidden grief would creep over him in the midst of our gaiety, when everything in life seemed made for happiness. I was hardly surprised when he told me that he was a miserable man, early in life, before he left the university, that he had married foolishly. That one word was all he ever said to me about his marriage. He had never owned that marriage to his people, but he had done his duty, or at least he hoped he had done his duty to his wife. A son was born, and soon after his birth, the poor mother went out of her mind, and then her husband found that there had been madness in her family. He had done what was right, he assured me. He had placed her in the best and kindest care, and he had hoped for her recovery, although the doctors gave him very little ground for hope. Years had gone by, and the case was now pronounced hopeless. Her mind was gone, but her physical health promised long life. There was no such thing as divorce in such a case as this. He was her husband to the end of his life. "Did he tell you that he loved you?" asked Sir Joseph under his breath. No, protested the girl eagerly. "Not by one word, not by one look." "Then he is a good man and deserves a better fate. God reward you, my dear, for having opened your heart to me. I am not afraid to try and guard that pure heart from every temptation that can assail an old man's wife. If you only like me well enough to trust yourself to my loving care, Lucy." "If I am to marry at all, I would rather be your wife than anyone else's," she answered gravely. And thus ended Sir Joseph's courtship. From that hour till the last hour of her life, Lady Lucy never complained of her portion in this world. Sir Joseph kept his promise in the spirit as well as to the letter. He was a devoted husband, and his wife reigned as a queen in that northern settlement, where the name of Higginson was a charm to conjure with. She had her model village, where even the men and boys who worked in the pits were able to live with some degree of comfort. She had her schools, and a church of her own creation, built and endowed at Sir Joseph's cost. Her cottage hospital, her almshouses for the aged and helpless. Within that small kingdom she was worshipped as a saint, and in Arlington Street she was able to hold her own with her contemporaries and equals in the social maelstrom, while she had the proud privilege of helping 3 of her sisters marry creditably and comfortably, and thereby to reflect honor upon the house of Mountford. If, having married rank rather than money, those ladies were inclined to look down upon their worthy brother-in-law, Sir Joseph never allowed resentment to harden his heart or tighten his purse strings against them or their belongings. He let the husbands fish in his salmon river and shoot his pheasants, and he lets the wives ride his horses and recuperate their exhausted energies in the comfort of his country house. He never refused to become sponsor for any of their numerous babies, nor ever withheld the expected goblet or porringer of solid gold. In a word, he used his wealth in a large-minded fashion, and succeeded in being talked of by his 4 sisters-in-law throughout the length and breadth of society as a dear old thing. Sir Joseph had been married nearly 3 years when a son and heir was born in the great grey Tudor house at Ellerslie, a son whose advent brought joy unspeakable to the father's great, honest heart. But this flower in the garden of domestic life was a pale and fragile blossom, and drooped and withered before the end of a year. In the following year there came a daughter, but the father, who had seen his hopes blasted, was slow to let his love go out to this newcomer. He was afraid of loving her too well, lest he should be called upon to suffer the anguish of a second bereavement. The girl baby throve, however, and was the delight of her mother's life, the all-absorbing occupation and amusement of Lady Lucy's happiest years. Malay's picture of mother and daughter hangs in the hall of Callander Castle, to which mansion it was transferred after Sir Joseph's death. The portrait of a woman in the full flush of mature beauty, with a tall, willowy girl in a pinafore, leaning against her mother's shoulder, with sunny tresses ruffled after some childish sport, and solemn, dreaming eyes, the eyes which, shining starlight in the baby face, had won for her the name of Sibyl. Sibyl was 11 when that picture was painted, and before her 12th birthday, the picture was all that remained to Sir Joseph of his loved and lovely wife. She died in the pride of her strength and beauty, being thrown out of the light phaeton which she had driven for years in perfect safety. A nervous horse, a narrow road, a great coal wagon in the way, and swift, sudden death for the woman whom Sir Joseph Higginson had worshipped with unwavering devotion from the hour she laid her hand in his and accepted him as her husband. If she had not given him the love that youth gives to youth, she had at least been true and steadfast throughout all their years of wedded life. She had shown no sign of weariness or disgust. She had never depreciated her husband or hinted at her own superiority by right of early training and patrician birth. She had carried with meekness and yet with dignity the power which great wealth gives to the mistress of a household. Her husband's life had been rounded into perfect harmony by this woman, and in losing it, seemed to Joseph Higginson as if there were nothing left for his gray hairs but to go down in sorrow to the grave. He was of too tough a fiber for grief to kill. He went on living somehow, though the light was quenched in the lamp and the music was dead in the lute. He had tried to comfort himself with the love of his daughter, his only child and heiress, Sibyl, who grew in beauty as the years ripened and waned. She was very tender and devoted to him, but she could not fill the empty place in his heart. Only one had he loved with the whole strength of his rugged nature, and she was gone. He took to money-making as the one pursuit that brought distraction, occupation, fatigue of brain, and soothing sleep as a sequence of labor. He had long ago made his fortune and ruled off the total of a life's industry, eminently satisfied with the result, but now he entered himself afresh in the race for gold, and, stung by the grief that gnawed his heartstrings, he, who had hitherto been cautious in all of his investments, speculated wildly, and by a curious irony of fate, was successful in every enterprise. During those years of his widowhood, His name was a power on the stock exchange, and men flung their money eagerly into any scheme in which he was interested. He was said to have trebled his fortune in that headlong race. To him, the business of money-getting had superseded every other interest, personal or general. The stock exchange was his card table, and he played the game of speculation with all the passionate concentration of the habitual gambler, the man who is a gambler and nothing else. During this period of financial activity, Sir Joseph lived for 2/3 of each year in Arlington Street, preferring to be near the scene of action, within a half-hour drive of the actual money market. But his mines were still something to him, and he spent the last of the summer months and the whole of the autumn at Ellerslie Park, where Sibyl lived with her 2 governesses, as mentioned, a homely English person who had been with her pupil from the nursery days of reading lessons in words of 1 syllable, and Fräulein Stahlherz, an accomplished Hanoverian who was familiar with almost every phrase of Wagner's orchestration, played all Beethoven's sonatas that are playable on the pianoforte, knew Goethe and Schiller by heart, was mistress of French and Italian, to say nothing of English, which she spoke more correctly than anyone else at Ellerslie. Under this lady's conscientious tuition, and with the faithful mission to minister to her comforts, to look after her health, and to see that she never sat in damp boots or suffered from chilblains, that the dentist was consulted at regular intervals, and that tonics were exhibited at the least indication of languor, Sibyl had grown to 18 years of age before it occurred to her father that she was a young woman and that she had a right to take her place in the world as his daughter. She would have to be presented at court and introduced to society, that society upon which Sir Joseph had persistently turned his back ever since his wife's death. The idea of this necessity worried and embarrassed him. His wife's mother, Lady Allendale, was dead. Her son's wife, Lady Braemar, was a person whose house was eminently fashionable, but by no means the most fitting house for girlish innocence. Sir Joseph felt that the time was at hand when he must provide a chaperone for his daughter. There was one ready to his hand in the person of her spinster aunt, Lady Selina Mountfort, a lady of small means, very well received in the best of circles, and familiar with all the works and ways of the great world. He felt the difficulty of the position all the more because there was somebody else to be thought of at Ellerslie, a young woman who, without Sir Joseph having ever intended as much, had become, in some wise, an adopted elder sister of Sibyl's, who had shared all the privileges of Fräulein Stahlherz's erudition, and some slender portion of Miss Minchin's assiduity, and who, albeit 7 years older than Sibyl, was still young enough to feel the contrast between the social importance of the great heiress and her own insignificance. A year after Lady Lucy's death, the 2 governesses and their pupil were startled one dull, wintry afternoon by the appearance of a mouldy, leathern vehicle, drawn by a knock-kneed bay horse, and popularly known in the district as the station fly. On the box of the station fly, and almost obscuring the driver, was a large gray trunk, metal-bound and of foreign aspect. Governess and pupil stared at this phenomenon from the bay window of the spacious schoolroom, and, as they stared, the elderly coachman descended painfully from his box and opened the door of the vehicle, whereupon there came out of the leathern darkness a fresh face with rose-red cheeks and slow black eyes, and a bush of black hair brushed upward from a broad, square forehead. This bright and vivid countenance was set upon the well-shaped figure of a young woman who might be at any age between 18 and 25. She was tall, broad-chested, with finely rounded arms that showed under her close-fitting black stuff gown. She was clad wholly in black, a dense black which looked like deep mourning, although she wore no crape. Her dress was plain to Puritanism. "She must be a new housemaid," said Miss Minchin, "but Ball ought to know better than to bring her to the hall door." Ball had dragged the stranger's trunk up the steps into the porch by this time, while the footman looked on. The newcomer disappeared within the great stone porch. Ball, the flyman, clambered onto the box. The fly drove off, and Sibyl and her governesses went back to their various occupations. Fraulein to the perusal of the last number of the Rundschau, and Miss Minchin to an elaborate task of needlework on her own account, being the reconstruction of her last summer's Sunday silk gown, and Sibyl to her practice of one of Chopin's mazurkas. No more was to be seen of the dark-eyed young woman for a week, when Sibyl met her one afternoon in a passage near the housekeeper's room. They looked at each other with mutual interest, open on the part of Sibyl, furtive on the part of the stranger. Could she be a servant? Sibyl wondered. Assuredly not a housemaid, for the housemaids at Ellerslie Park all wore livery of lavender cotton in the morning, and were white-capped and aproned all day. This young woman was capless and apronless. The bloom on her cheeks had faded somewhat since the day she alighted from the station fly. Her dark eyes had a troubled look. Sibyl was on her way to the housekeeper's room to ask for something for a sick child in one of those cottages which had been her mother's kingdom, and over which she now reigned, a youthful queen. "Will you send little Jane Barber soup once a day, and jelly and custard pudding on alternate days, Miss Morrison?" she asked of the comfortable-looking housekeeper, whose ordinarily placid countenance was furrowed by her strenuous study of the butcher's book. "Yes, ma'am. Soup and jelly shall be sent. Poor little mite! I'm afraid she's not long for this world. Is there anything else I can do, Miss Sibyl?" Mrs. Morrison's address fluctuated between the formal ma'am and the affectionate Miss Sibyl. She had kept Sir Joseph's house when the heiress was born, and worshipped her accordingly. "Yes, Mrs. Morrison, there is something I very much want you to do for me," replied Sibyl quickly. "Tell me all about that pretty young woman in black who came here in a fly just a week ago." Mrs. Morrison's brow grew even more troubled than it had been over the butcher's book. "Indeed, Miss Sibyl, I can't tell you much, not if I was to tell you all I know. The young person dropped from the clouds, as one might say. I hadn't had one word of notice of her coming, from Sir Joseph or anybody else, and if she hadn't brought me a letter from him, I might have taken her for an impostor and turned her out of doors." "A letter from father? Do let me see it. Is he coming soon? I am so longing for him." "He doesn't say a word about coming home, ma'am. The letter is all about the young woman." Let me see," Sibyl cried eagerly, holding out her hand for the letter. Mrs. Morrison had to unlock a desk and to select the said letter from among various other documents, a slow business, and seeming slower to Sibyl's impatience. At last, however, the letter was produced, taken out of the envelope, carefully enfolded, and reperused by Mrs. Morrison before she handed it to her master's daughter. Sibyl read as follows: The Carlton, Thursday evening. My good Morrison, Marie Arnold, the bearer of this letter, has been lately left an orphan, and I have taken it upon myself to provide her with a home. She is of humble birth and has no grand expectations. It is my wish, therefore, that while giving her a comfortable home at Ellerslie, and taking her as much as possible under your own wing, you should not allow her to acquire any fine notions or to fancy herself a young lady. You will be kind enough to find her some light employment in the household. If she is clever with her needle, as I am told she is, you might allow her to be useful to Miss Higginson, and in the schoolroom generally. I am told that she has been well educated in a convent school in the south of France, where she was born. She is a Roman Catholic. I hope this fact will not be used to her prejudice, and that she will be encouraged to attend the services of her own church, so long as she herself desires to remain a member of that church. You will please provide her wardrobe and give her a reasonable amount of pocket money. She will, of course, have a bedroom of her own and not be placed on a footing with servants. Yours sincerely, J.H. Not on a footing with the servants, repeated Mrs. Morrison, and Sibyl handed her the letter. There's my difficulty, you see, miss. Find her a light occupation. Keep her ideas humble, and yet not make a servant of her. It isn't easy. Yes, it is, you dear old Morrison. Let her be in the schoolroom, and have her bedroom near the schoolroom, and let her come and sit with me in my own room very often in my recreation hours. I like her looks, and if she is French, she will help me improve my French conversation, and she can tell me all about the South, and she can go for long rambles with me. Miss Minchin and the Fraulein are wretched creatures to go out with. Neither of them knows the meaning of the word ramble. They can only walk. Tell Marie to come to my room this afternoon at 2:30. I am free from then till 4, and she and I can have a good talk. Not allow her to acquire fine notions, or to fancy herself a lady, repeated the housekeeper, reading a passage from Sir Joseph's letter with a puzzled brow. I don't know how that will hold with letting her be your companion, to go out walking with you, or to be with you in your sitting room. I don't know if that will quite answer to Sir Joseph's instructions, Miss Sibyl. But I do. Father means that Marie and I are to be friendly, or he would never have suggested her being useful in the schoolroom. The schoolroom means me. She shall be useful. She shall help me to support the burden of 2 governesses. That will be a work of real utility, cried Sibyl with a happy laugh. Mrs. Morrison had heard that joyous laughter very seldom since Lady Lucy's death, and her heart warmed at the sound. The girl had been the sunshine of the house before that bitter parting between devoted mother and adoring child. But that great grief had clouded the joyous nature, and for the greater part of the year of mourning it may be said that Sibyl endured life rather than that she had lived. The sound of her own laughter shocked her even today. She looked down at her black frock and stifled a sob. Oh, how can I feel happy even for an instant, she murmured in self-reproach, when she is gone. I'll send the young person to your room at 2:30 precisely, said Mrs. Morrison with a cheery air, and I shall be grateful to her, my pretty one, if she helps you to forget your loss, mused Mrs. Morrison, when Sibyl had gone, and then the worthy woman polished her spectacles, which had suddenly grown dim. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Thou Art the Man. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Thou Art the Man by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 5. From the Far Off Land. Sibyl's own particular retreat was in a tower at the southern angle of Ellerslie House, and it was one of the prettiest rooms in a house where beauty and harmony of furniture and decoration had been achieved regardless of cost, and with the aid of all the new lights which high art has cast upon our domestic surroundings. The room was octagonal, and the 8 panels accommodated frescoes of the 4 seasons, alternated with 4 allegorical figures representing dawn, noon, evening, and night. These executed in a decidedly French manner at which sturdy English art might lift the nose and shrug the shoulder of contempt, but for which decorative purposes was admirable. Madras curtains of pale amber, chairs and sofa covered with sea green silk, piano, tables, bookshelves, and mantelpiece, all in white enameled wood, gave delicate brightness to the room, which was lighted by 4 tall casement windows overlooking sea and moor, and the village of Ardliston straggling along the edge of the cliff, with its snug little harbor sunk deep into the hollow of the hills. Sibyl could see all the outer world for which she cared from these 4 windows. She had spent an occasional summer at Scarborough, and she had seen the glory of the English lakes, but the world she loved was the world of far-reaching moorland and far-reaching ocean. At 2:30 on that summer afternoon, Marie Arnold stood in the golden light, while her wondering eyes slowly made the circuit of the room, and then concentrated their gaze upon the owner of these luxurious surroundings, who stood smiling at her, a gracious figure, a pale, sweet face, a tall slip of a girl, slenderly formed, and with only the promise of beauty, a figure and face which were both curiously contrastive with the strongly built and well-rounded form, brilliant black eyes, and vivid coloring of the young woman from the sunny south. Sibyl asked her if she could speak English. She replied modestly, "Very little." But her father was an Englishman all the same, she informed Sibyl, and she hoped to learn English very quickly. "Ah, mais non, no," cried Sibyl. "Learn very slowly. Do not learn at all." She went on in her pretty girlish English French. "I am going to talk French with you always. I shall get along so much faster with you than with Fraulein, because you will never correct me. You will not, will you, Marie? You won't take the faintest notice of my faults in grammar, and you will only stop me when I am so bad that you can't tell what I mean. Is that a bargain?" "But mademoiselle speaks like an angel," protested Marie with her pretty southern flattery. No, I am wretched as to grammar. Fraulein stops me every minute, first a wrong tense, then a wrong gender, and then the form of the sentence is all wrong, and then I have to say devant when it should have been avant, or sauf when I should have said except. As if it mattered. That is not the way to teach a girl to speak a foreign language. The way is to let her talk and talk and talk as the birds sing until her instinct teaches her what is right and what is wrong. Come and sit on my sofa, Marie. Isn't it a darling sofa? And tell me all about yourself and the country where you were born. Marie sighed and obeyed, and presently they were sitting on the sofa, the fair head close beside the dark shining hair that had grown in the sun, and which always had sunny gleams even in its darkness. The large dark eyes had golden lights in them, as if they too had taken beauty from the southern sun. Tell me all, urged Sibyl, always in French, delighted to be able to talk without apprehension of the Fraulein's nice criticism. Unless it grieves you to talk of your home. No, mademoiselle, it does not grieve me. I have wept all my tears. I have wept my fears since my mother died, just a fortnight ago. Only a fortnight? And my mother died only a year ago. Ah, I can feel for you. And the white, slim hand stole into the French girl's coarser hand, and tears rained from Sibyl's violet eyes. The very name, mother, was a charm to make her weep. She was not always kind, mamselle, but I was sorry all the same when she died. She was only ill for a few days, and she was unconscious toward the last, so that we could never say goodbye. She drifted out of life in a long sleep, and I was left alone there in our little villa at Mourgin, alone with the poor dead mother, not knowing what was to become of me any more than the great white cat she had been fond of knew what was going to become of him. Had you no uncles and aunts and people? Inquired Sibyl wonderingly. She was so richly provided with relatives upon the Allendale side of her house, to say nothing of numerous humbler Higginsons, that she could not imagine an existence unsurrounded by kith and kin. No, mademoiselle, I have no one, and I never heard that my mother had any friend in this world except Sir Higginson. You mean my father, Sir Joseph? Yes, Sir Joseph Higginson. But how did your mother, so far away, happen to win my father's friendship? Inquired Sibyl. Her husband was an engineer who worked under Sir Higginson when he was establishing great ironworks at Fontaine-le-Roi, near the Belgian frontier, explained Marie Arnold. That was many years ago, before I was born. My father was killed one night in the railway 6 months before I was born, and Sir Higginson was very good to my mother. She was not a peasant, mademoiselle, and yet she was not quite a lady. She had no dot when my father married her, and she never learned to work for her bride. When she was left a widow with an infant, she was quite helpless. She would have starved, perhaps, if your father had not taken pity upon her. Your husband was killed while he was in my service. he told her, "and I shall provide for you the rest of your days." And he kept his word nobly. My mother went back to her own country before I was born, and we lived in our little white house at Mougins, looking over the hills and the pine woods and the sea. Where is Mougins? It is a little town on a hill near Caen. Mademoiselle knows Caen, perhaps? No, but I have heard my aunts and cousins talk of it. Some of them go there every winter. And so you were reared near Caen, on the shores of the Mediterranean. I suppose you think that the sea over there is very ugly in comparison, said Sibyl, pointing to the ocean she loved. It is grayer than our sea, mademoiselle, and it always looks like our sea in bad weather. And what do you think of our hills and moors? Asked Sibyl with a somewhat peremptory air. Very ugly, mademoiselle. I miss the rolling olive woods, the cypresses, the valleys where the roses grow. I miss the perfumed air, the sunshine most of all. Don't you call that sunshine? Asked Sibyl, pointing to the southward windows. Very fair for a sunny day in February, mademoiselle, not for June. Ah, in June, no doubt, your Mougins would be simply intolerable, like a sandy desert in Africa. No, mademoiselle, there is always a cool breeze across the hills, a breath from the unseen snow mountains, and there is always a shade in the pine woods, always freshness from the sea. It is only foreigners who fancy they cannot live in our country in the summer. Did my father ever come to see you at Mougins? Yes, mademoiselle, years and years ago, before I went to the convent. What convent? You're not a nun, are you? Marie laughed, for the first time in Sibyl's hearing. No, mademoiselle, but I was educated at a convent at Grasse. Is that far from Mougins? Only a few miles. You can see one place from the other across the valley. I used to look from the convent windows, and I could almost distinguish the green shutters and the red roof of my mother's house and the pink blossom of the almond trees in the garden. And so you were educated at a convent. How odd. I am a Roman Catholic, mademoiselle, and most Roman Catholic children are educated in convents. Well, you are to be in the schoolroom, my father says. I am to make myself useful in some way, mademoiselle, Sir Joseph said when I saw him in London. Did you see him quite lately? Sibyl asked eagerly. Yes, mademoiselle. He sent a person, his private secretary, I believe, to take me to England directly after my mother's funeral. Ah, yes, old Mr. Orlebar. I know him very well. He lives here when father is at home. A funny old man, isn't he? He was very kind to me, mademoiselle, all through the long journey. And then he took me to a beautiful house, like a palace, almost, in London, where I saw Sir Joseph. And he was very kind, and he told me he would always be my friend, as long as I conducted myself properly. And he wrote a letter to his housekeeper. And then I stayed one night in that splendid house and saw the picture gallery and all the beautiful things in the great salon. And early next morning, Mr. Orlebar took me to the station. He put me on the train and told me what I was to do when I came to the end of my railway journey. And that is all my history, mademoiselle. Poor Marie, sighed Sibyl ever so compassionately. I'm so sorry for you. And if your mother was not always kind to you, still she must have loved you, her only child, and you must have loved her. Sibyl had been wondering at Marie's dry eyes, since she herself could hardly speak of her dead mother without a rush of tears. Marie hung her head and paused before she replied. I loved some of the nuns better than I loved my mother, she faltered. Mother Anastasie, for instance. She was so good to me. It almost broke my heart to leave the convent because of parting with her. I used to walk over to the grass, to the convent chapel, every Saint's Day, but it was to see Mother Anastasie that I went so far. I could have heard Mass in our church at Moulins. She was always pale and delicate, and they said there was something wrong with her heart. But she taught me more and worked harder than any of the nuns. She taught music and drawing. All the children loved her, but I do not think one of them loved her better than I. And just a year ago on Corpus Christi, I went to the convent and missed her in her place at the organ. And after the service, one of the lay sisters came to me with her eyes streaming and took me by the hand and held me to the burial ground where there was a newly made grave heaped with roses. She could scarcely speak for sobbing, but at last she told me how Mother Anastasie had been found only 2 days before sitting at the chapel organ in the afternoon sunshine, her hands still upon the keys, but her head fallen back against the edge of the high oak chair. She had died like that, mademoiselle, alone, no one near her. They had heard the sound of the organ cease after she had played one of Mozart's finest glorias. As they walked in the garden in their recreation hour, and they thought that the Mother Anastasie was staying in the chapel for prayer and meditation. They watched the chapel door, hoping she would come out in time to take a little walk with them. But the bell rang for the class, and they left the garden. It was an hour later before anyone took the alarm and went to work and looked for her. Marie's eyes were no longer tearless, and her last words were made almost inaudible by her emotion. You must have loved her very dearly, said Sibyl, full of sympathy. Yes, mademoiselle, she was my spiritual mother, the mother of my mind and my soul. If I were to live to be ever so old, I think I could never commit a sin without her image rising up before me to stop me from wickedness. My own mother was fond of me in her way, but she was, so different from Mother Anastasie. She loved gossiping, cards, and pleasures of all kinds. She did not care for books or flowers or pictures. She went to high mass every Sunday morning, but that was all. She sat about on the walls or in the olive woods with her neighbors all of the rest of the week, except when she could get anyone to drive her to Caen to see the fine shops and fine people. She was not often unkind to you? Questioned Sibyl. No, she was not often unkind, and she never beat me. Sibyl shuddered at the idea of a mother beating her child. She whose only image of motherhood was an image of supreme gentleness. But her pleasures were not my pleasures, pursued the French girl. There was no link between us, and the 2 years that I spent at Mougins after I left the convent were the dullest years of my life. I missed my old companions, and the music and games, and the studies even, though I used once to think them a burden, and my soul sickened at the gossip, and the cards, and the quarrels about nothing. A cracked oil jar, a handful of vegetables, loud talking from one door to other, quarrels that seemed to begin and go on for the sake of quarreling. Poor Marie! There are no quarrels here. Fraulein is rather worrying, but Miss Minchin is as good as gold, in spite of her fidgety little ways. I call her Mousy, because she is brownish-gray and quick, and quiet like a mouse. But she doesn't mind, and you must not call her Mousy, not just at first. No, no, mademoiselle, that is understood, replied Marie discreetly. This was the beginning of a lasting friendship, which grew with the passage of time. Marie was accepted in the schoolroom as a useful companion alike by governesses and pupil. She had been taught to use her needle with exquisite art, and the Fraulein was not above getting her handkerchiefs marked by those skillful fingers, in return for which service she helped Marie to acquire a little German, without taking the trouble to give her formal lessons. Marie was quick, and learnt any new thing with wondrous ease. She had a fine ear for music, and she delighted in Sibyl's piano. As a companion in Sibyl's walks, she was incomparable, for she knew not weariness, and her light, springy step carried her over the moorland as easily as if she had been some wild creature reared upon those breezy downs. She was Sibyl's friend and playfellow for 5 years, with Sir Joseph Higginson's approval, and it was only now, when Sibyl had attained her 18th birthday, and all of the Mountford aunts were beginning to pester Sir Joseph about her appearance in society, that he began to wonder how he was to dispose of the humble companion when the heiress came to take her proper position in the great world. It is all very well to keep Sibyl back for a year or so, said the only unmarried aunt, Lady Selina Mountford, who took upon herself to advise all her married sisters, their husbands, and belongings, and used to lie awake at night in her pretty little house in Mayfair, worrying herself about the family troubles. It is all very well for you to keep her buried alive at Ellerslie for another year. As your heiress, she will have a choice of eligible parties whenever she might appear, but she ought to come out before she is 20. She looks rather thin and delicate at present. I think another year may improve her, said Lady Selina, as if she were talking of a turkey that was being fattened for Christmas, or a young horse that was furnishing. Sir Joseph promised to bring out his daughter before she was 20, and thus, upon one subject at least, freed Lady Selina's nights from care. There is always something to keep me awake, sighed the spinster. Braemar's boys are too terrible. How is he ever to pay their Oxford debts passes my comprehension. And Now I am told they play baccarat at some dreadful club in London, where young men who have no money lose £20,000 at a sitting, and Felix threatened his father that he would marry a girl he met at the Stefanotis, another dreadful club where they dance. There was another year of respite for Sir Joseph, during which he might be able to find a comfortable settlement in the matrimonial line for the humble companion, so that she might not too keenly feel the difference in her position and that of Sibyl as sovereign mistress of the house in Arlington Street, and with all the town eager to pay her homage. "I don't want her to feel the difference," mused Sir Joseph with a profound sigh as he paced the terrace in front of his Tudor mansion. "It wouldn't be fair that she should. It wouldn't be fair." He sighed again deeply, for as yet no eligible pretendant to the hand of Marie Arnold had appeared in that remote northern region, and he began to fear that none might be found in the district. The girl was a papist, objection number one, but an objection which had been disregarded by a needy evangelical curate, who, on ascertaining that Sir Joseph meant to give his dependent a handsome dowry, amount not specified, had urged his desire to make her his wife, and possibly to snatch a brand from the burning by winning her over to the evangelical church. The alliance would have been respectable, as the young Levite, though needy, was of a good Northumberland family, and of unimpeachable morals. But Marie did not like the curate, and would not hear of marrying him. "I shall never marry," she told Sir Joseph. "I want to be Sibyl's slave and companion always." "My dear girl, that is all very well while Sibyl is here," replied Sir Joseph, "but when she goes to London and is swallowed up in the gaieties of the London season, with hardly an hour of leisure for home life, you can't be her companion then. Let me be her maid then, and wait upon her, and sit up for her at night, and help her undress, and hear all about her pleasures and gaieties. No, Marie, not a servant. You must never be her servant. You must never think of yourself as a servant. I want to see you happily married before Sibyl marries. You are 6 years older than Sibyl, 24. You must have been in love half a dozen times, I should think." "Never," said Marie with an emphatic shrug. "I have even tried to fall in love with the curate. Not this one, but the tall, good-looking young man who was here before him, and whose sympathies were all with my church. With that young Dr. Dusnap, son and assistant. But there is no such thing as love in my nature, I think. I adore Sibyl, and I love you, and that is all the love I am capable of feeling." "Ah, we shall see, Marie. Trees that are long and flowering bear very fine blossoms. The aloe, for instance, and the magnolia," said Sir Joseph, patting her shoulder as he trudged along by her side. A sturdy, active man, although his 70th birthday had been kept by the pitmen with beef and beer and noisy rural sports and dancing and fireworks nearly a year before. He was very fond of Marie Arnold. He liked to have her to sit with him and his daughter of an evening. He liked to hear her sing her pretty French chanson, full of coquetry and dainty love, blue skies and sunlit valleys, fountains, orange trees, eglantine and honeysuckle, bees and butterflies, songs that touched none of life's serious phases, nor ever hinted at old age or death. In the springtide, of Sir Joseph's 71st year, he happened to be at Ellerslie for a short time, with Marie as his only companion, and this companionship drew them nearer together than they had ever been before. Never until now had Sir Joseph been at Ellerslie without his young daughter, to hang upon his footsteps, and ride and drive with him, and play billiards with him, or sing and play to him of an evening. Marie had been a secondary figure while Sibyl was present, but when April began, Sibyl was at Hastings, whither she had been dispatched suddenly at Dr. Dewsnap's instigation to cure a cough which had hung upon her all the winter. There were great things being done in the pits, alterations and extensions which required Sir Joseph's supervision, so he had been unable to go with his daughter, who had been confined to the care of Miss Minchin, Fräulein Stahlherz, having gone back to her native Hanover, and for the first time in his widowhood he found himself pacing the long drawing-room at Ellerslie, or taking his morning constitutional on the terrace, without that graceful figure near at hand. She was to come home as soon as the cough was actually cured, by warrant of the Hastings doctor, and in the meantime she wrote to her father daily, telling him of all her walks and rides, her excursions to the battle or to Pevensey, her readings of the Norman conquest in Thierry, Green, and Freeman, and her longing to return to her father and Ellerslie. His life in that great house would have been very dreary, for he had no visitors at this time, and his secretary, Mr. Orlebar, was not a very lively person. If he had not found Marie an attentive and vivacious companion, pleased to do all that Sibyl was accustomed to do for him. Mrs. Morrison shrugged her shoulders when she saw the foreign waif filling the absent daughter's place. She liked Marie, but she disapproved of that young person's exaltation. "He told me not to give her any fine notions when she first came here," mused the housekeeper, "and now he is giving her fine notions himself. A young woman who spends all her evenings in the long drawing-room will never be contented to take a humble position in after life." It was not more than 3 or 4 days after Sibyl left Ellerslie when a stranger appeared upon the scene, a gentleman who called upon Sir Joseph one afternoon and sent in his card, upon which appeared the name of Braddon, Mountford, Travellers' Club. Any Mountford was secure of a welcome from Sir Joseph, who was never tired of showing kindness to his wife's kindred, but the name of Braddon touched him with a curious thrill, which was closely akin to pain. Braddon was the name of the distant cousin to whom Lucy Mountford had given the innocent love of her young heart. That Braddon Mountford had died in India 2 years after Lady Lucy's death, but she had left a son, and in all probability this was the son. These thoughts went swiftly through Sir Joseph's brain as he looked at the card, which had been brought to him in his study, the room in which he interviewed agents and tenants and transacted business of all kinds connected with his estate. "Mr. Mountford is in the drawing-room, I suppose," he said. "I'll go to him." He found the stranger standing in front of a wide window, looking landwards over the valley and the river winding through it. A man of about 28, Sir Joseph thought, tall, well set up, and with a fine, frank countenance, well-cut features, the Mountford nose which inclined to the aquiline, bright blue eyes, light brown hair, curling close to the well-shaped head, and a complexion tanned by a hotter sun than ever shone upon Cumbrian cliffs. "I am very glad to see you at Ellerslie, Mr. Mountford," said the old man cordially, holding out a broad hand in friendly welcome. "Come to have a look at our north country, I suppose. You must come and put up here for a week or two, and let me show you a coal pit, if you've never seen one." "You are too good, Sir Joseph, but I haven't come here with any intention of quartering myself upon you, though I have come to ask you a favor. Here's Bramar's letter to vouch for me as an insignificant but not disreputable member of the House of Mountford. I happened to hear from him of your splendid Salmon River, and was seized with a longing to cast a fly in the waters he praised so warmly." Braddon Mountford here produced an unsealed letter, over which Sir Joseph ran his eye carelessly. "You want to have a go at our salmon? Well, my dear fellow, fish away to your heart's content. There are plenty of scaly gentlemen, but they are deuced shy, and you may be up at 5 o'clock every morning for a week, and yet not early enough to catch them. Then, after a few blank days, perhaps you may get a run of luck. I used to enjoy the sport myself 30 years ago, when I was still young enough to wade breast high in the river in a Scotch mist from 7 in the morning to 7 at night, and relish my dinner and my whiskey toddy all the better for the day's work. Where are you staying, Mr. Mountford?" "At the Higginson Arms at Ardliston." A cozy old inn and a capital landlady, but I think we can make you rather more comfortable at Ellerslie. You'd better go and fetch your portmanteau." "Indeed, Sir Joseph, I had no idea," protested Mountford. "You will be nearer the salmon," pursued his host, "and I can give you a keeper who knows every yard of the water. You'll find this house uncommonly quiet, for I am here on business and have invited no one since Christmas. My daughter is away, and I have only a sort of adopted niece who cuts my newspapers for me and reads me to sleep after dinner, a nice bright girl who sings charmingly." Sir Joseph grew suddenly thoughtful. What if this Braddon Mountford, who had dropped from the clouds, were the very man he wanted, an honest man, a husband for Marie Arnold? He liked the look of the young man, a gentleman to the tips of his fingers. Good blood showed itself in every line of face and figure. Penniless, no doubt. The Mountfords were all poor. Property in Ireland for the most part. Family numerous. Chieftain weighted down by innumerable portions and allowances to daughters and younger sons. "Bramer tells me you have travelled in Africa," said Sir Joseph, glancing at the letter in his hand, "and that you have won some renown already as a hunter of big game." "My gun is my only road to fame, Sir Joseph. Yes, I have spent 5 years on the Dark Continent." "You must have gone there very young." "I sailed for the Cape soon after my 21st birthday, and within a year of my father's death. Africa has been my country from that time to this. I am only in England as a visitor." "You mean to go back?" "Ah, yes, I mean to go home." "A strange fancy for a young man with all the world before him." "I know no grander world than the shores of Zambesi, no happier life than the freedom of the wilderness." "You can tell me your adventures over a glass of mouton tonight. Go and get your portmanteau." "You are too kind, Sir Joseph, But are you sure I shan't be in the way? If you have come to the north on business, you may find yourself bored by a visitor." "I never put myself in the way of being bored," answered the old man bluntly. "You may be sure I shouldn't ask you if I didn't want you here." "Then I shall be delighted to come," said Mountford. "I only regret that I shall not see my young cousin." Bramer was full of her praises. "She's a good little girl," said Sir Joseph. "I don't think my life would be worth sixpence a day without her." And then his thoughts went back to the girl's mother, and to those far-away days when he sat by Lady Lucy's side in the Hertford Street drawing-room, and she told him of her little story of a misplaced love. Was this Braddon Mountford the son of that Braddon Mountford, he wondered, nervously anxious to be enlightened. "Your father was in the army, I think," he said tentatively. "Yes, in the engineers. He died in India, as brave a soldier as ever fought there." "And your mother, is she no longer living?" The young man's face flushed at the question, and a troubled look came into his eyes. "My mother died many years ago, while I was at Wellington. She had been a great invalid ever since my birth," he answered, with painful pauses in the final sentence. Sir Joseph felt that he had been cruel to push the question, but he had wanted to be sure of his facts, and now he was sure. This man was the son of that distant cousin to whom Lucy's young heart had gone out, and who doubtless had given her love for love. The man so unhappily mated, so faithful to that tragic bond. "If I can do him a good turn, I will," thought Sir Joseph. "He shan't go back to Africa if I can hinder it. He would make a capital husband for Marie. They would be a splendid couple." Braddon brought his portmanteau and fishing tackle to Ellerslie in the course of the afternoon, and dined alone with Sir Joseph in a snug tapestried parlour, which the millionaire preferred to the great dining-room with its lofty carved oak buffet and decoration of gold plate. The two men sat a long time over their wine, though Braddon did but just small justice to Sir Joseph's famous mouton. He was a tremendous smoker, however, and consumed nearly a dozen cigarettes while Sir Joseph entertained him with reminiscences of his juvenile struggles and the hazards and successes of his manhood. It was late when they went to the long drawing-room, and Braddon, who had forgotten his host's mention of an adopted niece, was startled at seeing a young woman, neatly dressed in black silk, with a bunch of tea roses at her waistband, seated, reading, near a lamp-lit table. She had not dined with them, yet she had the air of being one of the family. Sir Joseph introduced Mr. Mountford to this young lady, who was called Miss Arnold, yet who spoke with a French accent, and whose dark eyes and warm olive complexion were decidedly un-English. "And now, Marie, you can sing us one of your little songs," said Sir Joseph, settling himself in a luxurious chair, with evident resignation to an impending slumber. He was asleep before Marie had finished her first song, and Braddon and the young lady were practically alone, a fact which seemed less embarrassing to her than to the man not long returned from Mashonaland, and from a society which bulk, beads, and blackness are the chief characteristics of female beauty. It was a new thing for Braddon to find himself in a solitude of two with a handsome young woman whose history, associations, and character were utterly unknown to him. She sang the inevitable "Si tu savais" with a good deal of feeling, and in a rich contralto voice, and then "De Morse Ninon," and then a little Provençal ballade, and then another at Braddon's urgent request. When he could not with decency ask her to sing any more, he entreated her to play something. Chopin, D'Albert, Strauss, Sebastian Bach, Porpora, Lully, anything she chose. He would have kept her at the piano all the evening if he could, rather than face the ordeal of conversation with a strange young person, but she rose and shook her head at the question of playing. "I am no pianist," she said. "I have never played anything but my own accompaniment. Mrs. Higginson plays magnificently. I should never dare to attempt the piano, for she is. I learned to play after I was grown up." "What kind of music does Mrs. Higginson prefer?" asked Braddon. "Oh, all the great masters. Beethoven, Mozart, Mendelssohn, Chopin. And she extemporizes exquisitely. The piano, to her, is a living creature, her most intimate friend. She and her piano talk to each other for hours together. I can only sit in a corner with my needlework and wonder at her. She is far away from me in another world." "Ah, yes, my little girl has a genius for music," said Sir Joseph, awakened at once by the cessation of song. "And Marie has a fine voice and a pretty taste, hasn't she, Mountford?" Braddon said all that was proper and complimentary about Miss Arnold's singing, and felt infinitely relieved by the worthy baronet's return to consciousness and conversation. "I hope I may have the pleasure of hearing Miss Higginson play before I leave Ellerslie," he said presently. "Does she return soon?" "That depends on her doctor. She is not to leave Hastings without his permission." "Ah, you must miss her sadly." "I would be lost without her if it weren't for Marie. She takes care of me. She's like a second daughter to me. By the way, Marie, Mr. Urquhart is coming in a day or two. Don't forget to tell Morrison to have his room ready." Marie's cheek and brow crimsoned, and the dark, strongly arched brows contracted in a frown. "What brings Mr. Urquhart here again so soon?" "The same attraction that brings Mr. Mountford, my salmon river." "He will be company for you, Mountford," added Sir Joseph to his guest. "Urquhart's brother, Lord Penrith, is a neighbour of mine. Urquhart lost his wife only a year ago, married badly, a poor parson's daughter, and he contrives to spend a good deal of his life at Callander Castle. It suits him uncommonly well, you understand, for he has my shooting and fishing as well as his brother's." Braddon watched Marie Arnold's face while Sir Joseph was talking, and wondered at the angry and troubled look which clouded a countenance that had been gay and smiling a few minutes before. There must be some strong reason for her dislike of Mr. Urquhart, he told himself, and he became more interested in the girl's character and history from this moment. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Thou Art the Man. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Thou Art the Man by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 6. If It Could Have Been. Hubert Urquhart arrived 3 days after Mountford's establishment at Ellerslie, by which time the stranger had made himself at home in his new surroundings, had explored gardens and park under Marie's guidance, had seen a coal mine and an iron mine, had become very good friends with Sir Joseph, and had won the approval of Sir Joseph's head keeper. Urquhart's arrival was no more welcome to Braddon than it was to Marie Arnold. The old acquaintance was civil to the newcomer, but was evidently displeased at finding a stranger domesticated at Ellerslie. The more so, perhaps, when he heard that the stranger was a connection of Sir Joseph's and had a legitimate claim upon his hospitality. Mr. Urquhart was 34 years of age and had been in a cavalry regiment and had sold out just before the abolition of purchase in the army. He had married badly, as Sir Joseph told Braddon, had married in haste, and repented with equal celerity. He had not been unkind to his wife, but he had been neglectful, and even his battered conscience had felt some remorseful twinges when the poor, faded prettiness which had once been so purely pink and white faded out of life altogether, suddenly, after the birth of a second baby, which only survived the mother by a fortnight. She died at the Yorkshire parsonage in which the greater part of her life had been spent, and where her orphan daughter, Cora Lee, was now being cared for by a widowed grandfather and 2 spinster aunts. Those remorseful pangs of conscience for a wife from whose deathbed he had been absent did not long discompose the gentlemanlike equanimity which was a mark of race in Hubert Urquhart. He went back to his patrimonial home, a free man, and took his ease in the house of his elder brother, Lord Penrith, still a bachelor, and burdened with an estate richer in acreage and historical interest than in revenue. The Penriths had been poor for 3 generations and were getting poorer as land declined in value. Lord Penrith had just missed 3 great heiresses, having tried his hardest for all 3, and having been near acceptance with each. There was something wanting in his nature, where women are concerned. The cold hardness of the Urquhart character might have subjugated some meek, sentimental girl whose dream of love is of upward-looking, worshipping affection, the love of the brooks for the moon. But heiresses have got beyond that kind of sentimentalism. They require to be worshipped themselves, and the more exacting among them require sincerity in the worshipper. Lord Penrith had never been able to even seem sincere, and in each case he found finally that he had but made the running for some hot-headed, impetuous lover who was able to put a little heart into the courtship. Crushed by his 3rd disappointment, Penrith had retired to his Cumbrian castle and into himself, and already bore the reputation of a misanthrope and a woman-hater. He had almost abandoned the hope of restoring the fortunes of his race by a wealthy alliance. The Anglo-American marriage, the strictly modern blend of the feudal castle and the transatlantic oil well, had hardly come into fashion at that time, and Lord Penrith, having failed to attach himself to English coin in the possession of English beauty, retired to his tent like Achilles and sulked there, content to shoot and fish and hunt and farm, remote from society and woman's wiles. He was Hubert Urquhart's senior by 5 years, a man of graver character, but of the same hardness of fibre. Hubert had a kind of surface pleasantness which served his turn in society and which made him more popular than his elder brother. The Urquharts were a handsome race, always allowing for that hardness of expression which was a family characteristic. Penrith and his brother were both tall, strongly built, yet slender, with commanding carriage and a thoroughbred delicacy of hand and foot. Both had the Scottish type of features and complexion, long, thin noses, thin lips, and cold gray eyes, and auburn hair, and they were men who looked their best in Highland clothes, which made up by the picturesque for what was wanting in the wearers in personal charm. Hubert Urquhart's keen gray eye scanned Braddon from head to foot, weighed him in the balance, and found him wanting as a man of the world. "I am told you have spent half your life in Africa, Mountford," he said, in a pause of their sport, as they sat on the river bank discussing a snack of bread and cheese and a bottle of Bass. "Not quite. My life has lasted 26 years, of which 5 have been spent in Africa." "Why did you go?" Brandon's brow clouded at the question. "I had been ill, and my doctor told me to live in the open air." "You could have done that in Argyllshire or Connemara." "No doubt, but I preferred Mashonaland." "Curious fancy," said Urquhart with a slightly contemptuous air. "I have never yet been able to realize the motives of a man who runs away from civilization, unless he is running away from debts and difficulties at the same time, which of course was not your case. And you really found the crocodile and the Zambezi rivers more attractive than the Rhine or the Arno?" "Infinitely more attractive. I grant that the European rivers have all the charm of association, that there are some names, Tiber for instance, which act like a spell, but that untrodden world yonder has what the civilized world has not: freshness and mystery." "Ah, you hanker after the unexplored and the unknown. My ideal is a place like Monte Carlo, where there are good hotels, pretty women, and a 30 et 40 table, to say nothing of pigeon shooting. I've never been further afield for pleasure than southern Italy, and I hope never to go. What do you think of old Higginson?" "A splendid old man, plenty of grit and plenty of heart. A sturdy old Briton, ain't he? Distinctly native production. The kind of man we all pretend to be proud of, and of whom we all laugh at." I have not yet discovered the ridiculous side of his character. Ah, you are a connection, and you think it a point of honor to take the good old bloke seriously. I am indebted to him for infinite hospitality. I like his house, his shooting, his river, and I like him. But for all, I can't help seeing that he is a capital joke. His frank boastfulness, for instance, his missing aspirates, his prosy recapitulation of the various steps by which he mounted fortune's ladder. The worst of such men is they can take nothing for granted. Everything in their lives must be expatiated upon. I like his frankness, and I don't mind his bragging, which is a part of his frankness. Oh, come now, Mountford. Hang frankness. Call it frank egotism. Candor is only a synonym for want of manners. Your candid man goes about the world plaguing everybody with his own feelings and his own affairs. The first lesson a well-bred man learns is that the art of self-suppression, and that the outside world doesn't care twopence whether he's alive or dead. What is your opinion of Sir Joseph's handsome niece, ward, or whatever you like to call her? You have just told me that reticence is a sovereign merit in civilized man, and yet you question me about my opinions. Opinions are always interesting. Marie Arnold is a handsome woman. We are both men and are both mortal. We can hardly help admiring her. You have expressed an opinion that serves for both of us. There is nothing left for me to say. You think her handsome, then? Questioned Urquhart with keen eyes bent upon his companion. Of her type, most assuredly. But you don't care for the type, evidently. I confess that there is a little too much prodigality in form and coloring for my ideal. That southern splendor dazzles me more than it attracts. The type I most admire is of a paler beauty. There is an ethereal Raphaelesque fairness, which is, to my mind, the perfection of loveliness. You're thinking of your cousin, I fancy, said Urquhart, still keenly watching of his companion's face. Of my cousin? Oh, you mean Miss Higginson, perhaps. I have never seen her, but her portrait as a child does certainly realize my ideal, allowing for the disadvantages of that nondescript age, which face and form have lost the charm of infancy without acquiring the grace of girlhood. But how is it that you've never seen her before? There's no how about the matter. No reason why I should have been here sooner, or why I should have come at all, except the stream yonder. My connection with Ellerslie is of the slightest. My father and Lady Lucy were a kind of distant cousins, and Miss Higginson and I are just one stage further apart on the family tree. If you look at the Mountford pedigree, you will find my name in an obscure bracket near the edge of the document, while Miss Higginson, as granddaughter of the present Lord Allendale, occupies a central position. Miss Higginson is a personage anywhere and everywhere, a great heiress and a great beauty, after your Raphaelesque type. The beer bottles were empty by this time, and the soothing digestive pipe was finished, so the two men went back to the river, and for the rest of the day were better occupied than in idle conversation. Perhaps Urquhart had asked all the questions he wanted to ask, yet he tramped back to Ellerslie House in a somewhat discontented mood, for being himself innately insincere, he found it difficult to credit anybody else with sincerity. "Pretends not to like her," he mused, as he and Braddon walked up the hill between 4 and 5 o'clock after a disappointing day. "I never knew a man who did not depreciate the woman he was in love with. They like to throw another man off the scent, even when there is no particular reason for concealment." It was one of those halcyon days which April steals from May or June, and they found Sir Joseph taking tea on the terrace, with Marie ministering to his comforts, buttering his thin, dry toast, and measuring out the precise amount of cream he liked in his cup. The old man was basking in the afternoon sunshine, basking also in the sense of well-being, of a life profitably spent, of a great fortune honorably acquired, of the power which wealth gives when that wealth is realized out of the thews and sinews of working men, and when a whole population depends for its bread upon one man. At a nod of Sir Joseph's head, those villages yonder, scattered on the bleak moorland, might be reduced to idleness and penury. He had been, upon the whole, a beneficent employer. He had never forgotten that he once worked for his bread, or that his mother had risen at 5 o'clock on winter mornings to go out washing, and that his sympathy with working men and women had never been lessened by his own luxurious surroundings. He knew as well what they wanted now as he knew what he wanted 50 years ago when he was one of them. The link between him and his people had never been broken. When there were strikes and lockouts over half England, Sir Joseph's peace was unthreatened. His men laughed trade unionists to scorn. They wanted no socialist friends from Newcastle or Shields. They had the best friend they could have in Old Joe, and so long as Old Joe was above ground, they would work for him and trust him. He had made it the study of his life to be in advance of his men's necessities, and to concede advantages unasked that were soon afterwards being fought for with murderous rancor in other districts. Little wonder, then, that Sir Joseph Higginson's influence was rooted deep in the hearts of his people. His young wife's brief residence at Ellerslie had been a reign of beneficence, and it had been Sibyl's delight to continue the good work her mother had begun. So the voice of the socialist charm he never so wisely was powerless to arouse evil feeling among the men of Ellerslie. The salmon fishers were received with cordiality by Sir Joseph, and with a certain mute emotion by Marie Arnold, who blushed at their coming, blushed as she never had done when Urquhart came alone. He himself noted with sullen jealousy there was evidently a flirtation on foot already between Braddon and her, and Braddon's indifference was only an assumption, Urquhart told himself as he drew his chair to the tea table and watched Marie as she poured out tea for the new arrivals. He marked her lowered eyelids, those full, firm eyelids, which had a look of marble above their dark lashes. He noticed the tremulous uncertainty of her hands as they moved among the cups and saucers. Yes, this newcomer had made a deeper impression upon her foolish little mind in 3 days than he, Urquhart, had made in all his lengthy visits, and with all his subtlest flatteries and most delicate attentions. He had hated Mountford from the outset as a dangerous interloper, and now he was assured that he had not hated him without cause. Hubert Urquhart had fallen in love with Marie Arnold on his first visit to Ellerslie, a 3 months widower, but he had been careful to give no indication of his feelings. He had been studiously courteous, and he had ventured on an occasional compliment, but he had gone no further, waiting to be sure of his ground before he declared himself. From the beginning, he had made up his mind that Marie Arnold was nearer and dearer to Sir Joseph than the old man had told the world. His casual way of talking of her, sometimes as the daughter of a man who had been killed in his service, sometimes as a kind of adopted niece, did not deceive Mr. Urquhart. He saw that Sir Joseph was as proud of Marie's beauty and accomplishments as he was of Sibyl's more refined attractions, and that his eyes turned as fondly upon the alien when the 2 girls stood beside his chair bidding him good night as ever they turned upon his acknowledged daughter. Urquhart had no doubt that Marie too was his daughter, the issue of some intrigue which had lightened the cares of his work in the Belgian mining country, and it occurred to him that even an unacknowledged daughter of Sir Joseph Higginson would be no bad match for the impecunious scion of a noble house. He was cautious, however, and went to work deliberately, although he was deeper in love with Marie Arnold than he had ever been with any woman in his life. It may be that there was something in the warmth and quick impulse of her southern nature which charmed him by contrast with his own cold and sluggish temperament. Ice and fire could not have been more different, but the ice trembled and melted at the touch of that fire, and the hard, battered man of the world owned himself the slave of this unsophisticated girl. Festina lente, he said to himself. I can't afford to marry her unless there's money in it. He had heard a good deal about a certain Andrew Orlebar, Sir Joseph's factotum, secretary, and alter ego, and he fancied that this Orlebar would be the right man to put him on the right tack. Orlebar must know all about Marie's origin and Marie's expectations. The only question was how much of that information Mr. Orlebar might be disposed to impart in answer to judicious pumping. Heretofore, Mr. Urquhart had been unlucky in finding Orlebar absent from Ellerslie, either watching his chief's business in London or on some continental mission. He was a man who needed no more warning or preparation for a journey to Egypt or India than commoner men require for a trip to Brighton or Paris. He lived, moved, and breathed only for his employer, had neither kith nor kin, tastes nor pleasures of his own, a colorless, faithful, stolid, unenjoying machine, fashioned in the likeness of man. This time Urquhart had taken care to be sure of Orlebar's presence at Ellerslie before he offered himself as a visitor, and here in the glow of the afternoon sunlight came this very Orlebar, shuffling along the terrace, faded, dusky, gray, amid all the wealth of color in a garden unfolding its beauty to spring. He made a discordant note in that harmony of brilliant hues, a patch of dirty gray which offended the eye. He brought his chief a packet of letters, the afternoon mail, and they two were soon sitting apart, with heads close together and brows bent over the open letters by the marble balustrade, and at the base of a marble pen, which seemed to look down at them in grim derision of their money-grubbing instincts. What did money matter to the great god Pan, the forest wildling, who had all the wealth of nature for his own? Marie questioned the men about their day's sport, and Urquhart noticed how her glances turned shyly to Mountfort, and dwelt on his face while he talked, and even lingered there when he was silent. Towards him, Urquhart, she had shown only avoidance, had made all pursuit of her difficult, had been openly scornful when he praised her beauty or seemed to hang entranced upon her singing, seemed only, since music was a missing sense with most of the Urquharts, and for him a barrel organ in a London street playing the latest musical melody, or a brass band in the park braying the last flashy waltz, realized all that music should be. Marie sang her little French songs at Sir Joseph's bidding upon this evening, just as she had sung on previous evenings, and Sir Joseph slept to the music as before. But Mountfort perceived a change in her manner. She was less at her ease than she had been when he and she had been practically alone. She was silent in the intervals of her singing, and she retired early. When she was gone, Sir Joseph challenged Mountfort to a great game of cribbage, in which the old man excelled, and Urquhart strolled off to the billiard-room in quest of Andrew Orlebar, who had dined with him, and had disappeared immediately after dinner, neither sharing the after-dinner claret nor the after-dinner cigars. "Curious fellow, Orlebar," explained the master of the house. "He neither smokes nor drinks. He has no vices, and I sometimes think he has no virtues. He is the nearest approach to a calculating machine that a warm-blooded animal could attain to." "And remarkably useful to you, no doubt, Sir Joseph," said Mountfort. "Invaluable. The human calculating machine is the rarest product of nature. Your average accountant is distracted by the burden of his own egotism, his passions, domestic anxieties, temptations, proclivities. My friend Orlebar is arithmetic incarnate." Orlebar had a den of his own adjoining the billiard-room, by courtesy. Mr. Orlebar's study, in actual appearance an accountant's office, a piece of pigeonholes and ledgers and dockets and files, its most interesting literature a long row of Whitaker's Almanacs, sole record of the passing years. The room was conveniently situated for Sir Joseph, who was fond of billiards and liked to run in and out of his secretary's den as occasion prompted. Urquhart took down a cue and amused himself with a few experimental shots, with his eye half upon the half-open door of Orlebar's room. Yes, the grey old man was there. Urquhart heard the scratching of his pen. He went to the door and looked in at the bent shoulders and iron grey head leaning over a page of foolscap. "Can I tempt you to put down your pen and take up a cue, Mr. Orlebar?" he asked. Orlebar looked at him quietly, neither surprise nor gratification expressed on his blunt physiognomy. "I don't play billiards," he said. "I sometimes mark." He drew a sheet of blotting paper over a page of closely ruled columns filled with figures, and left his desk as if ready for conversation. "Oh, don't let me disturb you if you don't care to play." "I have finished my evening's work," answered Orlebar, "and I am going out for my evening constitutional." "What, you walk after dinner, do you?" "Always, Mr. Urquhart, wet or fine. No machine will go on smoothly without oil, and locomotion is the only oil I know of that will keep the human machine in good working order. I walk 6 miles per diem." "Let me walk with you," said Urquhart with a friendly air. "Sir Joseph and Mr. Mountford are at cards. I should like to walk." "Won't it bore you, though, such a walk as I take, and down the terrace so many turns for a mile? It is not the kind of walk a young man like you would care for." Urquhart looked at the dull, grey face before he answered. There was a lurking shrewdness under the surface stolidity of Mr. Orlebar's countenance, which told him that any attempt to conceal his own motives would be worse than useless. It would damage his chances of getting any help in this quarter. "I don't care where I walk as long as I keep you moving," he said, "and I particularly want a little chat with you." "Come along, then," said Orlebar, opening a glass door which gave on to the terrace, and in the next minute he and Urquhart were walking side by side in the misty stillness of a mild April night. "You want to talk to me, you say? You want a tip for the stock exchange, no doubt. You've a fancy for some new venture, and you think Andrew Orlebar is up to the deed." "My dear Mr. Orlebar, I am not a speculator." "My dear Mr. Orlebar, I'm not a speculator. For the best of all reasons, I have never had any capital to invest. There are men who speculate without capital, but I am glad that you are not one of those," said Orlebar. "They don't often last. The subject upon which I want to talk to you is one that touches me much nearer than any money question could." "Then it must touch you very near." "It does, for it is an affair of the heart." "And you come to me for an advice in a love affair?" exclaimed Orlebar with a dry laugh. That's the oddest idea I've heard for a long time. Do I look like a man to advise a lover how to win his mistress? Frankly, you don't, said Urquhart, echoing his laugh. But in my case, you can give very valuable advice, since the lady I am in love with is a kind of ward of your chief's. Marie Arnold. You are in love with Marie, aren't you? Well, you might make a worse choice. She is a handsome young woman. She has a fine voice. She has been well brought up and has good principles. And she will not be without a dowry, I conclude. Ah, then, you are not so deep in love as to leave money out of the question. My good Mr. Orlebar, I am a man of the world. I made one foolish marriage, a sweet girl, pure as an angel, but without a rap. I am too old to make a second blunder of the same kind. If I were a rich man, I should be proud to marry Miss Arnold without a penny. But I have only a younger son's portion, and I have a daughter to maintain. Sir Joseph must naturally desire to find a husband for his ward. Oh, why naturally? Because her position in his household is anomalous and must lead to complications now that Miss Higginson is grown up. Why anomalous? Oh, my dear Orlebar, you must see the difficulty of the case as clearly as I do, said Urquhart, growing familiar. Here is a beautiful girl who is, and yet is not, a member of Sir Joseph's family. There is no avowed relationship, yet Sir Joseph is evidently as fond of her as of his daughter and heiress. Think of the difference between the positions of those two girls, and consider the bad feeling which that difference must awaken in poor Marie's mind a year or so hence, unless she marries and takes her place in society on the strength of that marriage. Who, with a grain of worldly knowledge, can doubt that her claim upon Sir Joseph's is just as strong as Miss Higginson's? You mean that she is neither more nor less than Sir Joseph's unacknowledged daughter, said Orlebar. That is my meaning, my fixed conviction. So let it be, my dear sir, was the bland reply. You know very nearly as much as I do about Miss Arnold. I was sent to a little mountain town in Provence to fetch the young lady at Sir Joseph's bidding. Her mother had died rather suddenly, and she, poor child, was alone and friendless, except for a few good-natured gossips, her dead mother's neighbors, too poor and too insignificant to be much use to her. I brought her to London, and from London dispatched her to Ellerslie, where she has lived ever since. Sir Joseph told me that her father was a clever engineer who was of great assistance to him in the working of an iron mine, and who was killed while in his service. For my own part, I see nothing remarkable in the fact that a man in Sir Joseph's position should show kindness to the widow and orphan of so valuable a servant. That he should show kindness, no, but that he should show and introduce the engineer's daughter into his home and take her to his heart, there I think you will own he oversteps the mark and strains credulity. By the way, how old was Marie at the time of her father's death. She was not born. A posthumous child. Was she born soon after her father's death? I cannot gratify you with such minute details. I have no curiosity on the point, only as a man of the world. You must forgive me if I doubt your chief's account of the transaction. I am so fond of Maria that I should like to know all I can about her parentage, in her interest rather than my own. I could love her no less had she been a beggar's brat. I don't want to entrap her into a marriage that would mean poverty, but if Sir Joseph would make a respectable settlement, a settlement in accordance with his own large means. You have not beaten about the bush with me, and I'll be frank with you, Mr. Urquhart, said Orlebar gravely. You are right in supposing that Sir Joseph considers his ward's position somewhat anomalous, or rather that it may appear so when his daughter comes down to the full blaze of society footlights, while Marie Arnold is left at the back of the stage. I believe I am justified in saying that he would like to see this young person married to a husband whom she could love, and he could approve. With such a husband, he would be disposed to treat liberally upon the question of settlements, and I should say that Miss Arnold's dowry might be anything between 20 and 50,000 pounds. You know, of course, that the larger sum would be as easy a matter to Sir Joseph as the smaller. It would be a question of his own inclination and judgment what amount he should give. Undoubtedly. And do you think he would favor my suit? Apart from the money question, I am not a bad match for a young lady in Miss Arnold's position. I belong to one of the oldest families in Cumberland, and I am heir presumptive to an earldom. Lord Penrith is still a young man, Mr. Urquhart. True, but he is a young man with an old man's habits and ideas, and I don't think he will ever marry. That is a point in your favor, but to be frank with you, I doubt if Sir Joseph would quite approve of your antecedents. His ward would have to be very much in love with you in order to win her guardian's consent to the match. Urquhart's brow contracted at the suggestion. He knew in his heart that Marie Arnold's present feeling for him was nearer dislike than love, and he knew that he would have a hard battle to fight before he could get her to be his advocate with Sir Joseph. His hope had been that Sir Joseph would adopt him as a suitor and force his suit with Marie. He did not despair, however, having seen many cases in which love began with aversion. As for my antecedents, he replied after a longish pause, I don't fancy I have been worse than most young men of family, and having sown a few wild oats, I am all the more likely to settle down as a respectable family man. If I could win such a wife as Miss Arnold, I should have a spur to ambition, and might make my way in the political world. With Penrith's interests and Sir Joseph's, I might be able to achieve a distinguished public position. The aspiration is at least creditable. The best advice I can give you is to win the lady. With her on your side, there might be a chance of victory. Sir Joseph would do much to secure her happiness," concluded Orlebar in the friendliest tone, and then within himself he said, "Huh, but unless I am vastly deceived in my estimate of his knowledge of character, he will never entrust her happiness to a foxy-haired gentleman of your particular type." While this conversation was being carried on in a perambulatory fashion on the terrace, where the sound of the sea came with an undertone of monotonous melancholy, as if it were the great voice of nature mourning the degeneracy of man, another conversation of which Marie Arnold was the subject was going on in the drawing-room. Sir Joseph played his first 2 games with spirit, but the 3rd game had hardly begun when his attention flagged and his play became careless. "What do you think of my adopted daughter?" he asked abruptly. "I think her a very handsome young woman," Mountford answered easily. "There can be hardly 2 opinions upon that point. She seems as amiable as she is good-looking." "She is," replied Sir Joseph quickly. "There is no seeming in her case. She has lived a good many years under this roof, and no one has ever had occasion to find fault with her. She is a good, dear girl, the daughter of a man who was killed in my service. I deemed it my duty to look after her and her widowed mother, and I have never had cause to repent that I undertook the responsibility. She has lived in this house as Sibyl's friend and companion, and she has never shown the slightest jealousy of my little girl's advantages. I don't want her to find out how great a difference the outside world can make between a great heiress and a young woman who is practically a nobody. I should like to see Marie comfortably married before the end of this year, married to a man she can love, a man who shall be worthy of her love." "There should be no difficulty in finding such a man in the wide circle of your acquaintance, Sir Joseph," said Braddon gravely, without looking up from his cards. He had an uncomfortable feeling that there was some serious intention in this host's discourse, an intention that involved himself. "No, indeed. I know plenty of young men on their promotion, decent fellows enough, to whom a wife with 20,000 or so for her dowry would be like a gift dropped from heaven. But I should like to find a husband of whose antecedents I know more than I can know about a casual acquaintance of the West End or City, a man who comes of good stock, and in whom honor and generous feeling are hereditary qualities. I believe in heredity, Mr. Mountford. My father was a peasant, but he was an honest man, and he could trace his descent from many generations of honest, God-fearing men. We plebeians have our old races as well as you patricians." "I've never doubted that. On the Allendale estate there are peasant families that were settled on the soil before the signing of the Great Charter freed them from their heaviest burdens." The game continued languidly, till Sir Joseph laid down his cards with a thoughtful sigh, took off his spectacles, and leaned back in his chair. "That girl doesn't like Urquhart," he said abruptly. "I wonder whether you noticed the change in her manner tonight?" "Yes, Sir Joseph. I saw that Miss Arnold seemed hardly in her usual good spirits this evening. As Mr. Urquhart made himself obnoxious to her in any way?" Not to my knowledge. It is only a womanish prejudice for which she can give no reason. I sounded her about him the last time he was here. She doesn't like him. Doesn't know why. Objects to the color of his hair or the shape of his nose, perhaps. I didn't argue the matter with her, and I shouldn't have had him here again if he hadn't offered himself. It wouldn't have been neighborly to say no, and here he is. However, if she had liked him ever so well, I should have felt very doubtful about letting her marry him. I have heard some disagreeable stories about his conduct in relation to women. Braddon was silent. He had not been favorably impressed by Lord Penrith's younger brother, but he did not want to injure that gentleman's chances with Marie Arnold, having made up his mind that Urquhart was honestly in love with her. Sir Joseph had questioned him before tonight about his own plans for the future, the scheme of his life which he had made for himself, and Braddon had told his host that he meant to go back to Africa. His future lay there in a wandering life. He had no other ambition, no other desire. The old world of civilization could offer him nothing in exchange for the limitless horizons of the desert and the victories of the practiced hunter. Sir Joseph had argued against the foolishness of this idea, and now tonight he took up the thread of a former conversation. I can conceive of no greater waste of life than to tramp about a sandy wilderness and shoot lions with occasional intervals of malarial fever, he said. The life suits me as no other life could, replied Braddon. But have you no tie to bind you to your own country? Have you never been in love? Or have you given your English heart to a blackamoor? Since my boyish passion for my tutor's daughter, a buxom young woman of 29, whom I adored when I wore Eton collars, and to whom I wrote 6-page love letters every week while I was at the university, I have been heart whole, replied Braddon with perfect frankness. Nor does my passion for the land of the Zambesi extend to her living products in the shape of black beauty. I have hitherto been adamant to the charms of the Hottentot Venus. And you are free to fall in love with a handsome woman and marry her. No, Sir Joseph, I am not free to marry, and I shall never marry. You are not free? Do you mean to tell me that you entangled yourself by a foolish marriage when you were a lad? Married the young woman of 29, your tutor's daughter? My tutor's daughter was far too wise to reciprocate my boyish flame. She married one of the senior masters and is on the high road to become the wife of a bishop. Yet you say you are not free to marry. There are reasons in my family history which should forbid marriage in my case, Sir Joseph, Braddon answered gravely. And then, as in a vision of the night, there came back upon the old man a fair young face, turned to him in a sunlit room, a sad, pale face, streaming with tears, and a gentle voice telling him a cruel story of marriage and motherhood ending in lunacy. Yes, this young man's mother went out of her mind soon after his birth, and there was a strain of madness in his blood. It was only right that he should live and die unmarried, and yet, but for this cruel bar, what an excellent husband he would have made for Marie. Sir Joseph believed himself as a judge of character, and he had formed a high opinion of Braddon Mountford's rectitude and good feeling, and then he would have liked to have shown kindness to the son of that man whom Lucy Mountford had loved with a girl's innocent fancy before he had seen the face of her low-born husband. End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Thou Art the Man. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Thou Art the Man by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 7. Urquhart considers himself ill-used. That suggestion of a possible marriage had stirred the waters of Mara in Braddon Mountford's memory. In every man's mind there is some Mara pool which needs but a breath to disturb its bitter waters. With him the pool lay still and deep. Yet he had an ever-present consciousness that it was there, a silent sorrow, which made his life different from the lives of other young men. The fear of hereditary madness was the shadow that wrapped him round and set him apart from men of his own age and circumstances, and hemmed him in with considerations which but rarely block a young man's pathway. He looked back tonight in the solitude of his bedroom at Ellerslie, with the casements flung open to the soft spring night, and with all the waste of dark waters stretching far away to the distant silvery line that marked the horizon, touched with starlight. He looked back, as he often looked, and remembered his solitary childhood with his father's mother, old Mrs. Mountford, widow of General Mountford, who had fought in Arthur Wellesley's Indian campaign. He remembered that sad childhood, his father away in India, a captain of engineers under Sir Robert Napier, his grandmother, a gloomy woman, evangelical, with pinched means and a bitter sense of disappointment in her only son, despondent alike of the here and the hereafter. He remembered how and when he was between 14 and 15, he had been sent from Wellington College to a house at Highgate to see his dying mother, the mother whose face he had never looked upon within his memory. A lucid or semi-lucid interval had marked the ebbing away of life, and she had entreated to see her son, her baby, as she called him piteously. The tall lad stood beside her bed, holding her wasted hand in his, looking down at her with tearful eyes, and her first impulse had been to repudiate him. "Who is this great boy?" she asked. "Mine was a little baby." The nurse tried to explain to her, but she did not listen to the explanation. She was looking at the boy's face, and that told her more than anything the nurse could say about the years that had gone, the changes made by time. "Yes, yes, you are my boy," she cried. "You have your father's eyes. Where is he? Where is my husband? Why doesn't he come to me? He is very unkind. Everybody is unkind." The lad stayed at the doctor's house until all was over, and saw much of his mother in those last few days, those weary closing hours of life, during which her mind was clearer than it had been in all the melancholy years since her son's birth. From doctor and nurses, the son heard the history of those years of seclusion, her delusions, her fancies, the gleams of reason, the intervals of utter darkness. He saw the rooms in which she had lived, brightly furnished, homelike, comfortable even to luxury, and he understood how the absent husband had cared for his helpless wife, shirking no outlay that could ensure her well-being. He walked in the garden where she had walked, a spacious, old-fashioned garden, where the trees and shrubs and holly hedges had been growing for more than a century, and from which he could see the great city, veiled in its smoke curtain, vague, formless, monstrous. He had walked there full of melancholy thoughts. The poor mother, all his life long, a prisoner within those narrow bounds. No, not quite a prisoner. She had been allowed carriage airings whenever her condition permitted her being taken out of doors, carriage airings in the custody of a madhouse nurse. She had been no better off than a state prisoner at best. Years afterwards, when he saw the rocky island of Sainte Marguerite and the fortress in which the masked prisoner endured long years of silent solitude, his thoughts went back to the sitting room at Highgate and the sunny garden above the great smoke-bound city. Those few days at Highgate made a crisis in Braddon Mountford's youth. He went back to Wellington an altered being, and masters and boys were alike struck with the change which his mother's death had made in him. It was odd that he should take his loss so deeply to heart, they said, since he had seen so very little of his mother, a confirmed invalid. Over Braddon's life henceforth there brooded the shadow of a dark fate. He had talked to the doctor at Highgate, and had pressed him closely upon the question of hereditary lunacy, had inquired into the nature of his mother's malady, and had discovered that the mental flaw had first showed itself in the form of epilepsy, from which she had suffered as a young girl, but having, as it was supposed, entirely outlived the tendency to that terrible disease. She and her parents had kept that dark experience of her girlhood a secret from her husband and his family, an offense which old Mrs. Mountford had never forgiven. Over him, too, hung that horror of possible epilepsy. He brooded on this possibility and magnified its terrors as only youthful imagination can. He thought of himself as a creature apart from his fellows, marked with the signs of a revolting disease. When the 5th chapter of the 2nd book of Kings was read, he compared himself with Naaman the leper. But alas, the age of miraculous cures was past. There was no river in which he could wash and be free from the tendency that was in his blood, the ghastly heritage from his dead mother. He exaggerated all his boyish ailments, saw in every headache an omen of impending evil. It may have been by reason of these gloomy thoughts, or it may have been because his fears were rightly grounded, and that the fatal tendency was latent in his constitution, that the dreaded evil happened. He was nearly 18 years of age when the first attack occurred. The foul fiend of epilepsy seized upon him one evening in the school chapel, rent and tore him, and left him shattered and weakened, with a dull despair in his heart. Henceforth he knew himself doomed. One after another, these horrible convulsive seizures would tear at brain and body until reason would be wrecked in the struggle and madness would close the scene. As it had been with his mother, so it would be with him. He gave up all idea of the army. He went to Cambridge, worked hard there, and in his 3 years of university life had only that milder form of epileptic seizure which French physicians call le petit mal, in contradistinction to the severe and convulsive type, or le grand mal. Sometimes in his rooms, with his books open before him, or on the river, the sculls in his hands moving slowly with measured beat, there would be a sudden lapse of consciousness. He would go on rowing, perhaps with a mechanical motion, or the sculls would cease to work and the boat would drift with the stream for a little way, the man sitting there, lost to the world around him, knowing nothing till the slow awakening as from a trance, with the knowledge that he had lost himself, that in those few minutes reason and memory had gone. The consciousness of this malady darkened those days which should have been full of pleasantness, but he managed to take a very creditable degree, to the delight of his father, who enjoyed a year's furlough in his son's society, traveling through France and Italy. At Brindisi, father and son parted. On board a P&O steamer, parted, never to meet again on earth. For, within a few months of his return to India, Major Mountford died of jungle fever, and Braddon was lord of himself and of his small estate. The first use he made of his independence was to shake off the trammels of civilization and to set his face toward the wilderness. His Cambridge doctor had told him that the best chance of warding off future attacks and of outgrowing his malady would be found in a free, adventurous life, sport, travel, under God's sky. Much learning was a thing for him to avoid, nor would he be wise in going to the bar or in taking up medicine as a profession. He stayed at Cambridge and worked for his degree, only to gratify his father. He had no ambition of his own in association with the civilized world. If he was to go through life torn by devils, let the tormentors come upon him in the desert, where there would be none to see him in his agony, or at least no one whose scornful pity could smite him to the quick. His life in the wilderness had been, on the whole, a happy life. His love of sport and adventure had grown and strengthened with the growth of his skill as a marksman and his acumen as an explorer. Not often had his hereditary malady overtaken him in the midst of his wanderings, but he had not been altogether free from such visitations, and he knew that the tendency was still unconquered, an enemy kept at bay for the most part, but not beaten. What assurance had he that epilepsy might not, sooner or later, develop into dementia, as in the case of his mother? Sir Joseph had not even hinted at his idea of Mountfort as a husband for Marie, so there had been no harm done, the old man told himself, as he reflected upon last night's conversation with his guest, while he took his morning walk on the terrace before the 9 o'clock breakfast. Braddon had started for the river some hours before, having risen at dawn, but he and the keeper had gone down to the stream alone, Urquhart pleading a headache as a reason for staying indoors. Marie Arnold appeared on the terrace, looking bright and fresh in her pink cotton frock and black silk apron, soon after 8, and joined Sir Joseph in his walk. "A long letter from Sibyl," said the old man. "She is coming back early next week. Her cough has quite gone, and she is pining for home. You'll be glad to have her back again, won't you, Marie?" "Ah, very glad. Ellerslie is not Ellerslie without her." "And about this time next year she will be getting herself ready for the first May drawing room, and then goodbye Ellerslie and goodbye girlhood," said Sir Joseph with a sigh. "She will be swallowed up alive in the fashionable whirlpool, and you and I will lose our hold upon her." "I am not afraid of that, Sir Joseph. I don't think anything in the world will ever change her." "Well, perhaps you are right. Her mother passed through the ordeal unchanged. She was in the world, but never of it. She was like that young woman old John Evelyn was so fond of, who went dancing through the fiery furnace of court life, play acting and singing and waiting upon the queen and talking to the king in a society where half the women were unmentionable, and remained a saint to the last. Ah me! Sweet Mrs. Godolphin died in the bloom of her youth and beauty, like my dear wife. Well, Marie, we must reconcile ourselves to the inevitable. Sibyl's schoolroom days are over, and you are no longer a young girl. You must marry, my dear. We must find a good husband for you." "Please don't anticipate fate, Sir Joseph," said Marie with a nervous laugh and a vivid blush. "If Providence means me to marry, the husband will appear in due time, and in the meanwhile I shall be quite content to live my own quiet life here with old Mrs. Morrison, while you and Sibyl are in London." "And you will not think yourself hardly used? You won't think it hard that Sibyl should have all the pleasures the great world can give, while you are buried in this dull country home?" What right have I to envy Sibyl her life? I ought to feel nothing but gratitude for your goodness to my mother and me. If you had made me a servant, I ought to have been contented. Oh, don't, Marie, don't. You pain me when you talk like that. I want you to be happy, independent, assured of a bright future. I want you to feel that you have a claim upon me, a strong claim, that you are as much to me as an orphan niece could be, more than a niece, almost as much as a daughter, added Sir Joseph, his eyes dim with tears. You are all goodness to me. I have had more affection from you than I ever had from my mother, and Sibyl has been all a sister could be. Do you think I am going to complain because her loss is cast in the great world and mine out of it? You are a good girl, and your lot may be happier than hers, perhaps. Who can tell? Life went on very quietly at Ellerslie after this conversation between Sir Joseph and his adopted daughter. But that idea of finding a husband for Marie Arnold was still uppermost in his mind, and he was startled when Hubert Urquhart came to him in his study 2 days later and avowed his affection for Miss Arnold, an affection which he only waited Sir Joseph's consent to declare to the young lady. What? Have you said nothing to Marie about your feelings? Asked Sir Joseph. Nothing definite. I may have hinted at the state of the case. It is hardly possible for me to be in her society and not to let her see that I adore her. And how has she taken your hints or your adoration? She is an enigma to me, Sir Joseph. Yet I can but think, if I had your approval, if you showed yourself really in favor of our marriage, she would not look unkindly upon me. Oh, you think she would not object if I urged your suit? Well, Mr. Urquhart, I'll be frank with you and confess that you are about the last man I would choose as a husband for my adopted daughter. I may as well call her my adopted daughter, for I have all a father's affection for her. I am assured of that, Sir Joseph, said Urquhart. But I am at a loss to understand your objection to me as a match for a young lady who, I am informed, is the daughter of a mechanic, and who, therefore, would make some advance in the social scale if she became the wife of an earl's younger son. Kind hearts are more than coronets, said Mr. Urquhart. Your lineage is unobjectionable, but I cannot say as much for your character or antecedents. I may have gone the pace a little, admitted Urquhart, but I have sown my wild oats. It's not your wild oats I'm thinking about, so much as the character of the sower, answered Sir Joseph gravely. I've heard stories of your unkindness and neglect as a husband, Mr. Urquhart, and forgive me if I say that you have not a good character from your last place. I have been told that your wife died of a broken heart. Then you have been told lies, Sir Joseph. Society seldom forgives a man who marries out of its ranks. I married a country parson's penniless daughter, and Any unhappiness there may have been in her life was the result of circumstances over which I had no control. Were I to marry your adopted daughter, I conclude you would make a settlement which would secure her from the pinch of poverty, and which might help me carve out a career for myself, either in politics or at the bar. I would do much for a man she could love, and whom I could trust, replied Sir Joseph gravely. No question of money should stand between her and happiness. But, to be frank with you, once more, you are by no means the man I would choose. I understand, said Urquhart, pale with anger, yet trying to be courteous. You have made your choice already, perhaps. Mr. Mountford is the man you would prefer? Mr. Mountford is out of the question. He is a bachelor by inclination, and is bent upon a roving life in South Africa. Perhaps, Sir Joseph, after your frank depreciation of my character, I had better pack my portmanteau and leave the salmon to more favored anglers. I have no right to inflict an unwelcome guest upon your family circle. Don't talk nonsense, man. I may object to you as a husband for an impulsive, inexperienced girl, but that's no reason why I should turn you out of doors. Stop as long as you like. Only give Marie no more hints of your adoration. I have an idea that she is tolerably heart whole, so far as you are concerned. Urquhart did not order the packing of his portmanteau. The Salmon River was very attractive at this season, and it would not have suited his plans to leave Ellerslie, above all to leave Braddon Mountford master of the situation, for, let Sir Joseph say what he would, Urquhart thought that Mountford's pretensions would be favored. Mountford's family was as good as his, Urquhart's, and Mountford's antecedents offered no ugly blots to the inquiring eye. He had done well at the university. He had never made himself notorious by riotous living or debt. He had won renown as a fine shot and a sagacious explorer, and had published a record of his travels which had been praised by the critics and appreciated by the public. In such a man as this, Urquhart saw a dangerous rival. He saw, too, that Marie was interested in Mountford, and that it needed but some show of sympathy on his part to win her heart. Here, however, he was puzzled. Mountford seemed careless of charms which kindled Urquhart's warmest feelings. Was this coldness simulated, the mask of some deep design? Or was the man really indifferent? Urquhart watched him closely, and could surprise no touch of tenderness amidst his unvarying courtesy. Yet his own natural bent towards dissimulation inclined him to believe that Mountford was masking his batteries. There are some women who care only for the unattainable, and it might be that Marie thought all the more of Mountford because she had been unable to subjugate him. Urquhart had tried the other plan and had failed ignominiously. Mountford had been nearly 3 weeks at Ellerslie, and seemed to have interwoven himself into the family life. Sir Joseph had taken a cordial liking for him, and it was the old man's hearty kindness which induced him to protract his visit much beyond his original intention. "I don't know what we shall do without you when you leave us," said Sir Joseph. "We shall miss him sadly when he goes, shan't we, Marie?" He did not see Marie Arnold's blush as she bent over the newspaper she had been reading, and he thought her answer was cold and careless. And then he remembered Braddon's determination to remain unmarried, a resolve that was perhaps over-scrupulous, since his mother's malady might have bequeathed no fatal taint to him, and he thought it a merciful dispensation that Marie Arnold should be careless and indifferent. It was after 7 o'clock when Mountford came home that evening. He had been for a lonely ramble over the moor, glad to escape from Urquhart's society, even at the sacrifice of sport. Urquhart's conversation was the essence of worldly wisdom, of the streets streety, and a man who has spent his happiest years in the solitary places of the earth and has communed with God and nature under tropical stars does not much find salt or savor in the gossip of clubs or in the intrigues and money troubles of men about town. "I never knew such a fellow for not being interested in things that interest other men," said Urquhart discontentedly, when one of his choicest anecdotes had fallen flat. "I don't believe you even care for the turf." "Not a jot," answered Braddon. "I admire a racehorse because he is the perfection of blood and speed, not because he can win a cup." "Your indifference makes you very bad company," grumbled Urquhart. "We can't all shoot lions." Today Braddon had bathed his brain and senses in solitude, and he felt all the better for the long ramble in the wild, bleak country. He had seen Callander Castle afar off, tall and grey above the ridge of the moor, and he had wondered idly whether he would ever see it nearer, and what kind of man its owner, Urquhart's eldest brother, might be. And now, in the fading light, he walked up the hill, and by the winding shrubberied road that led to Ellerslie House. A carriage was driving a little way in front of him as he passed the lodge gate. It disappeared at the first turn of the road, and he thought no more of it, until he saw it standing before the porch, while a footman busied himself in carrying various articles of luggage, handbags, books, umbrellas, and such small deer, into the hall. From the hall came a sound of voices, and Sir Joseph's strong baritone, and a girlish voice which was like music, so low and sweetly toned. Could it be the daughter of the house? Braddon went into the hall feeling shyer than he had ever been in his life before. In those last days of confidential intercourse in Italy, when the father and son had talked together as man and man, Major Mountford had told his son that pathetic story of a hopeless love struggled against valiantly and never revealed. The thought that he was going to see the daughter of the woman his father had loved thrilled him strangely. He had been told that Sibyl was like her mother, and it was with a feeling almost of awe that he approached the girl of 18. He remembered an old photograph, gray and faded, a poor little photograph taken on the beach at Bognor by an itinerant photographer. The portrait of a girl in a broad-brimmed hat and an old-fashioned frock, but with, oh, so sweet and delicate a countenance, features so refined in their chiseling, such lovely lines of chin and throat, and such a slender, graceful figure. His father had taken that poor little photograph from his dispatch box. It was on glass, and it had accompanied him all over India without coming to grief. And from the shadowland of death and vanished years, the young face had looked at Braddon dimly, like a ghost. Yes, there were the same features, the same gracious lines, the same soft depth in the dark gray eyes that were looking at him now. "Hello, Mountford!" cried Sir Joseph gaily. "The master of the house has come home. No more lax behavior now. We shall have our mind to our manners. Come and be introduced to my tyrant." Sibyl held out her hand in the frankest, friendliest way. "I am ever so much obliged to you for helping to keep father in good spirits," she said. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Thou Art the Man. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Thou Art the Man by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 8. Dreaming and Waking. Life at Ellerslie took a new color for Braddon Mountford after that day. It had been pleasant, easy, unconventional from the beginning. He had felt the cordiality of Sir Joseph's welcome, the assurance that his presence gave pleasure to his host, but these things made an everyday happiness, and there was nothing wonderful or dreamlike in a well-found country house, a fine salmon river, and a cheery old man who had become his ascent to Fortune's temple on the lowest rung of the ladder. Sibyl's coming had changed the country house into an enchanted palace. The wind-blown terrace and lawns and shrubberies overlooking the bleak Irish Sea into an earthly paradise. Her coming had changed life into a lovely dream. Her light figure moving to and fro on the rough banks of the river transformed that stream into a magical watercourse leading to an unexplored Eden. When a boating expedition was proposed one day, he almost expected to find the boat drifting into the azure light of caverns as blue as the vast blue vault at Capri. He expected anything wonderful and abnormal rather than the rude grey hills and the barren moorland. In the beginning, he surrendered himself blindly to the enchantment of this girl's society. He knew that he could never think of himself or be thought of by Sir Joseph as a possible husband for this heiress of mines and millions. Sir Joseph had frankly stated his ambitious hopes for his daughter. "She must marry a peer, my dear Mountford," he said. "I want her to rise to the sphere which her mother left me when she stooped to marry me. I want to see her a countess before I die. She is pretty enough, and she will be rich enough to be a duchess, if there were an eligible duke. I won't marry her to a fortune-seeker or a profligate, Mountford. I may be ambitious, but I won't sacrifice my girl's happiness, even to make her a peeress." All this had been said more than once before Sibyl's return, and all this Mountford had accepted as inevitable, a decree of destiny, since Sir Joseph was the kind of man to carry out his own ideas to the letter, and it would be hard if among the bachelor peers of Great Britain a worthy as well as a titled husband could not be found for his heiress. Mountford knew himself out of the running. Were I a duke, and the inheritor of a couple of shires, I should be just as ineligible as I am now, he thought. Nothing would ever induce me to link my life with a dearer life and blight the heart that loved me. Having thus made up his mind about himself, having set himself resolutely on the side of the celibates, Braddon Mountford made the mistake which men are apt to make in such circumstances. He was too secure of himself. He thought that he might reckon in advance of the greybeard time, and think of himself as a middle-aged, unimpressionable misogynist, while he was still in the very morning of life, much fresher in heart and brain than the majority of young men, since he had never blunted his feelings in the mill-round of youthful dissipations, had not wasted the first fervent love of boyhood upon the sirens and sylphs of the music-halls or the dancing-club, had not been spoiled or wearied by the vacuity and parrot speech of the modish young lady, who is by way of being sporting or fast. To Braddon Mountford, an English girl in the morning of her youth was almost a new creation. Had Aphrodite herself met him in some cavern of that bleak shore in the half-life of daybreak, she could not have seemed more enchanting than Sibyl in the grace and purity of her unspoiled girlhood. He yielded unresistingly to the charm of her presence, accepted her friendly advances, telling her lightly that she was to think of him as a newly discovered poor relation, something of the nature of an uncle. "You might as well as call me Uncle, Miss Higginson," he said one day as he was assisting Sibyl and Marie not to catch salmon. They had taken a good many lessons in the art of throwing a fly, but had not yet achieved the distinction of a bite. "Oh, I couldn't possibly do that," Sibyl answered decisively. "You are much too young for an uncle. I will call you cousin, if you like, though perhaps even that would sound foolish. But we are a kind of cousins, aren't we?" "Yes, we are cousins in the third degree." "I'm glad of that. I like to know that I am related to you. Father likes you so much, quite as well as if you were his nephew. Please call me Sibyl in the future. Miss Higginson is dreadfully formal, and it's such an ugly name." It was agreed, therefore, that they were to call each other Braddon and Sibyl. "We are actually cousins," Sibyl explained the first time she uttered the visitor's Christian name in her father's hearing. "So it would be absurd to go on mistering and missing each other." The speech was so frankly spoken that Sir Joseph took no alarm at the idea. He, too, had accepted Braddon Mountford as a harmless bachelor cousin. He had met dozens of such young men in society, young men as harmless and often as necessary by reason of their helpfulness in all the minor details of domestic life as the often-quoted cat. He had no idea that such an existence could menace his dearest hopes. The time came too soon for Braddon's peace, after 10 or 12 days of unalloyed bliss, when the young man knew his own peril. He knew that he loved Sibyl with a love that means the happiness or misery of a lifetime, or at least of all life's best years. There may be healing for such a wound, but it is a cure so gradual and so tardy that the convalescent hardly knows whether the passing years have conquered his passion or worn out his heart. He knew that he loved her, knew that his delight in her society was something stronger and deeper than a man's pleasure in the company of a lovely and fascinating girl, knew that the lightest touch of her hand thrilled him, and that the sound of her voice, heard casually from the garden while he was writing a letter by the open window of his own room, would set his heart beating and make him write nonsense. They had been rarely alone together. They had only talked to each other in the lightest strains upon the most casual subjects. Marie was always with them, walking by sea or moor, lounging on the terrace, lingering over the friendly tea-table, visiting the stables, driving, riding. Marie was as inevitable as Sibyl's shadow. Braddon might have thought that this perpetual companionship on Miss Arnold's part was in obedience to orders from Sir Joseph. But Sir Joseph's whole way of life was too unsophisticated to allow of such an idea. No, Sir Joseph trusted his guest, and it was for his guest to prove worthy of the confidence that had been so freely given. Braddon knew that he had been received on the strength of his race, warranted, trustworthy, as it were, because of the good blood that flowed in his veins, the gentleman's heritage of honor and self-respect. Not for all that this earth can give of happiness would he have proved himself unworthy of the good man's confidence. Thinking over that shadowing of Sibyl by Marie Arnold, he accounted for it to his own satisfaction as a sign of the elder girl's jealous attachment to her adopted sister. It must be jealousy, and only jealousy, which made Marie dog their footsteps and intrude her own personality upon every conversation, every small scheme of amusement. There were times when he could see that even Sibyl was annoyed by the elder girl's obtrusiveness. They could talk of no subject in which Marie would not take her part, sometimes talking sheer nonsense in her eagerness to join in their conversation. Whatever the feeling was which influenced this strong and passionate nature, it was a feeling that totally changed the girl's manner, and the change, in Braddon's opinion, was greatly for the worse. He could but compare the Marie Arnold of the present, vehement, excitable, dictatorial even, with the Marie Arnold of those quiet days before Sibyl's return. Then the dependent had been all gentleness, modest, retiring, given to thoughtful silence, rather than overmuch speech. Now she was loquacious, irritable, capricious, changing without apparent reason from exaggerated gaiety to sullen gloom, resenting unintended slights, exacting, pettish. To Braddon, the change became hourly more mysterious and more worrying. "You know Miss Arnold better than I do," he said to Urquhart one evening in the billiard-room, "and perhaps you can tell me if she is often as disagreeable as she was to-day during our river excursion." In my sight, Marie Arnold can never be disagreeable. She is simply the loveliest woman I know, and the most fascinating." "I did not know you were so ardent an admirer. She is handsome, unquestionably, in a certain style. I can understand your admiring her, but I think you will admit that she has changed for the worse since Miss Higginson's return." "Possibly. I dare say she feels her false position a little more keenly when Sibyl is at home." "You are pleased to talk of a false position. Really, I don't see where the falsehood comes in. Sir Joseph treats her with unwavering kindness." "Sir Joseph treats his collie dog with unwavering kindness. But do you suppose such a girl as Marie, conscious of the highest gifts a woman can possess, does not feel the difference between the acknowledged and the unacknowledged daughter, the heiress and the dependent?" "I don't think Miss Arnold, or any friend of Miss Arnold's, has the right to jump at conclusions upon such a subject as that," returned Braddon with grave displeasure. He liked, and even respected, Sir Joseph Higginson, and on that account alone was inclined to resent the insinuation that this girl, whose presence was an ostensible fact in the family circle, could be the offspring of some low intrigue. Much more did he dislike the idea that Sibyl's companion and friend should be a base-born sister, the inheritor of a mother's shame. "Perhaps, as Sir Joseph is a very good fellow, and a millionaire, the wisest course for all of us is to imagine his moral character stainless," Urquhart retorted, with an open sneer. "For my part, I'm inclined to think him human, and that his affection for Marie Arnold has its roots in an unforgotten love of his youth. I don't believe in abstract benevolence or adopted nieces." Suddenly, swiftly, it was borne in upon Braddon Mountford that this paradise along whose sunlit paths he had been wandering, lost in a dream of unquestioning bliss, was a paradise from which he must flee, and that, once having left Eden, those good angels, self-respect and honor, standing with flaming swords on either side of the gate, would forbid his return. He had been trusted in that household. He had been warned by implication against any attempt to win Sibyl's heart, and now he shrank, appalled, bewildered, yet overjoyed, at the thought that her heart was almost won. Yes, albeit they were so rarely together and alone, even for a few minutes, he had seen the signs of a growing interest in him and his life. He had seen the fair young face steeped in those sudden overwhelming blushes which tell of nascent love. He had seen Sibyl start at his footstep, beam with gladness at his approach. He had seen her intense interest in those stories of his travels, which he had told casually at first, and with a diffident apprehension of becoming a bore, but which both Sibyl and Marie had urged him to enlarge upon, and to not repeat once, but several times, stories of lions, stories of savage foes, stories of fever, stories of tricksters and card-sharpers at Port Natal, stories of buffaloes, lost or dead, of extinguished campfires. There was no detail of his adventurous wanderings in which those two listeners were not interested. "I feel like a modern Othello with a pair of Desdemonas," he said lightly, one afternoon as he was sculling lazily with the current, while Sibyl and Marie sat in the stern of the skiff, Sibyl holding the rudder lines, and then he quoted, almost automatically. She loved me for the dangers I had passed, and I loved her that she did pity them. "Oh, Sibyl," he cried as the nose of the boat swung suddenly round. "What a jerk! Is that your idea of steering?" "I beg your pardon, Braddon. I thought that large barge was coming toward us." That barge was hugging the furthermost shore, about a quarter of a mile away. Braddon glanced at Marie, and was surprised at the angry light in the large dark eyes, surprised at the searching gaze which the elder girl fixed upon Sibyl's drooping eyelids and blushing cheeks. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Thou Art the Man. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Thou Art the Man by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 9. In the Pine Wood. Brandon Mountford had talked of leaving Ellerslie several times before his final resolution to fly from danger, but on each occasion Sir Joseph had pressed him to stay. "You don't want to be in London, Mountford," he said. "You are not a man about town like Urquhart. London can get on without you, even though the season has begun. Urquhart tells me that he must be in town before the 20th. You may as well stop till then. You two fellows are company for each other, and I like to see young people around my house." And on each occasion Brandon had weakly yielded, believing that if sadness should be the bitter after-fruit of joy, the sadness would be for himself alone, and the girl he loved in secret would go on her way, happy and heart-whole, to gladden some luckier life than his. But now it had been made clear to him, by casual looks and tones and innocent girlish emotions, that his love was returned, and there was no choice for him as a man of honour. He must go. It was not a question of ways and means. Had there been no barrier but his poverty between the heiress and himself, he would have hazarded being thought a fortune-hunter, and would have risked a rough refusal from Sir Joseph. He would have at least pleaded his own cause, offered the devotion of an honourable man, and taken his chance with the father. But between him and the woman he loved there stood a hideous spectre, the shadow that walketh at noonday, the terror of a disease, whose lightest aspect would chill that tender womanly heart, and whose fiercer phases might bring disgust as well as fear to the mind which now associated him with only noble and gracious things. Horrible, thrice horrible, that the woman he loved should ever look upon him in the clutch of those devils whose grip he had once felt rending and tearing him. A year of cloudless wedded life could not obliterate one moment of that grisly horror, when the face she loved would be convulsed and changed, and the lips she had kissed would be disfigured with foam and blood. No, love and marriage, the natural lot of other men, from the peer to the ploughman, were not for Brandon Mountford. Fate had given him good looks, a keen intelligence, a fine frame, but fate had laid upon him the burden of hereditary disease, and he must bear his burden with manly fortitude. He must not let an innocent and loving girl wither under the blight that lay upon him. Once during those happy days at Ellerslie, just when he was beginning to realize the fact that his love was returned and was beginning to foreshadow the sorrow of parting, he was reminded of his misery by an attack of le petit mal. Sitting in the sunlit garden, watching Marie and Sibyl playing tennis, two supple flying forms in gowns whose whiteness flashed in the sunshine, the cloud came over him. He sat with fixed, unseeing eyes, knowing nothing, till he heard a clock striking the hour, and, awakening as from a dull and heavy sleep, he saw that the two girls had left the tennis court, that the net had been taken down, and he was sitting alone. That attack, slight and harmless though it was, roused Mountford to immediate action. Finding it very difficult to resist Sir Joseph's hospitable urgency, strengthened as it was by his own unwillingness to depart, Mountford made all his preparations for departure quietly one morning, packed portmanteau and fishing tackle without asking help from anybody, with all the handiness of a traveller accustomed to roughing it in an uncivilized country. He had made up his mind irrevocably. He would leave Ellerslie next morning for London, spend the summer among his friends in or near London, and go back to Africa in the autumn. He meant to say nothing more about departure till he met Sir Joseph at breakfast on the following morning, when he could take a swift and sudden leave on the pretence of a summons from a kinsman, which excuse would not be very great divergence from truth, since an old bachelor uncle, his mother's elder brother, who had made a fortune as a banker in Melbourne, had for some time been urgent in his invitations. Mountford had excused himself from accompanying Urquhart to the river, and had left Sibyl and her inseparable companion sauntering together on the terrace outside the breakfast-room, perhaps waiting for him to propose river or sea or moorland ramble. Whatever they might have intended, Braddon Mountford left them to their own devices, and went straight to his room, where he began the prosaic task of folding his clothes and disposing them in two well-worn portmanteaux, which smelt of tar and sea-water, and looking over and packing his supply of flies and tackle, thinking with a despairing mournfulness of the river which he might never fish again. Never had he been so happy, or so unhappy, as at Ellerslie. He paused in his morning's work once as he crossed the room, arrested by his own image in the cheval glass. He stopped to survey himself deliberately from top to toe, looking at himself with the smile of bitterness, the smile that curls the lips with an upward curve, while the eyes remain fixed and gloomy. Not a half bad-looking fellow, he commented scornfully. Tall, well set up, a broad forehead, a bold, well-opened eye, features fairly regular, skin without a blemish. And then he took a book from the pocket of his portmanteau, a thin, cloth-bound octavo, and opened it at a page which had been read often enough for the volume to open of its own accord at that particular place. This was the passage he had marked with the broad, heavy stroke of a red pencil. Characteristics: turgescence of face, distortion of mouth and eyes, immobility of pupil, bloody froth issuing from mouth. This is the usual attack, or the grand mal. Not much room for a man to be vain of his looks who is subject to such a transformation as that, he said to himself as he put the book back into its hiding place. He had bought this exhaustive treatise upon his malady by a specialist after his first attack, and had read and reread the dismal details so coldly, so plainly described, not for the study of the sufferer, but for the calmer intelligence of the healer, the man of science, to whom the most revolting of maladies is only an interesting study, most interesting when most terrible. He had read the whole history of this strange disease. He had read of individual cases and their abnormal developments. He had hung with a grisly fascination over the story of the unhappy victim who, after being subject to epilepsy in its normal form from his childhood, at 27 years of age, suffered a sudden change in the nature of his malady and became the victim of a murderous instinct, which he resisted with the greatest difficulty, wrestling with himself as the demoniacs of old wrestled, fighting against the savage thirst for bloodshed which urged him to slay even his nearest and dearest, the mother he loved, the father he had honoured and obeyed all his life. That story of horror had eaten itself, like some corroding acid, into Braddon's brain. What if over his distorted mind that same fierce thirst of blood should come, suddenly like a fiery atmosphere steeping his senses, suddenly like the branding heat of the tropical sun leaping out of a tempestuous sky? There was no reason why he should not suffer a change as terrible as that which had made the Swabian peasant's life an existence of fear and trembling. Horror unutterable. To have won the woman he loved, to have promised to care for her and cherish her, to be trusted and loved by her, and, after a year or so of bliss, to wake up one day a creature of demoniac impulses, transformed from man to devil, yet knowing himself man, fighting against his evil genius, conscious of his criminal instincts, yet unable to conquer them, unable to save himself from his own insane longings, and seeing the wife he worshipped fall at his feet, his idol and his victim. Yes, in that homicidal fury he might murder her, the woman he loved. The horror of the thought was strong upon him as he sank into a chair by the bed and buried his face in the pillows. It was foolish to have opened that accursed book, he told himself, a book not intended for the lay mind. What good could it do to him to read of extreme cases? His was not an abnormal case, might never become severe or exceptional, although his mother's history had been of the saddest. He bore no resemblance to his mother physically. She had been fragile and delicate, pale, ethereal. He was strongly built like his father, tall and broad-shouldered, hardy and active. He had been living down the danger of inherited malady ever since those first threatenings of evil. No, he would not be such a coward as to dwell upon hideous forebodings. He would make that one sacrifice which honour and conscience demanded of him. He would live and die a stranger to those domestic ties which form so large a portion of man's happiness. But he would not poison his solitary existence by brooding over darkest possibilities. He would call Christian philosophy to his aid. He would not look beyond the evil of today towards the potential misery of the coming years. Argue with himself as he might, the opening of that book had unhinged him. He left his packing half finished, and went down to the drawing-room, whence he had heard the sound of the piano, and two fresh young voices in an Italian duet, which he knew well as a favourite of the two girls. The gong sounded for luncheon as he entered the room, and Sibyl rose from the piano. They all three went down together to the dining-room, and took their seats at a table that was much too large for so small a party. Sir Joseph had gone to Carlisle on railway business, and Urquhart was spending the day on the banks of the river. "I thought you were with Mr. Urquhart," Sibyl said to Braddon, "or that you would hardly have deserted us all the morning." "I had some work I was obliged to do. I was a martyr to duty." "Letter writing, I suppose. I know what a burden that is," Sibyl answered lightly. "I could not spare one of my innumerable aunts and cousins, but it weighs rather heavily upon me when they all want long, gossipy letters. There is not much material for gossip at Ellerslie." "No, I suppose you do find a dearth of incident sometimes," Braddon answered absently, his eyes looking down at his plate. He ate hardly anything, and might be said to lunch upon a glass of claret and a biscuit, and he who had been accustomed to sustain the leading part in all their conversation to-day hardly spoke a word. He looked up suddenly and found Sibyl's eyes fixed upon him, the fair young face full of anxiety. She blushed as their eyes met. "Whatever your work was, I'm afraid it was too much for you," she said hurriedly. "You are looking very white and tired. Is he not looking ill, Marie?" she asked with an embarrassed air, as if she wanted to cover her own too anxious regard for his welfare by making it a general question. "I dare say Mr. Mountford feels the sudden change to summer heat as much as the rest of us," Marie Arnold answered. "But whatever his sufferings may be, he ought to be flattered at finding himself the object of such solicitude on your part." Sibyl gazed at her in wondering distress. Could this be Marie? Marie, who had loved her with more than a sister's affection? Marie, her slave, her worshipper, whose sympathy had never been wanting in her life, till within these last few weeks, when an inexplicable change had been coming over her. They sat in silence till the end of the meal, an idle formula for all three. They rose in silence, and Sibyl walked listlessly to an open window on her way to the garden, while Marie went out quickly at the door, so quickly that Braddon had no time to open it for her. He followed Sibyl to the garden, overtook her on the terrace, and walked by her side, slowly, and, for the most part, dumbly, to the sunk lawn where the girls often played tennis. "We shall have no tennis this afternoon, I'm afraid," said Sibyl, obliged to talk about something, since her embarrassment made silence painful. "Marie is not in the humour for tennis." "She seems rather in an ungracious mood. Is she subject to that kind of outbreak?" "She is a little impetuous and hot-headed at times, but she never used to be out of temper with me." "I fancy jealousy is at the bottom of the mystery, Sibyl." Jealousy? Sibyl echoed the word with lips that trembled faintly as she looked at him. Yes. Miss Arnold has one of those unhappy tempers in which affection takes its most exacting form. She loves you intensely, and she is jealous of the slightest kindness you show to anyone else. She sees that you are inclined to be my friend, to accept me as a kinsman, almost as a brother. Almost as a brother, Sibyl echoed, in a whisper so faint as to escape Braddon's ear. She saw your kind concern about my haggard looks, and she was angry that you should be anxious about anybody but herself. You must care only for her. She loves you with all her heart and mind, as we are told we must love God, and she wants all your heart and mind in return. She's always been warm-hearted and affectionate, but I had no idea she could be jealous. She was never so disagreeable as she was today. No, it was hard that she should grudge me your kindly feeling today of all days, for it is my last at Ellerslie. He could not keep his eyes from her face as he made the announcement. He had meant to tell her nothing of his intention till the next day, and then to take a hurried farewell, to give no time for the betrayal of strong feeling on either side. But seeing her tender concern for his health, so innocently indicated in her womanly speech at luncheon, his resolution had faltered, and he had abandoned the idea of getting over all the difficulties by a brutal suddenness. No, he thought it was better to tell her quietly, and, if need were, to explain his motives. He could not let her think that she was nothing to him, and that her love had been wasted on a stock or stone. Her face whitened, and after walking at his side in silence for a few minutes, she sank helplessly upon the first garden seat to which they came, sank down without a word, and sat pale and dumb. The work which tired me this morning was the work of packing my portmanteau, Braddon pursued. I travel without a servant, and like looking after my own belongings. I have had a glorious time at Ellerslie, and I can never be grateful enough for your kindness, which has made the place as dear and as homelike as if I had been born here, or for Sir Joseph's generous hospitality to a man who had no claim upon him. But you did have a claim on him, in his mind a very strong claim. You are my mother's kinsman, and he loves all whom she loved, or who belong to her by race or kindred. He is the most generous man I know. There are men in his position who might dislike me because I am the son of the man whose despairing, unspoken love was given to Lucy Mountford. You know my father's story, I dare say, Sibyl. I know that he loved my mother before she and my mother ever met, with a love that could never be told, for he learnt to love her unawares, and too late. My father told me the story a year ago when he gave me some of my mother's jewels. It pleased him to talk to me about her, and her trustfulness in him. Yes, he loved her too late. That is the story, a common story in Mayfair. My poor father's fate was a sad one, and he left a gloomy heritage to me. I don't understand. What do you mean that he left you poorly provided for? Faltered Sibyl. poorly provided for. Sibyl, do you think that I am the kind of man to whine because I have to bear the burden of narrow means? I can cry with Othello. Steep me in poverty to the very lips. I can laugh at poverty. Could fight the battle of life with the best of the rich men I know. The inheritance which darkens my life is a heavier cross than the pinch of poverty. My heritage is a malady which sets me apart from my fellow men, and which has determined me to go down to my grave without wife or home, a wanderer on the face of the earth. Sibyl listened silently, but her tightly clasped hands and tears which trembled on her eyelids were enough to indicate her feelings. She had only one idea of hereditary malady, and that was consumption. She had heard of those who are doomed in their cradles to early death, of lovely girls fading in the dawn of youth, of young men drooping and withering when life seemed fairest, victims of a fate which those who knew their family history had foretold from the beginning of the life journey. Faintly, timidly, she murmured words of hopefulness. "You look so strong, and you have led such an active life, Braddon. Surely, even if your father was consumptive, there is no reason that you should inherit." "Consumptive!" exclaimed Braddon, catching at the word. Yes, it was better for him that she should believe the hereditary taint to be that. Only phthisis, a disease which has always an interesting aspect to the lay mind, the gradual decay, the fatal beauty of hectic colouring and lustrous eyes. Far better that she should think him the foredoomed victim to consumption than that he should be forced to explain the horrible truth, to trouble her imagination with hideous images. "I have accepted my fate, Sibyl," he went on. "It is only within the last few weeks that I have felt the cruelty of my destiny. But I should be something less than a man if I were to ask the girl I love to share my burden. If she really loved you, she would wish to share it, to be your nurse and comforter, should your fears ever be realized, or to help you to forget that you have any cause for fear, until perhaps you and she would be able to look back in time to come and smile at your past fears. No, no, Sibyl, that is an alluring picture. Great God, what a world of happiness you spread before me with a few little words. No, Sibyl, such happiness is not for me. I have to carve out a sterner path for myself, to be content with a life of adventure, to find my companions and pleasures and scenes so shifting and varied that the tasks and dangers of my daily existence will crowd out regretful memories and leave no time for brooding upon that which might have been. I have made up my mind. I shall never marry. I have no doubt it will be easy for you to adhere to that resolution," Sibyl said with assumed lightness, wounded to the quick by a speech to which her own mind implied a rejection of her sympathy. "You are fond of the life of adventure, and if you do not care for anybody, and are not likely to care—" "If I do not care! Oh, Sibyl! You know as well as I do, you must surely know, how much I care, how entirely my life has slipped out of my own keeping, and has become dependent for all its sunshine upon another life. Why should we fence with facts, and make elaborate speeches to each other, as if we were strangers, as if it were not in our blood to care for each other? You, the child of the woman my father adored, and who gave him her love, not knowing that he was fettered and bound. I had made up my mind to leave this place with my story untold, to carry my secret, if it should be a secret, away with me into the wilderness, to bury it there in the explorer's shifting camp. All my plans were made for a sudden departure tomorrow morning, without a word of love or sorrow. But one little look of yours just now at luncheon was enough to break down every determination. I resolved that you should at least know how dearly you are loved, and how fate has foredoomed your lover. I am glad Miss Arnold has given me the chance of saying all this to your ear only. But even had she been as watchful as you as she usually is, I must have spoken. Even her presence could not have silenced me. If you really mean what you have said, if it is not mere idle flattery, perhaps meant only to spare me the humiliation of having seemed to care too much for you, Sibyl, I have not spoken half the truth. I can't help believing you, she said naively. I hardly think you would be so cruel as to deceive me. Yes, Braddon, I do believe that you love me as truly and faithfully as I love you, and I want you to understand that even at the worst, if you were destined to suffer long years of ill health, to die while you are still young, in spite of all that love and care can do to save you, even if it were so, she went on, her voice broken by sobs, I have no higher hope than to be your wife, your nurse, and your consoler, to lighten all the burdens of life for you, to crowd into those short years of yours all the happiness that this beautiful earth can give in its fairest places under the brightest skies. Let me be your wife, Braddon. I know that you are poor, and that my father has other views, ambitious ideas, which he will forget for my sake. He has only to know how much I care for you, and he will consent to anything I ask. Stop! For God's sake, stop! Cried Braddon, starting to his feet, snatching away the hand upon which she had laid her own with a tremulously fluttering touch. You don't know what you're talking about. Hereditary phthisis is bad enough. A martyrdom for a patient and nurse, a melancholy pilgrimage toward an untimely grave, along a path beset with stones that wound and thorns that tear. Not by any means the poetical fading from life which poets have taught you to believe. But phthisis is a kind of kindly disease compared to the doom that hangs over me. My lot is the torment that you have read of in the gospel. I am the man possessed of devils, and there is no divine healer upon earth now to exorcise Satan's crew. The devils have it all their own way. Science has only found palliative measures. She has found no more for the epileptic. He must bear his burden. As my malady has not shown itself at its worst, but the worst will come, no doubt, in due time, I, too, shall be an interesting case. My paroxysms will be worthy of record in textbooks. God knows what form those latter phases may assume. It might be murder. Braddon, how can you say such things? It could never be. You are giving yourself up to groundless fears. I am not afraid. Not afraid? Even of devils? Ah, Sibyl, I know. With good women, love means a vocation for martyrdom. But I am not the man to accept such a sacrifice. My dear love, my dear, dear love, you have given me a memory to cherish and take comfort from through all these days of my life. You have made me ineffably happy, but my happiness must go hand in hand with renunciation. I must never more be your friend and companion till the years have made us grave, elderly people, and I can be the homely, unobtrusive ami de la maison, a godfather, a souffre-douleur for your children. Let me kiss you just once, the kiss of a long farewell, and then I shall be able to say, she has loved me, I have lived. The words came in a torrent. The man looked radiant, exalted by the passion of self-sacrifice. Sibyl had risen from the bench, and was standing looking at him pleadingly, with parted lips that seemed to be struggling for words in which to oppose his decision. He caught her suddenly in his arms, and silenced those tremulous lips with a kiss. "Once, and once only," he said. "That kiss has to last me for life." He released her from his arms, and looking up he saw Marie Arnold standing a few paces behind Sibyl, as if she had suddenly stopped in her approach to them. The look in her face chilled him, checked the rushing tide of passion. What a terrible face it was, pale to ghastliness with vivid lips. If this is what jealousy made of the girl he remembered in the bright friendliness of their earlier acquaintance, jealousy must be indeed a fiendish passion. Her expression changed as he looked at her, but quickly, as she controlled her countenance, he could see the effort it cost her to quiet those writhing lips. And summon up a pale, cold smile. "I have been looking for you everywhere, Sibyl," she said. "I wanted to know your plans for the afternoon." "I have no plans. I think you might allow me an afternoon to myself without roaming about in search of me like an unquiet spirit." "An afternoon to yourself and Mr. Mountford, I suppose you mean." "Precisely. Mr. Mountford and I have a good deal to talk about on his last day at Ellerslie." "His last day!" The words came in a gasp, and Marie's large dark eyes turned to Mountford with a look of undisguised despair. "Is that true?" she asked. "Are you really going away to-morrow?" "Yes, Miss Arnold. Even the most delightful visit must end. My visit to Ellerslie has been unconscionably long." "But Sir Joseph doesn't know that you are going. I heard him begging you to stay till the end of the month, only yesterday." "Sir Joseph is the soul of hospitality. He will know all about my plans to-morrow morning." "He will be surprised, I think, when he knows all," answered Marie with an open sneer. Sibyl was walking toward the house. Marie followed her, leaving Mountford alone on the tennis lawn, looking idly along an opening in the shrubbery toward a sunlit patch of sea which glittered like a jewel far away at the end of the glade. He walked and mused for nearly an hour. He did not want to be alone with Sibyl, now that the last word had been spoken. Still less that he wished to be in her company under the hawk-like gaze of Marie Arnold, whose manner this afternoon had disquieted him beyond measure. There had been a passionate intensity which betrayed something more than jealousy of an adopted sister. Lightly as he esteemed his own powers of pleasing, he could hardly doubt after today that it was for him that this strange young woman cared. Contiguity, her secluded life, which had brought her so seldom into the society of a man of her own age, had made her even more impressionable than the common herd of girls, he told himself, and while all his thoughts had been absorbed by Sibyl, the elder girl had been nursing her foolish fancies, wasting her feelings upon one of those sentimental attachments which make the misery of the emotional temperament. She will fall in love with the next decent-looking young man who comes to Ellerslie, he thought contemptuously, setting the slightest value upon a regard which no look or word of his had ever courted. He thought of Marie only as a foolish and impulsive young person whose persistent presence had bored him in his too brief hours of happiness, whose ill humour of today had distressed Sibyl. He returned to the house after an hour's idle strolling, finished his packing, and then, finding it was only 6 o'clock, went back to the grounds, intending to walk to the river and perhaps return with Hubert Urquhart, who had been studiously civil to him, and whom he had of late avoided with a persistence that might look like incivility. He knew that Hubert admired Marie, and it seemed to him that the best thing that could happen for Sibyl, if not the happiest thing for the girl herself, would be Marie's marriage with Urquhart. A young woman with such a temper as this young woman had exhibited today would be a danger to Sibyl's peace, so long as she remained an inmate of Sir Joseph's house, and uncontrolled by the strong hand of a husband. The best thing for such a girl would be to marry, and to find her master, as she would inevitably do in Hubert Urquhart. On this last day, Braddon had surreptitiously avoided the afternoon tea hour in the drawing-room or on the terrace, an hour which he had hitherto enjoyed as almost the pleasantest in the tranquil gladness of his days at Ellerslie. After those passionate words and that farewell kiss, he shrank from meeting Sibyl till the family dinner should bring them together, when Sir Joseph and Urquhart, and possibly the curate, who often dined with him, would make sentiment impossible. In the family circle he and his dear love could meet and talk and bid each other good night, with the calm reserve of friends who were nothing more than friends. A long bank of clouds piled up against the western sky had hidden the sun when Braddon went back to the shrubbery, and there was a suggestion of rain in the atmosphere. Urquhart and the gardeners had been sighing for rain, and now it seemed they were likely to have their desire. The air was colder with the approach of evening, and Braddon felt the chilling change as he entered the little fir wood that sheltered Ellerslie from the northwestern gales. Under the dark foliage of the firs, the grey evening had already gathered, although the sunset was still far off. Braddon was glad to find himself in that faded light, glad of the solitude, glad even of the gloom which hung about the long, narrow alleys, cut through the monotony of the tall brown shafts. Heavier shadows crept over the irregular masses of undergrowth, rhododendron, berry, and laurel, which made a darkness below in harmony with the darkness above. A terrible depression of spirits had followed upon Braddon's exaltation of a few hours before. In those brief moments by the tennis lawn, when Sibyl was clasped in his arms, and their lips met in the farewell kiss, He had fancied that the mere knowledge of having loved her and being loved again by her who was for him the most perfect among women would suffice for the consolation of his afterlife, that he could not be utterly unhappy, having been so beloved. But now his spirits had sunk into a gloom deeper than the sadness of the morning, when a single page of that fatal book had reminded him of his miserable inheritance. A despondency more painful than he had ever known had taken possession of him within the last few hours, a despair that weighed upon him like an actual burden, as if a leaden hand, the gigantic hand of some monstrous being, were pressing down upon his brain. It was even worse than despair. It was abject fear. Fear of he knew not what, a vague, inexplicable dread which chilled his blood and slackened every nerve. He longed to be once more within the touch of his fellow man. He tried to quicken his pace, hoping to meet Urquhart returning from the river. It was along this woodland path that the fishermen generally returned. Yes, Urquhart would come this way, soon perhaps, or it might be that it was too early for him. Braddon tried to remember the hour, but could not. Was it late or early afternoon or evening? Or was this grey dimness the mysterious grey of dawn before the sun is above the horizon? It was not an hour since he had paused in the hall to compare his watch with the 8-day clock, supposed to be an infallible timekeeper, and yet he did not remember if it were evening or morning. Even the memory of his impassioned scene with Sibyl had grown shadowy. Was it only a dream after all? He had dreamt that she had been kind, that she had confessed her regard for him, had offered to share the burden of his days. Yes, it must have been a dream. His whole existence seemed strange and dreamlike. He had no assurance of anything but the straight, brown shafts, like the pillars of a rude Indian temple, which rose up on every side of him, and even those looked dim and blurred as he gazed at them with eyes which slowly fixed themselves, and from which the faculty sight slowly faded. The leaden hand pressed harder and heavier upon his brain. He felt the dull beating, the agonizing pain under that inexorable pressure. He staggered a few paces further, blindly, helplessly, struck his shoulder against a tree on the right hand, reeled to the left, and grazed his hand against a tree on the other side of the path. Then fell like a log, head foremost, into a tangle of arbutus and rhododendron, fern, and briar. Brandon Mountford's next knowledge of his own existence was a sharp, gnawing pain in his right shoulder, a pain that made him aware that he was lying in a cramped position, the greater part of his weight bearing upon the right arm and shoulder. He was aware, too, of a chilling rain falling steadily through the darkness, a rain that must have been falling for some time, for the rhododendron bushes, through which he thrust his hand in his struggle to raise himself, were dripping. It was pitch dark under the fir trees, not a star to be seen in the heavy blackness of the sky, to which he looked up wonderingly, again puzzled as to the lapse of time. Was it the darkness of evening, or of midnight, he wondered. He got up on his feet with an effort and struggled and stumbled a few paces forward, catching at the trees as he went, stumbled on a little way, weak in limb, confused in brain, and then stumbled against something lying in the fern at his feet, stumbled and fell on one knee, his extended hand clutching at the obstacle as he fell. His hand touched another hand. His fingers closed automatically on the soft fabric of a woman's gown, the silky softness of fine cashmere, such as he had seen Sibyl and her companion wear for tennis and boating, the material which both girls wore oftener than any other. Dim and clouded as his brain was after the long interval of unconsciousness, he knew the touch of that soft fabric. How often he had thrilled at the brief contact as he drew the folds of Sibyl's skirt away from the gunwale when she was seating herself in the boat. Yes, even in that troubled half-consciousness, his sense of touch recognized something associated with the girl he loved. Sibyl, Sibyl, he called with a hoarse, half-stifled cry. He had no thought of any other than Sibyl. His clouded memory hardly recalled the existence of that elder girl who had been Sibyl's shadow. In the darkness, under the cold night wind that was meaning and moaning in the fir trees, under the rhythmical dropping of the rain pattering on rhododendron and laurel, noiseless on bramble and fern, he knelt beside that prostrate figure, and he clutched that cold and stiffening hand. There was just light enough for him to see the white gown, the white face, staring upward. Oh, God, was she dead? He bent closer and closer, peering through the darkness, and suddenly a cry broke from his lips, a cry that was not all agony. Surely that was dark hair that framed the whiteness of the face, not Sibyl's soft, fair hair. Or was it only the darkness of night that made the hair seem black? Was she dead? He tried to raise the lifeless form upon one strong arm, while he felt with the other for the beating of the heart. She had fainted, perhaps, and that icy rigidity of the fingers he had clasped was only a sign of a swoon. Oh, God, this was verily death. No heart-throb beat below his trembling hand. There was nothing but the fluttering of his own quickened pulse as he waited and listened, with his ear low down against the girl's breast. Not Sibyl, he kept muttering to himself. Is it Marie? Poor Marie, but why? How? He started from his knees with a shriek of horror. The hand that had been lying on her breast was wet and dabbed with blood. He knew the touch of that. For the hunter and the dweller in the wilderness, there could be no uncertainty as to that thick and viscous fluid which covered his clammy fingers and trickled about his wrist. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Thou Art the Man. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Thou Art the Man by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 10. What do you know about this? Brandon Mountford's senses were still confused by the horror of his discovery when he saw a light approaching slowly and indeterminately among the tall, dark fir trunks, now appearing, now disappearing, as the man who carried it moved circuitously about. The position of the light, near the ground, and its oscillation, indicated a stable lantern. Whoever carried it, there was the promise of light which in this crisis meant help. Brandon tried to call to the man, but his lips were dry and dumb. His convulsed throat could shape no sound. He wanted to shout his loudest, but the effort produced only a hoarse whisper, and again he felt the iron hand pressing down his brain, benumbing every muscle, paralyzing every nerve. His knees bent under him, and he sank at the side of the dead woman, whose face he feared to see. The dark hair, there lay his hope. It could not be Sibyl. He stretched out a tremulous hand and laid his cold fingers lightly over that colder countenance, trying to read those features as a blind man would have read them. He felt the marble skin, the parted lips, the widely opened eyes. But the blind man's sensitive touch was wanting. His hand told him nothing. It gave him only the dismal assurance of death. And all this time the light went wavering in and out among the dark fir trunks, receding, advancing. Again he tried to shout, but the muscles of his throat were tightened to choking, and soundless. Thank God the light came nearer, close. Either his low moan of almost voiceless agony was heard, or the lantern had revealed that whiteness amidst the dark underwood, for the man who carried the light came running to the spot with an exclamation of horror. "Look here, Joe. She's fainted. She must have been lying here ever so long." The two men came closer. The lantern light shone upon the dead face. Yes, it was Marie Arnold. A strange, half-savage sound burst from Brandon's lips, an inarticulate cry which was almost a laugh. The relief, the rapture of knowing that this dead clay was not Sibyl, made him, for that one wild moment, cruelly indifferent to the fate of any other woman upon earth. "Lord help us, I'm afeard it's something worse than a faint," remarked the other man in a scared voice, while Tom held the lantern over the dead face and the blood-stained whiteness of the gown, and then slowly turned the light full upon the man who knelt beside the corpse. "It's Mr. Mountford," he said wonderingly. "Do you know anything about this piece of work, sir?" "No," Brandon answered like a man talking in his sleep. "When did you find her?" "I don't know." "Oh, come, sir. You must know when you found her. Us two have been looking for her ever since about 9 o'clock. They're all in a dreadful way up at the house, and nobody knowed what had got you neither. Miss Higginson was like mad with fright. She's been roving about the gardens for over an hour, hunting for Miss Arnold, and she went back to the house to satisfy Sir Joseph. Come, sir, Can't you throw no light upon this ghastly business? It looks terrible, like murder." The man looked from the marble face upon the ground to the living face staring down at it, and almost as much like marble in its colourless rigidity. Darkest suspicions lurked in the minds of the two stablemen as they looked from the dead to the living, and back again from the living to the dead. With true North Country caution, they suppressed all further exclamations, all comments on the hideous act and the wonder of it. But, with furtive glances at Braddon as he knelt by the corpse, they began in low voices and with a matter-of-fact air to discuss what ought to be done. "Don't move her," said Tom Dean, the elder of the two stablemen. "She mustn't be touched till the constable has seen her." "Who's to fetch the constable?" whispered Joe, looking at Braddon. "You'd better run to the stables and send a lad on horseback, and then come back to me as sharp as you can. We mustn't lose sight of him." The last sentence was in a whisper, but their caution seemed needless, for Braddon had the look of a man who neither heard nor heeded the things around him. "You ain't afeard to stop along of her?" asked Joe, also in a whisper. "No, I ain't afeard. Look sharp, and send up to the house for Mr. Urquhart, same time, and bring him along here. He'll have to break it to Sir Joseph. Poor old gentleman. He won't get over it easy," muttered Tom Dane, standing with the lantern in his hand, looking down at the dead face, the white raiment dyed with that dreadful stain which spread over breast and shoulders, changing the whiteness to a hideous red, loathsome to the touch, horrible to the sight. He asked no further questions of the man he found stooping over the corpse, and whose answers had been strange enough to alarm the least suspicious mind. His glances followed Braddon as he lifted himself slowly from his crouching position beside the corpse, and moved a pace or two backward. At the faintest suggestion of flight, the stablemen would have laid violent hands on this guest of Sir Joseph's, of whom Tom Dane knew very little, save that he had always behaved as a gentleman in his relations with the stable, acknowledging every service with a gentlemanlike tip, which was more than could be said of Mr. Urquhart. Braddon moved no further than the nearest fir tree, and stood leaning against the rough brown trunk, inert and motionless. He remained in the same listless attitude for an interval that seemed very long to Dane, who shifted and fidgeted about among the fern and brambles, and changed the position of his lantern every now and then, looking at the dead face, as if he almost hoped to see life return to those clay, cold lineaments. "What o'clock is it?" Braddon asked, suddenly breaking the silence which weighed upon Tom Dane's senses like a nightmare dream. "Past 10, sir." "Past 10. And I left the house before dinner. What have I been doing? Where have I been? In this wood all the time?" The words were spoken dreamily, in vague self-questioning. Braddon was struggling against a headache which made speech agony. Tom Dane put down the whole thing as a clever bit of acting. "Oh, come now, sir," he cried, forgetting his determination to say nothing. "You know where you've been, and what you've been doing, and how this poor young woman came by her death. You know a good deal more about it than I should like to know, and I don't ask you no questions, and I don't want you to commit yourself, as the saying is, but shamming ain't no good with Tom Dane. That cock won't fight." Braddon looked fixedly at the speaker, but made no reply. That direct, yet vacant, gaze was the look of one who hears without comprehending. But the groom, having made up his mind that this man was a murderer, saw only a studied assumption of lunacy. This time seemed interminable to Tom Dane before his quick ear caught the rustling sound of footsteps among the thick growth of primroses and daffodils that carpeted the little wood. And yet it was less than half an hour before Braddon reappeared, accompanied by Hubert Urquhart. They had run most of the way from the house, and both were breathless, the gentleman the more so, doubtless as the more sensitive in frame and temperament. Urquhart bent down to look at the corpse, gingerly, as if fearing to spoil the spotlessness of his evening clothes by contact with that dead form, stained with the dark stream in which the young life had ebbed away. "Yes, it is Miss Arnold. Poor girl, poor girl! What does it all mean? What troubles could she have had to bring her to such a pass as this? Why should she kill herself?" he muttered. "I don't think she did kill herself, sir," said Dane. "Looks a precious sight more like wilful murder than suicide, to my fancy. I didn't ought to be talking about my fancies, perhaps, but I've had an ugly time of it in this here wood, and a man can't help thinking when he's left face to face with a murdered corpse." "Hold your tongue, Tom. You mustn't talk about murder." "Very well, sir. I dessay you're right. But I shall think all the more." Urquhart turned to Braddon, looking at him with keenest scrutiny. "What do you know about this, Mountford?" he asked shortly. "Nothing. I found her lying there. That's all I know. It was dark. I saw a figure in a white gown lying among the bracken. I thought at first," with a shudder, "that it was Sibyl. I could not see the face. It was only when they brought the lantern that I was sure it was Marie Arnold." "But where had you been all the evening? They waited dinner for you and Marie. I was late myself, but I was in the drawing-room at 8:15, and we did not go to dinner until half-past. Where were you? What were you doing?" "Where was I? Here in this wood. What was I doing? Lying like a log, as unconscious as that dead girl. I can just remember falling against one of those trees, and then it was all darkness. If there was thought or sensation in my brain, I remember nothing of that I thought or felt." "It was a fit of some kind, then, I suppose?" "Yes, it was a fit. Not the first, but by far the longest lapse of consciousness I have ever had." "I did not know you were subject to such things." "They are not things a man cares to talk about. But you needn't trouble about my malady. That is just a minor detail just now. What we have to find out is how this poor girl came by her death." The clouds were clearing from his brain. In the manner and aspect he was rapidly becoming the Mr. Mountford of everyday life, whom Tom Dane knew and respected. Was he really recovering from an interval of lunacy, the stableman wondered, or had he made up his mind that shamming was useless now that clear-headed Mr. Urquhart was here to investigate the hideous business? "You had a lapse of consciousness, you say," said Urquhart. "Have you any idea how long it lasted?" I'm not very clear on that point. I had been feeling ill ever since the morning, but I was worried, and my mind was too occupied to allow me to take much notice of my own sensations. Had it been otherwise, I might have suspected that the fit was coming, might have been wise enough to shut myself in my own room. But I had a good deal to think about, and I am a man who wants space and movement for thought. I may have roamed about the wood for a longish time. I know I rather expected to meet you on your way from the river. As for the time, all I know is that the sun had not gone down. Did you see anything of Miss Arnold while you were in the wood? No. The last I saw of Miss Arnold was when she and Miss Higginson left the tennis lawn together about an hour after luncheon. Have you finished your interrogation, Urquhart? I wonder you didn't begin by warning me that anything I might say would be used against me by and by. I wonder that you should wonder at my asking questions in the face of such a mystery as that, retorted Urquhart, pointing to the figure on the ground. A mystery. Yes, you are right there. It is a mystery, said Mountford, pressing his hand upon his brow. The troubled look came back to his face. When he dropped his hand from his brow, there was a dazed expression in his eyes and a nervous movement about his lips. He walked a few paces away and seated himself upon a felled trunk which lay across the tangle of bracken and ivy. He rested his elbows on his knees and let his head droop forward upon his clasped hands, and thus, in dead silence, waited for the next act in the tragedy. Urquhart lighted a cigar and walked slowly up and down a little bit of pathway near which the dead girl lay. This narrow track between the fir trunks was not the most frequented way across the wood, but it was the nearest way from the river to the gardens, and it was the path which the salmon fishers had generally used. The spot where Marie lay was not more than 20 yards from the footpath. The village constable arrived with a coastguardsman to help him in maintaining authority, should he find the situation too much for him, single-handed. The groom told him that they had got the murderer, and it would be his duty to take him into custody. There was a lock-up, a very old building close to the sea, which had done duty in the past chiefly as a place of detention for smugglers, which still smelt of cordage and tar. The constable approached the scene with a stolid, business-like air, and knelt down to investigate the attitude and appearance of that marble figure from whose aspect the other two men shrank with a thrill of pain. It was a ghastly thing to see the deliberate way in which the official lifted the clay-cold hand and noted the wounds on breast and shoulder. "It's a bad business," he said, rising slowly and looking from Urquhart, standing erect and tall at a few paces from the corpse, to Mountford, sitting in a crouching attitude, with his knees drawn up to his chin, pale as death, with roughened hair and soddened garments stained and blotched with moss and clay. Urquhart had not stopped to put on an overcoat. He was in evening dress, smart and trim, shirt perfectly fitting, hair well brushed, hands showing white in the gleam of the lantern, a man evidently called away from the dinner table and all the amenities of life to look upon this mysterious horror. The constable contemplated him with respect, not unmingled with admiration. How different a creature looked this other man, sitting on the fallen tree, with brooding brow and lowered eyelids, and clenched hands in which the swollen veins showed like cordage. Clenched, yes, and darkened with a stain, which the constable's keen eyes noted as he drew near with lifted lantern examining Braddon Mountford with an insolent deliberation. "What do you know about this, sir?" he asked gruffly. "Nothing," answered Braddon, lifting his bloodshot eyes. "Nothing more than your own eyes can tell you. I found her lying there as she lies now, an hour ago, 2 hours, 3 hours, I don't know. It seems an eternity. You are the third person who has questioned me." "There'll have to be a good many more questions asked before this here business is done with," said the constable. He stepped aside and took counsel with Urquhart, keeping an eye upon Braddon all the time. He felt that this gentleman in evening dress, with calm and easy bearing, was a person in authority, and the best adviser he could have. "Does Sir Joseph know?" "Sir Joseph knows nothing. I shall go straight to him when we have settled who is to carry her." He could not bring himself to utter the dreadful word which would better have described that burden to the house. "I shall hurry on before and tell them." "But we mustn't let him go, sir," whispered the policeman with a look which indicated Braddon. "Let him go?" Urquhart echoed with a movement of surprise. "Who says he wants to go?" "Nobody, sir, but he might cut and run, you see. Things look very black against him. It'll be my duty to lock him up." "Do you know who he is, man?" "Mr. Mountford, a cousin of Miss Higginson's." "I can't help that, sir, not if he was her brother. If he's done it, he'll have to answer for what he's done. There can't be no favour in a murder case. I'm bound to arrest him." "What? Before the inquest?" "Yes, sir. We mightn't be able to find him after the inquest. Cool as he seems, sitting there waiting, his hands are all over blood. There can't be no doubt he's done it. He seems dazed like, but if there is a guilt in a man's face, he's the man who did it. I shall have to arrest him, sir. It's my duty." "Then I suppose you must do your duty. But the thing is absurd. As for stains on his hands, well, he found her, lying there, and touched her, no doubt, in the surprise and horror of the discovery. You might as well just arrest me." "He won't be locked up long if he ain't guilty, sir. The inquest will be to-morrow, I dare say, and then the truth may come out. I don't believe she did it herself, poor young lady. I'm going to Sir Joseph. Do what you like, only make arrangements for the removal to the house." The request was accentuated by a shrieking glance toward the spot where Marie Arnold lay, and then Hubert Urquhart started on his errand of dread, and walked with rapid footsteps toward the shrubbery gate. He had been, or had seemed, calm and unshaken throughout the discovery of the crime, but at the thought of what he had to do, cold drops of sweat broke out upon his forehead, and his knees felt weak and tremulous as he hurried unsteadily along. "I don't like having to tell him," he muttered to himself. "It's hard lines for that old man. He was very fond of her." Sir Joseph and Sibyl were at the end of the terrace nearest the shrubbery, evidently waiting for news of the missing. Was it about Marie or about Braddon that she was most anxious? Urquhart wondered as he approached father and daughter. "Have they found her?" Sir Joseph asked eagerly. There was no need that Marie's name should be spoken. There could be no question as to the subject of his anxiety. "Yes, something has happened. I must see you alone," Urquhart answered in a low voice, putting his arm through Sir Joseph's as he spoke, and drawing him gently away from Sibyl. "What is it?" she cried, following them distractedly. "Why am I not to know? What has happened to them, to Braddon, to Marie? Speak out, Urquhart. Speak out, Mr. Urquhart. I will know the worst." She caught hold of his arm. He had never seen her look so agitated. She stood by his side, looking at him with questioning eyes, pale, breathless, resolute. "Sir Joseph, for God's sake, the truth is too horrible. I can't tell her." "Speak out, man," cried Sir Joseph fiercely. "Leave off torturing us. What is it? An accident? A calamity? Is she hurt?" "Yes." "Badly hurt?" Urquhart nodded. "Dead?" "Yes." "Oh, God! My poor girl, my beautiful Marie, my sweet, kind, loving girl, dead. Great God in heaven! How could she come by her death?" "That is a mystery which will have to be solved. Braddon Mountford found her in the fir wood, stabbed to death. Whether it was suicide or murder—" "It was murder, foul murder. Why should she kill herself? She hadn't a care. She knew she was loved, fondly loved, by an old man who could deny her nothing. If she had not the first place, she knew that she was very dear to me. She was content. Some incarnate devil has killed her. Where is she? Let me see her." He rushed toward the path by which Urquhart had come, Urquhart following him closely. Sibyl sank down upon a garden seat, faint and helpless. Dead! Did death always come like this, as a horrible surprise amidst the flush and warmth of life? Dead, murdered, they said. But who could have killed her? Who, in all this wide, wicked world, could have had any motive for murdering Marie Arnold? Suicide? Yes, that was more likely. To Sibyl, who had youth's proud contempt for life, it seemed not impossible that Marie should have killed herself. She remembered that despairing look in her adopted sister's face as she turned from Braddon to Sibyl in the garden, a look to which Sibyl, as to Braddon, had been a revelation. If she loved him as Sibyl loved him, and knew that he was cold to her love, might not this passionate soul have revolted against the burden of life, and flung it off like a worn-out garment? This is how youth thought of youth. Age argued that there could have been nothing wanting in a life so sheltered and cared for as Marie's had been. The dismal procession came to a side door opening into a lobby at the bottom of the servants' staircase. A mattress and coverlet had been fetched from the nearest lodge, and the dead girl had been carried decently by 4 of the stablemen, while the constable and the coastguardsman had escorted Braddon Mountford to the lock-up. "Did he make any fuss about going?" Urquhart asked Tom Dane. "Not he, sir. Went like a lamb. Didn't seem to care what they did with him. I'm afraid it's a true bill, Mr. Urquhart." "It looks bad, Tom, but there's no knowing." This was on the terrace, after Tom's work was finished, and the dreadful burden had been carried to Marie Arnold's bedroom, the spacious and prettily furnished bedroom of which she had been so proud. A room full of gifts from Sir Joseph and his daughter, and now Sir Joseph was sitting by the bed, while the family doctor bent over the corpse, examining the wounds that had killed her. "She didn't kill herself, do you snap?" questioned the old man in a voice that was but just audible. "Not she. Sir Joseph. She has been murdered. Savagely murdered. There are 3 wounds. 1 near the collarbone, deep but not fatal. 1 piercing the right lung. 1 in the heart. Instant death. Have they found the knife? I don't know. Ah, I hope they will find it. A deer-stalker's knife, or something in that line, I take it. Poor girl. A sad loss, Sir Joseph. My heart bleeds for you. Such a fine, handsome girl, cruelly sacrificed. I hope they find the fiend who did it. The doctor laid the sheet lightly over the disfigured form and drew near the mourner at the foot of the bed. You must try and bear up against this calamity for your daughter's sake, Sir Joseph. For my daughter's sake. Sir Joseph repeated huskily as the doctor crept noiselessly from the room, leaving him alone with the dead. Yes, for my daughter's sake. Poor Marie. She was nobody's daughter, a working man's child, a waif whom I adopted and loved. I was very fond of her. My God, my God. He let his face fall forward on the coverlet at the edge of the bed and sobbed aloud. Even yet, though she was lying there cold and motionless, though that which had been Marie Arnold lay within touch of his hand, he could not realize the fact of her death. Barbarously murdered. And 3 hours ago he had been walking up and down his drawing-room grumbling because she was late for dinner. This morning at breakfast she had opened his newspapers for him, opened and cut them and folded them the way he liked, and had laid them before him, bringing her glossy dark hair close to his face as she bent to place the evening paper in front of his breakfast cup. He had never doubted that he loved her, but he had never known till now how dear she had been. Great God! He cried, springing to his feet. Bring me face to face with the man who killed her. There should be no mercy. Oh, let me see him held fast in the grip of the law. Let me be sure that he shall swing for it. He rushed out of the room, ran downstairs, and out the terrace like a madman. Urquhart, the daughter, the doctor, and the stableman were all clustered together, talking excitedly, but in undertones. Have they found the murderer? Asked Sir Joseph, going up to them. Nobody can know that yet awhile, sir. Have they found anyone, arrested anyone? Yes. They have taken Braddon Mountford to the lock-up, answered Urquhart. Braddon Mountford, repeated Sir Joseph in blank amazement. A low, wailing cry sounded like an echo of Sir Joseph's ejaculation, and a slim, white figure rose out of the neighbouring dusk and came towards the group of men. It was Sibyl, who had been forgotten in the horror of Marie's mysterious death. She had been sitting in the darkness, unobserved, unthought of, while the heavy footsteps crossed the terrace and went up the stairs with their dismal burden. She came to her father's side and laid her hand upon his arm. "Father, you won't allow such a shameful thing to be done. You won't let them bring disgrace upon Mr. Mountford, your friend, your guest. What could he have to do with her death? You'll go to the village and insist upon his being set at liberty instantly. You will, won't you, father? It is a disgrace to us that such a thing should have happened. Our guest, my kinsman, so shamefully insulted." Her vehemence took her father by surprise. He had never seen his daughter strongly moved before. knew nothing of her capacity for deep feeling. "My child, it's no business of mine. No interference of mine could have prevented it. Braddon Mountford. It's a mistake, no doubt. He could have had nothing to do with her death. But she has been murdered, Sibyl, foully murdered. She has been murdered, and the ruffian who killed her must be somewhere close at hand, perhaps in hiding. It was folly to arrest Braddon Mountford and to give the real murderer time to get away. Why was he arrested? Who put it into Coxon's head to do such a thing?" "Dane knows more about it than I do," answered Urquhart. "He can tell you." Dane told his story with an air of conviction that chilled Sir Joseph's blood. It was inexplicable, a hideous mystery. Sir Joseph and his daughter heard how Mountford had been found kneeling beside the corpse, his hand and clothes stained with blood, his manner agitated, hopelessly confused, unable to give any account of himself during the hours in which he had been missing. "He was more like a lunatic than a man in his right senses," concluded Dane. Sibyl heard and remembered Braddon's words of only a few hours before. He had painted in strongest phrases the horror of his hereditary malady. He had told her that there was no limit to the dark possibilities of that dread disease. He knew not what phase it might assume. It might be murder. Yes, those were the very words which he had spoken when he tried to cut himself off from her sympathy. A doomed wretch, worse than a leper, since with him physical malady might pass into moral delinquency, a creature beyond the pale of human love or friendship. And now she heard how he had been found with blood-stained hands beside the murdered girl, unable even to assert his innocence, allowing himself to be led off to jail without protest or remonstrance. "He seemed to take it all for granted," said Tom Dane. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Thou Art the Man. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Thou Art the Man by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 11. Before the Coroner. Daylight, which solves many mysteries, brought to light the weapon that had slain Marie Arnold. The knife that killed her was found lying among the thick tufts of primrose and foxglove a few yards from the spot where she was murdered, and it was a knife which the keeper, who had attended the two men in the salmon fishing, identified as belonging to Braddon Mountford. He had seen him use it 50 times, he told the solicitor from Carlisle who was watching the case in Mountford's interest. Convinced of Mountford's innocence, and anxious to protect his guest, even in the midst of his own trouble, Sir Joseph had telegraphed to his solicitor that morning, and he had arrived at Ellerslie at noon, and had occupied himself for more than an hour in looking about him and questioning the servants who had been concerned in the tragedy of the previous night. The inquest was opened at the village inn at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, by which time everybody in the neighbourhood had heard the details of the murder, or had evolved from his or her inner consciousness details far more elaborate than the actual facts of the case. There was a general impression that Braddon Mountford was the murderer, and had been caught red-handed before he could withdraw the knife from his victim's heart, and there were conflicting theories as to the motive of the murderer. The most popular hypothesis was that he had pursued her with dishonorable proposals, and, finding himself scorned by her, he had killed her in an excess of blind fury, an act which he doubtless had repented as soon as the thing was done. That this quiet gentleman, who had won everybody's good word, was a concealed lunatic, was now the general idea, and Tom Dane, the stableman, was the first and principal witness. He described the finding of the body, and how Braddon Mountford had been discovered kneeling beside the corpse, his hands stained with blood, his countenance pale and agitated, his manner wild and incoherent. "Had he any weapon in his hand?" asked the coroner. "No, his hands were empty." "Did you think it strange that there should be blood upon his hands?" asked Mr. Fangfoss, the solicitor. "Would it not seem natural that he should have touched the body in order to find out if there was life left in it, he being the first to find the deceased?" "I didn't think about that, sir. I only thought that Mr. Mountford's manner was very strange." "Stranger than the occasion warranted?" "Well, sir, I should hardly have looked to see a gentleman like Mr. Mountford, a gentleman who has travelled and roughed it among savages, I've heard say, struck all of a heap, as he was when I found him, half like a man that had gone silly. I should have expected him to recover his equilibrium sooner than he did, but there's others who saw him, and they can speak for themselves." "What time was it when you found the body in the wood?" "A little after 10, might have been 1/4 past. I heard the clock strike soon after I left the stables." Hubert Urquhart was the next witness. Asked if he had assisted in the search for the missing girl, he answered in the affirmative. The search had begun immediately after dinner, when it had been ascertained that neither Miss Arnold nor Mr. Mountford was in the house. Mr. Mountford had been seen going out to the gardens at 6 o'clock, and had not been seen by anyone in the house after that hour. "When was Miss Arnold last seen?" "She was with Miss Higginson in the drawing-room at tea-time." "That would be about 5 o'clock, I suppose," suggested the coroner. "From 4:30 to 5:30. Were you at tea with these young ladies yesterday?" "No, I was by the river." "What time did you go back to the house?" "At 7:30, or it might have been 7:45. "Is that your usual hour for returning?" "I have no particular hour. I have been governed by circumstances, the weather, the sport, my own inclination." "I take it that you went back to the house later than usual last night, Mr. Urquhart," said Mr. Fangfoss. He was a keen-looking man, thin, fair, with smooth sandy hair, and a countenance that was little more than a profile. He had a quick, bird-like manner of turning his head to one side with an interrogative air, and nobody had ever been able to surprise his full face. "Yes, I was later than I generally am." "You generally took tea with the ladies before 5:30, I think." "Sometimes, not generally. But I don't think you need occupy the coroner's time with those trivial details." Small details sometimes lead up to large facts. You went home by the wood, I believe. Yes, I went by the shortest way from the river to the house. Did you hear nothing, or see nothing unusual on your way? Nothing. Did you meet Miss Arnold? No. Nor Mr. Mountford? I met no one. Were you alone? Yes. How was it? The keeper who usually attended upon you was not with you yesterday, asked Mr. Fangfoss. Simply because I dismissed him early in the afternoon, having no further need of his services. You did not want him to carry your tackle? No, my tackle is kept in a hut near the river. I had the keeper's boy with me at the river, ready to carry home my fish if I caught any. But as I caught none, the boy wasn't wanted. Oh, you had no luck with your rod yesterday, though you were fishing later than usual. None. When did the boy go home? At the same time I did, I suppose, but as his way was not my way, I can't answer for that fact. And you met no one. You saw nothing, heard nothing in the wood. I have answered that question already to his honor. I'm sure you won't mind answering it over again to oblige me, said Mr. Fangfoss, with his chirpy little air and an insinuating slant of his sandy head. I do not object, but I repeat that you are wasting time. I heard nothing. I saw nothing but the trunks of the firs in the pathway by which I walked. I met no one. This closed Urquhart's evidence. The room was crowded and the day was warm, and the witness looked heated and weary as he sat down. He gave a little start on glancing across the crowd, for among the spectators he saw the last person he expected to see in that room. Sibyl Higginson stood in the background, wedged among the villagers, and looking over the shoulder of the short, stout mistress of the inn where the inquest was being held. She was dressed in black, and wore a hat which shaded and almost concealed her face, but he could see that she was very pale. Why had she come there? Her presence betrayed an intense interest in Mountford's fate. The man who found the knife in the wood testified to the fact of finding it, and that he knew it to be Mountford's property. Mr. Mountford has no wish to dispute that fact, but he does not know how long the knife may have been out of his possession, said the lawyer. It is some time, perhaps a week, since he used it. Can he say that it has been missing during that time? Asked the coroner. He is not clear upon that point, but he can recall the last time of using it when he was in the boat. The lawyer went on to argue that there was no evidence whatsoever against Braddon Mountford. He had been the first to discover that a murder had been committed, and he had been found stupefied with horror at the deed by the grooms who came to the spot with their lantern immediately after he made the discovery. To suppose that any man would be calm and collected in such a crisis would be to suppose that man wanting in natural feeling. The young lady had been known to him, and had been his companion in many pleasant hours. He had last seen her beautiful and happy, full of life and high spirits, and he found her lying alone in the darkness, foully murdered. Would any man be perfectly calm and self-possessed and able to give a very clear account of himself under such conditions? Yet, because this man had shown signs of agitation and distress, he had been hauled off to a village lock-up and treated like a convicted criminal. Mr. Fangfoss ventured to say that he had never heard of any more outrageous abuse of ignorant authority in the whole of his experience of the rural police. There was much reason and much vigor in Mr. Fangfoss's harangue, but the fact of Mountford's absence from the house during the same hours in which Marie Arnold had been missing made an impression on the jury which no arguments of the lawyer could weaken. That he had been found on the scene of the murder with blood-stained hands and blood-stained clothes was much. But that circumstance, startling as it was, could be more easily explained than the fact of his disappearance during the very time at which Marie had been missing, a disappearance which involved a complete departure from all his habits, a marked breach of domestic etiquette. That a guest who, until yesterday, had been undeviating in punctuality, should keep everybody waiting dinner, should offer no excuse for his absence, implied a state of things in which passion had got the better of prudence, and had overthrown all the laws of a gentleman's existence. The coroner had dined at Ellerslie more than once during Mr. Mountford's visit, and he knew him as a person of courteous manners and perfect consideration for others. To the coroner, as well as the jury, his conduct on the previous evening seemed incompatible with innocence. The verdict was willful murder against Braddon Mountford. The inquiry before the magistrate was to begin on the following day, and in the meantime Braddon Mountford was to remain in the lock-up, with every probability of being committed for trial after the magisterial inquiry. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Thou Art the Man. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Thou Art the Man by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 12. Encompassed with darkness. It was night, and Braddon Mountford was sitting in the dismal old building by the sea, which had served as a prison house for many generations of poachers, sheep-stealers, and smugglers, marauders, and depredators on land and water, rioters and insubordinates of every kind. It had served as a prison house in those bitter days when the criminal code was written in blood, and the full stop of every sentence was a hempen necklace. If the ghosts of all the men and women to whom those four bare walls had been the antechamber of the grave could have haunted the place, the air would have been thick with the spirits of wretched creatures whose doom, looked at in the milder light of today, as judicial murder. It was what the sons of the soil called an unked place. The crumbling plaster on the bare walls was blotched with straggling stains and patches of damp, and all along the lower part of the walls there had crept a dull, slimy moss, like green rust, while the brick flooring was slippery with the same parasite growth. Cobwebs had thickened in every corner, and the spider had her fill of vagabond flies which came in at the grating when the place was empty, for the window was left open day and night. The furniture consisted of a table and 2 chairs, large, heavy, and clumsily made, but which, perhaps from their age, might have been precious in the estimation of the collector. There was a wide old fireplace, with a grate half eaten away by rust, and which still contained the ashes of a fire kindled months ago. Dust and grime were upon everything, neglect and decay were in the very atmosphere of the place. An all-pervading odor of dirt and smoke and mildew, desolation and despair were in the sounds that came in at yonder rusty grating, the moaning of the barren sea, and the shrill, wail of the rising wind. The custodian of this dog kennel had been civil, for after all Mr. Mountfort was a gentleman, and even if he were guilty and had to swing for it, he must have friends who would be likely to pay for any kindness shown him in his dark hour. With that conviction, Coxon, village constable, had provided comfortable meals, which the prisoner hardly tasted, had offered to light a fire, which the prisoner declined, had brought a newspaper and pair of candles when the evening closed in, and had sent a lad to Ellerslie for a change of linen and a supply of tobacco. Brandon's pipe had been his only solace during these barren spaces of time, before and after the inquest. He had not read a line of the provincial newspaper which had been brought for his entertainment. He had sat and stared at the sky, and pondered gloomily, brooding upon the story of the past, recalling old impressions, but, most of all, recapitulating the history of the malady to which he was subject, as he had read it in the textbooks, a dismal and a harmful study to a man in his case. The image of the Bavarian peasant had been with him in his solitude, the man in whom the impulse toward murder was so strong a tendency that with each fresh crisis of his malady the struggle to resist his own fierce longings had been harder, and with each recovery there had been in the patient's mind a wondering thankfulness at not having succumbed, at having gotten over the attack without satisfying the savage thirst for blood. Braddon Mountford pondered the story of this unhappy being, a man whose boyhood and youth had been mild and inoffensive, in whose warped nature the murderous instinct had only come with ripening manhood. He compared the Bavarian's history with his own. Till yesterday his paroxysms had been of a mild and normal character, but yesterday he had felt the gloom of an overwhelming despair, a burden too heavy to be borne, until, as he sank deeper and deeper into that dark gulf of despondency, it had seemed as if all the powers of hell were let loose in his brain. A rage, an agony, a revolt against fate had taken possession of him. He thought of the girl who loved him and offered herself to him, and whom he dared not take to the heart that yearned for her, dared not because of the curse that was laid upon him. He cried aloud in his anguish that the curse was devilish, not the chastisement of a just and merciful God, but the mocking torments of devils, rejoicing in their power to make man's best gifts of no avail. Tonight, in the still monotony of his shabby prison-house, where the fitful candlelight played fantastic tricks with the stains and blotches on the wall, as the flame wavered with every gust from the sea, tonight he recalled the sufferings and sensations of yesterday evening, and his memory grew clearer with every hour of meditation and solitude. All that he thought and felt before he fell headlong under the fir trees was clearly recorded by memory, but the period of unconsciousness which succeeded was a blank. He might have been dead in his grave for all he knew of those hours between the fall and the awakening. Anything might have happened to him, anything might have been done by him, but if that interval had not been inactive, if in that lapse of consciousness a new man had arisen within him and moved him to strange actions, there was no trace in his memory of the things that he had done. Never before had he experienced such a lapse of consciousness. His former seizures had been brief. This fit, with its appalling duration, its long period of coma or dreamless sleep, was a new development of his disease. The murder seemed motiveless, savage, the act of a maniac, impelled by the lust of blood. Who else was there who so likely as the wretched epileptic to do such a deed of horror? He remembered shudderingly that he had felt a growing dislike of Marie Arnold, resenting the way in which she had thrust herself between him and Sibyl, making all confidential talk impossible, and in some wise spoiling those delicious hours of innocent friendship. Yes, he knew that he had disliked Sibyl's adopted sister, and that yesterday, on discovering the clue to her conduct, he had felt only a contemptuous wonder at her folly, only a careless scorn for a woman who could give her love unasked, when, if she had eyes or reason, she must know that the man she loved was devotedly attached to another. He was startled from these gloomy thoughts by the sound of voices outside his door. The key turned with a scrooping sound in the rusty lock. The door opened, and a tall, slim figure in black came towards him, hat and veil hiding the face in the dim light. But for Brandon Mountford, there was only one face on earth, and he was quick to recognize his visitor. "Sibyl, my Sibyl, how adorable of you, my dearest girl. How shall I thank you?" He would have taken her in his arms, but she held herself away from him. She laid her hand lightly on his breast, holding him at a distance, looking him full in the face. "Brandon, I have come because I want to know the truth, to help you if I can. I know that you are innocent. You never could have committed that awful crime. You of all men on earth. It is not possible." "One would hardly think so," he answered with a curious, slow smile that frightened her. "In my right senses I have no inclination towards murder. I thought your friend a tiresome person when she hung upon our footsteps and never allowed us 5 minutes' quiet talk from heart to heart. I used to think that rather hard, Sibyl, but that is scarcely a reason why I should murder her. No, my beloved, in my right senses, when I know what I am doing, I should be utterly incapable of such a crime, as incapable as your father or you. But last night I was not in my right senses. A sullen rage against life and fate had seized me. My soul rebelled against the God who made me, and gave me a heart to love, a mind to revere all that is fairest and best in womankind, and then said to me, 'Thou shalt take no woman to thy heart. Thou shalt live and die alone.' My senses grew dim in that red cloud of anger, and when I came out of that blood-red stupor, murder had been done within a few yards of the spot where I found myself. Who knows, Sibyl? How dare I affirm that I was not the murderer? It was my knife that did the deed." "But had you that knife about you yesterday?" "I think not. It is some days since I used it, but it might have been among the things in my room. I had been packing my fishing tackle, and I had been absent-minded and preoccupied all the morning. I did a good many stupid things in the course of my packing, put things into the portmanteau and took them out again in a futile, muddle-brained way. My mind was full of you, Sibyl, and our parting, the parting that might be forever. I might easily enough have put that knife in my pocket instead of putting it in the case with the tackle." "Oh, you must not say those things. You must not say that was possible. You must not think yourself as a possible murderer. You cannot believe yourself capable of such a crime. You cannot, unless you are utterly different from the man I have thought you, unless there can be two natures, two separate existences in one man," argued Sibyl despairingly. Only now, perhaps in this dark hour, had she realized the strength of her love. Now, when she made herself one with him, when she felt and suffered as if his guilt, as if he were guilty, was her guilt, a burden laid upon her as much as upon him, or as if this semblance of guilt, this cloud of horror which encircled him, encompassed her too, and she must struggle through this darkness to the light of truth. "Why do you say such things?" she pleaded, agonized by his silence. "You must know that you are innocent, that however the knife came to be there, near that poor murdered girl, you did not use it." "I know nothing, except that there was an interval of darkness, a blank in my existence, of which my memory tells me nothing. How can I tell that I may not have done this thing in that interval, prompted and urged by devils? You know how the tormentor, cast out of a human sufferer, drove the herd of swine headlong to their death. That may be taken to illustrate the epileptic tendency, the driving power of evil, the irresistible impulse towards some act of blind violence, the rending and tearing of the fiend within, the devilish instinct to which murder or self-destruction becomes a necessity. But you have never felt this dreadful impulse. You have read of such things, and the thought of them may have haunted you, but these horrors have never come within your own experience. When you were in the wilderness, away from civilization, almost beyond the reach of the law, were you ever wicked or cruel then, Braddon? Did you ever kill one of your fellow creatures?" She shuddered as she asked the question. "No, Sibyl. I never lifted my hand against my fellow man. I was not a hard taskmaster. I never had any inclination to be cruel. Those who knew me in Africa can tell you that our black comrades loved me as if I had been their brother and their king. No, the impulse to slay was never upon me. But once, when I had the fever and thought in my delirium that I had two heads, and that all the throbbing agony was in one, and if I could shoot that I should be out of pain. My chum had as much as he could do to wrench the pistol from my hand before I could fire. I wanted to shoot that superfluous head which was causing me such agony. Yet I only knew this from the man who told me about it. I have no memory of my ravings or my attempted suicide. There sometimes are two natures in the same man, the nature in calm and well-being, the nature in storm and madness. You are an angel of compassion and mercy, Sibyl. You come to my solitude as a ray of light from heaven. But you cannot help me, dear, and all you have to do henceforward is to forget that there ever was such a man. I shall never forget, and I will never believe that you were a murderer, even in delirium. It could not be. There lies the mystery, Sibyl, the mystery of what can or cannot be in such a case as mine. You must leave me to my fate, my beloved, gallows or madhouse, or acquittal and liberty, whatever may happen. You have only to forget me. There is a curse upon my life which no woman shall share. The nobler, the better, the truer the woman, so much the less would I link my life with hers. It was angelic of you to come here, and you must come and go as an angel, leaving no trace of your footsteps, only peace and consolation in my heart." He knelt down to kiss her hands in a fond idolatry, and then, becoming all at once calm and practical, he questioned her as to her coming. "I walked here. I had my maid with me. She is waiting at the inn. Coxon was very good. They all know me about here, and would do anything for me, not for my own sake, but because I am my father's daughter. They all love and honor him. He is a good man, and deserves to be loved. How does he take this trouble, Sibyl, this inexplicable horror?" "He feels it terribly. I've hardly seen him since the last night. He has been in his own room all day with the door locked. I begged him to let me in to share his grief with me, but he would not even open his door to answer me. He told me, almost roughly, to go away and leave him to his sorrow. He was so fonder even than I was, and yet God knows I loved her dearly, and that if I could for one instant believe that you killed her, I could not bear to see you or to be near you. I might pity you, but your presence would be a horror to me. But I know that you had nothing to do with her death." "Help me find her murderer, then. That is the only thing you can do for me, Sibyl. Find the motive and the murderer, if you can. You know Marie Arnold's history, her friends, her enemies." "She had no enemy. She was a kind, warm-hearted girl, and had never offended or injured anyone." "She may have had some rejected lover. There is not much difference between a jealous lover and a madman. She may have been murdered in a paroxysm of despairing love. The only offer she ever rejected was from Mr. Tweedy, the curate, and one could not suspect him of madness and despair. Poor young man. He would not hurt a worm. One never knows the men who are capable of a destroying passion. But how did her murderer come by my clasp knife? He may have stolen it, in order to fix you with the crime. Not that kind of murderer. Passion is reckless and sudden in all its acts, not deliberate and designing." The creaking door opened again, and Coxon ushered in another visitor. "Mr. Urquhart to see you, sir." "Sibyl!" exclaimed Urquhart. "What in heaven's name has brought you here?" "My anxiety for a friend falsely accused of a dreadful crime. I am glad you are here, for that shows you sympathize with Mr. Mountford in his cruel position, and perhaps you can help me to save him." "I'm afraid it would need more than mortal power to do that," answered Urquhart. "Nothing less than supernatural intervention seems likely to be of any use here. We want the angel who liberated Peter. With him and a fast cutter in the offing below, we might do something." His cynical air, his scornful use of an example which to her was sacred, offended Sibyl. Yet she welcomed his presence as that of someone who might be helpful to Braddon Mountford. "You mean that he ought to try to escape, to run away, as if he were guilty?" she asked. "Yes, if he's not in a position to prove his innocence, and upon my word I don't see how he is to do it. Facts are uncommonly strong. The fact that you are missing at an unusual hour, for instance, Mountford, and that you were found as you were found." He hesitated at this point, as if even for his hard nature there was agony in the thought of Marie Arnold's death. "The fact of your knife being the weapon used, your knife, stained to the hilt with her heart's blood." The words choked him, and he stopped suddenly. Then, with a frown and shrug, went on, It's a ghastly business, Mountford. You must see for yourself how black it looks. I see that as plainly as you, but I am not going to run away, ain't you? Remember, after tonight, unless tomorrow's inquiry should be adjourned, you mayn't have a chance of escape. From this place, with the people about here, you may get away as easily as Bazin got away from St. Marguerite. But if the inquiry ends in your committal, you are transferred to Carlisle. It will be all over with you, and you must stand the racket. I mean to stand the racket. If I am guilty, let me suffer. If I am innocent, well, I suppose Providence will watch my case, and the real facts of the murder will come to light, somehow. Urquhart stared at him in blank amazement. You talk of yourself as though you were not sure of yourself. As if you might have murdered her, he exclaimed. I'm not sure of myself, or of what happened during my lapse of consciousness, any more than a habitual sleepwalker can be sure that no strange thing has happened during his sleep. The fact that he can remember nothing is no proof that nothing happened. No, I understand. You are right in that, said Urquhart, evidently impressed. And this murder was so motiveless, so unnecessary. A girl whom no one could have hated, young, beautiful. Why should anyone murder her? It is a terrible case, terrible. For if you should be pardoned on the ground of lunacy, that would mean lifelong imprisonment at Her Majesty's pleasure. Think what those words mean. A life, Mountford, a life. There are men pining in madhouses today who were shut up when the Queen was a young woman, when everything in this world was different than what it is today. Men who have never seen the world we live in, who would not recognize the cities they once knew or the places in which their boyhood was spent. Men whose lives have rotted away inside the walls of Hanwell or Colney Hatch. But if he is innocent, as I feel and know he is, flight would be madness. It would be to stamp himself guilty. My dear Sibyl, that is a girl's heroic way of looking at things. I, as poor Mountford's friend, take a more prosaic view. All the chances are against him if he stay to stand his trial. Nobody can doubt that he will be committed for trial. On that point there can be no question. Between tonight and tomorrow night, there is the possibility of getting him away. It is only a possibility, mark you, and it will require sharp action on the part of his friends, you and me, for instance, and a lavish use of money, but it may be done. After tomorrow, it may be impossible. It will be impossible if the inquiry finish tomorrow. You hear what he says, Braddon? Said Sibyl appealingly, the tears streaming down her pallid cheeks, her hands clasping Braddon's arm as he stood motionless, seemingly unmoved by Urquhart's urgency. Yes, I hear him, but I will take my chance. No, you must escape. Think what the danger is. Death, or a lifelong misery. Braddon, be rational, for my sake. He looked down at her with a smile which transfigured him. My angel, for your sake. What would I not do for your sake? But, dear love, between you and me there is a great gulf fixed. What does it matter where I live or how I die? I must live or die apart from you. Braddon, for my sake, don't trouble about the future. Providence may be kinder to us than you might think, if we are true to each other. We will get you away from this place, out of England. You will be only governed by us. We can do it, Mr. Urquhart. The people here will do anything for me." "And for hard cash," interjected Urquhart. "All you have to do is let us act for you. Everything must be done in a few hours. You won't refuse to make the attempt, Braddon, for my sake, for my sake." She urged that one argument which a woman thinks infallible when she loves and knows herself beloved. "Is there no risk for her in the attempt?" Braddon asked, turning to Urquhart. "Not in the slightest. Sir Joseph is a king in this place, and can do no wrong, and his daughter shares his immunity. The people will be blind, deaf, dumb, if she asks them, and pays them." "Sibyl, you shall be the ruler of my life. If you wish me to make my escape, although in the very attempt I stand self-accused—" "No, no, it will only give you time. Who knows if some new evidence may not be found when you are far away? The murderer may confess, some clue may be discovered, some link in the chain of circumstances which no one can foresee or imagine now. Only be guided by us, Braddon, and all will go well." She spoke with confidence. Her look was full of hope as she clasped his hands at parting. "Come along," said Urquhart. "There's no time to lose." End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Thou Art the Man. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Thou Art the Man by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 13. Grudged I so much to die? "Now," said Sibyl, when she and Urquhart were walking along the wind-blown path toward the inn where she had left her maid. "Now, Mr. Urquhart, what is the first thing to be done?" He was astonished at the firmness of her tone, the air of resolute courage in so young a girl who had never before been brought face to face with crime or danger, a girl who, in the circumstances, might have been forgiven had she abandoned herself to hysteria in her own room, instead of being here under the dark night sky, ready to dare anything for the man she loved. "You must be very fond of him," he said grudgingly, "or you never would have come to this place tonight." "I am very fond of him. And I no more believe that he killed poor Marie," with a stifled sob, "than that I was walking in my sleep in the wood, and that this hand of mine had killed her. There was someone else, someone who will be found and brought to justice in God's own good time." "Perhaps, but God's own time may be soon enough to prove his omnipotence, yet not to save an innocent man's neck." "I did not think you would care so much for him as to trouble yourself what became of him. I am sorry for having so mistaken in you, Mr. Urquhart. I thought you hard and worldly, caring for no one but yourself, but the hour of trouble has shown the best side of your nature." "Oh, one can't help feeling sorry for a man in such a fix as that. What you and I are going to do may be a risky thing, but if we can get him off safely, well, it will be a life saved, most likely, for I don't think the verdict would be anything less than willful murder. You and I may know that if he did the thing he did it in an interval of aberration, but there is no evidence to show that he was ever out of his mind, and the theory would hardly hold good with a jury, and even with the Home Secretary afterwards. Nothing would ever make me believe him guilty. Ah, that's a woman's way of looking at the matter. You love him, ergo, he can do no wrong. Even in a moment of lunacy, there would be a special providence to keep him straight. Another man, as good a man, might give way to an irresistible impulse of jealousy and anger, the impulse to destroy the creature he loved best in the world, perhaps. Such things have been, but no such a thing could happen to your lover. There was an offensive tone in that last word which passed by Sibyl like an idle wind. She was supremely indifferent about Mr. Urquhart's opinion of her conduct. She thought of him only as she might have thought of a paid servant who promised to be useful in a dire extremity. The road along which they were walking skirted the face of the cliff and ascended toward the village, which was a little way inland and on higher ground than the Coast Guard station and lockup. A long, straggling village of pitmen's houses, with an inn at each end and a rustic shop here and there. The houses were better built than most pitmen's houses, and the village boasted a workmen's club and a reading room and an infirmary, while about half a mile off, in a rustic lane, backed by the woods which joined Ellerslie, an old grey stone manor house had been fitted up as a convalescent home, where the pitmen and their wives and children were provided with rest and care after any serious illness or any accident of their trade. The lock-up was away from everything except the Coast Guard and the constable's cottage close by. It had, no doubt, been found that, with the Coast Guard on one side and the constable on the other, this village jail was tolerably secure as a temporary place of durance. "Tell me what we have to do," Sibyl said, presently. "We have to get your friend clear away before daylight. I have been thinking about it since we left him. The only thing to be done is to get him on board a fishing smack, which will land him somewhere along the coast. The farther from here, the better. When he is on board, he can change his clothes for a spare suit of fisherman's, which can be ready for him, and his own things can be stowed away or thrown overboard. When he sets foot on land again, he must appear as a rough sea-going man, whom no one will think of identifying with the missing gentleman from Ellerslie. What you have to do is to get as much ready cash as you can scrape together, not less than £200, and bring it to me as soon as you possibly can. I shall wait for you and the money at the Fisherman's Rest, the inn at the other end of the village, not the Higginson Arms where you left your maid. And while you are getting the money, I shall be making my bargain with the men who are to find the boat and trying to secure Coxon, the constable. I have my own account at the Carlisle Bank. My father opened an account for me on my last birthday. I can write any checks you want." "Checks are of no use. The men wouldn't look at a check, least of all Coxon, whose conscience will have to be bought. You must get me gold or notes." "It will be difficult. I could only get them from father." "Then you must appeal to your father. This is a matter of life and death, remember, and we have only 3 or 4 hours. When tonight is gone, our chance will be gone." I know. Yes, it must be done. My father must help me." They parted on the threshold of the Higginson Arms, commonly spoken of as the Arms, a house with certain pretensions, and which had been known to accommodate an occasional tourist, a low stone house with a parlour that was the pride of the landlady's heart, and whose chief ornament was a monstrous and stony-looking stuffed salmon in a glass case. Here, in contemplation of a round table furnished with a large assortment of pious literature, sat Miss Higginson's maid, Ferriby, yawning dismally. She started up at her mistress's entrance. "La, miss, I thought you was never coming back," said Ferriby, who had been promoted from the village school to attendance on Sir Joseph's daughter. "It's 11 o'clock." "I can't help that, Ferriby. We must make haste home now. Come along." Not a word said Miss Higginson to her maid during the hurried walk through the lane and across a field to a gate which opened into Ellerslie Park. It was a long and lonely walk under a threatening sky, and Ferriby, with a vivid remembrance of last night's horror, felt as though the air were thick with ghosts. They heard the stable clock striking 12 before they came to the side door near Sibyl's rooms, the key of which door was in Ferriby's pocket. "It will be daylight at 4, thought Sibyl. Only 4 hours. She was glad to see the lighted windows of her father's study, and to know that either he or Andrew Orlebar was still up. "Shall I get you some lemonade and a biscuit before you go to bed, miss?" asked the maid. "You must be dreadfully tired after that long walk." "Nonsense, Ferriby. You know I think nothing of such a walk. I don't want anything, and I'm not going to bed just yet. But you can go as soon as you like. I shan't want you any more tonight." "Not to brush your hair, miss? I should like to give your hair a good brushing. That might be a relief to your poor head." No. There is nothing amiss with my head." "Oh, miss, I don't believe there can be a head in this house that doesn't ache, after what we went through last night." And Ferriby burst into tears. Go!" cried Sibyl imperiously. "Do you think tears can do any good?" "They can't bring her back," whimpered Ferriby, "but they ease an aching heart. Let me take your hat and scarf, miss, at least." "No, haven't I told you to go to bed? Don't worry me." Ferriby, upon being thus cruelly snubbed, went sobbing upstairs. She was a year or so older than Sibyl, who had taught her in the Sunday school, and whom she adored. This was the first time her young mistress had spoken so unkindly. "Who can wonder at it?" whimpered Ferriby. "We're all of us unhinged." Sibyl went to her father's door, and found it locked, as it had been earlier in the evening. Sir Joseph had been in that room all day, so far as Sibyl knew. There had been no family meeting at dinner. Mr. Urquhart had sat at table alone under the searching eyes of butler and footman, and, as reported by those attendants, had eaten about as much of each course as would lie on a shilling, and yet he looked cool enough, and hardly a bit cut up, said the butler. Grief in the servants' hall was more demonstrative, but did not show itself in loss of appetite. "Father, I want to speak to you. Pray let me in. It is about something urgent." She heard her father cross the room with a heavier tread than usual. He unlocked the door, and she went in, and father and daughter stood for a few moments looking at each other in the lamplight. Sir Joseph's eyelids were red and swollen, his swarthy skin was livid, and his whole aspect bore the marks of a complete abandonment to grief. Sibyl put her arms around his neck and kissed him with compassionate love. "Dear father, I am so sorry for your grief. I know how dearly you loved her." "Not so dearly as I ought to have loved her, Sibyl. I made her a dependent in my house, only a humble dependent. That is a bitter thought, Sibyl, now that she is gone from us by such a cruel fate. My God, my God." His hands clutched distractedly at his hair. He sank down into the chair where he had been sitting when Sibyl came to the door, and the iron-grey head was bowed over the table amongst the scattered papers which his trembling hands had tossed here and there in the vain pretence of attending to the day's business. "Dear father, You denied her nothing. She was like my sister. You can have nothing to regret in your conduct to her. You were all goodness. You don't know, child. Don't talk to me about her. It hurts me to hear you talk of her. The blow has fallen, and I must bear it. Father, I want you to answer one question. Do you believe that Braddon Mountford murdered her? No, I do not. No, in spite of the damning evidence against him. No, for a man of his character and his lineage, my dear wife's race, such a deed must be impossible. I cannot believe him guilty, though every circumstance points to guilt. No, I believe she was sacrificed to the malignity of some ruffian who had a grudge against me. Against you, father? Why, all your men adore you. No, Sibyl, there are always black sheep. However popular an employer may be, he is never without enemies. If I have been a good master to good servants, I have been hard as iron in my dealings with bad subjects. I have made examples when they were needed. I should never have held my own with that rough lot if I had been afraid of letting him have it hot when they tried to get the upper hand. It's likely enough that some vindictive devil struck at me, through my poor innocent girl. Thank God for one thing, there were no signs of a struggle. The villain's knife took her by surprise. 3 swift blows from the savage hand. No struggle. No time for terror and agony. Death. Sudden death. Only death. The large muscular hands were strained across his eyes, and the stooping shoulders were shaken by the violence of his sobs. My poor girl, caught like a lamb in the clutch of a tiger. But it was death, swift and sudden. It might have been worse. Sibyl knelt by his chair, clinging to him, leaning her head against his arm, trying to comfort him by mute sympathy, a love that needed no words. When the storm was over, he looked down at her kindly, but with a far-off look, as if he hardly knew her. "You wanted something?" he said. "What was it?" "I want you to give me some money, father. A good deal. At least £200 in cash. I can give you my cheque for the full amount. I have drawn very little of the £500 you paid into the bank for me on my birthday, but I must have 200 tonight, in notes or gold." Her father looked at her wonderingly, but with the look of a man whose troubled brain is only dimly impressed by any circumstance outside the point upon which all his thoughts are centered. "I don't understand what you could want with so much money," he said. "Is it for someone in distress?" "Yes, for someone in great distress." "Surely tomorrow would be time enough?" "No, it must be tonight." "How impulsive you are, just like your poor mother. There's some money in that drawer, the drawer with a key in it, some notes that were brought me this morning, nearly £300, some of my March rents. Take what you want and go. I am better alone. This muddled head of mine can't stand the strain of talking to anyone, not even to you." He rose and walked up and down the room, while Sibyl knelt in front of his writing table and opened the money drawer. The notes were of various denominations, and it took her some minutes to make up the sum she required. And then she went to her father, kissed him silently, and left him with a murmured good night. She met his faithful secretary, creeping out of the billiard-room, where there was a solitary lamp burning. "You will look after my poor father, won't you, Mr. Orlebar? He is in a sad state of mind." "Yes, I am waiting for him. I hope I shall get him to bed presently. He was up all last night. It is killing work for a man of his age. I wish you could stay with him, Miss Higginson. You might help persuade him to take some rest." No, he doesn't want me," Sibyl answered hurriedly as she went toward the lobby that opened into the garden. She had not taken off her hat or jacket. Andrew Orlebar looked after her wonderingly as she vanished into the darkness of the corridor. That she should be leaving her father when her presence might have been useful to him was strange in so affectionate a daughter. That she should be dressed for walking at that hour of the night was even more surprising. While he stood thinking over her conduct, he heard the lobby door shut, blown to by the wind, which was just beginning to rise. The door had slipped out of Sibyl's hand while she was trying to shut it noiselessly. The sky was moonless and starless, and there was a fine, drizzling rain falling, scarcely more perceptible than dew, and it was not till she was near the end of her journey that Sibyl knew the penetrating capacity of that fine rain, but by that time her thin cloth jacket was wet through. There was a light burning in a lower window at the Fisherman's Rest, but the door was shut, and Sibyl stood for a few moments wondering whether she ought to knock, when she saw a bright red spot travelling toward her along the dark road, which proved to be the lighted end of Urquhart's cigar. "You have been very quick," he said as he came to her. "Have you got the money?" "Yes, £200 in notes, 20s, 10s, 5s, answered Sibyl, handing him the packet. "Capital. You are a brave girl, and you may congratulate yourself in the days to come upon having saved Mountford's life. I have made my bargain with 3 of the best men in the village. They have a good boat, and they will be able to land him wherever he likes between here and the bonus. They will be ready to start before daybreak. One of them will be waiting on the beach with a dinghy. I've made everything square with Coxon. It wasn't an easy business, and he is to have £50, an exorbitant price for giving the key of the door and being deaf and dumb till tomorrow morning. He has lent me the axe with which he chops his wood, and when Mountford is off, I am to slip the key under the door of his cottage, where I can find it in the morning, and I am to knock the door of the lock-up about, smash the lock, and so on, so as to give the idea of an escape by violence. And now I'll take you to Mountford, and it will be your business to get him off quietly, without any quixotic nonsense on his part, while I look after the men. Stay, you had better take him a couple of £10 notes. He may be without money, and you'll have to arrange with him where his goods and chattels are to be sent. You can do anything with him, you see. You will succeed where I might fail. Remember, it is a question of life or death. Yes, I know, and yet I may be doing him the cruelest wrong in urging him to escape. All the world will say he is guilty. All the world will think very little about him, once he is dropped through. In the case of this kind, interest and curiosity soon die if they are not fed with the daily scraps in the newspapers. When Mountford has vanished and the funeral is over, this tragedy will be as if it never had been. Here we are at his door. Now, Sibyl, I leave you to manage him. When the men are ready, I'll come and fetch him." He unlocked the door and left Sibyl to go in alone. Braddon was sitting at the table in the dim light of the smoky candles, his watch lying in front of him as if he had been counting the minutes in the weariness of waiting. He started up as she entered and clasped her hand and lifted it to his lips. "My darling, why are you about at such an hour? To think that you should care for me so much, that you should be here in this wretched hole, you, in the dead of the night, caring and thinking for me, robbed of sleep and rest and comfort for me. I shall be able to better rest when I know that you are safe, Braddon. I offered you my love yesterday. Do you think I offered myself lightly to a man I cared about so little that I could stop at home idle and content while he was in sorrow and danger? No, you could not think so badly of me. You know that whatever a woman can do, I will do. Bar the door with my right arm, like Kate Barlass, to keep out your enemies if need were. She smiled at him through her tears, smiled with love so irresistible that he caught her in his arms, and their lips met in a despairing kiss. My God, he cried, a man might live and die for one such moment as this. I am content, Sibyl, no matter where I go or what becomes of me, however I may be tossed about in the tempest of life, cast on whatever strand, I must still remember and take comfort from the memory that you have loved me, and shall always love you, whatever may become of me. But now be reasonable, cool, clear-headed, and first take this money, giving him the 2 notes. What for? Because you may be wandering about for some time before you can get at your own money, and you may not have much about you. The change of a 10-pound check, of which I have given a sovereign to my jailer? Mr. Urquhart was right, then, as to your wanting money. Mr. Urquhart is very thoughtful. I don't understand why he should take so much trouble about me. It is surely common humanity in him. You and he have been companions and friends since you came to Ellerslie. Companions, yes. I don't know much about friendship. Mr. Urquhart has always impressed me with the idea that he has only one friend in the world, the friend who goes under his own hat. You have been unjust to him. Trouble brings out a man's better nature. He has been intensely in earnest about you, most energetic in helping you. Yes, but why, Sibyl, why? Braddon, are you a cynic? I know he is, but I did not think that you were an unbeliever in other people's goodness. An unbeliever when Providence has sent an angel across my pathway? No, Sibyl. I believe there are stray spirits from heaven who are allowed to visit this dull earth now and then in the shape of women like you. But I don't believe in the friendship of a Hubert Urquhart. It is his money you have given me? No, it is mine. I'm glad of that. She told him about the boat, and that all he had to do was to wait quietly until Urquhart summoned him. The interval was not likely to be long. They waited longer than Sibyl had anticipated, waited with the rude wooden shutters open to the night sky, which was covered with ragged black clouds that foretold windy weather. The wind had been rising since midnight, and it had blown away the soft, imperceptible rain, and seemed to be blowing the stars about, only a few stars scattered wide apart in the dark canopy. "I am afraid you'll have rough weather," Sibyl said as she listened to the sobbing swell of the waves on the beach below and the shrill note of the wind. No, it won't be much, or, if it were, I have not far to go. I can be landed at the first sheltered spot. The boat I am to sail in can hug the shore. No doubt the men know every inch of the coast between here and Bowness. They can land me where they like, as soon as they like. Not too near here. Remember, everyone will know you are gone tomorrow. You will be hunted for. Yes, like a hunted animal. A position of that kind does not enhance a man's sense of personal dignity. I am to wear another man's clothes, to sneak about pretending to be something I am not. I must try to talk like a Cumberland fisherman, and must inevitably be found out. My speech will betray me. He was walking up and down excitedly, with suppressed impatience. He had promised to do this thing, but he hated himself for doing it. He had, as it were, given his life into Sibyl's keeping, but he could but feel he was something less than a true man in allowing a woman to dispose of his fate. He could but feel that the manlier course would have been to abide the issue of things, to wait for the worst that the world's injustice could do to him. Or if he were in very truth a murderer, would it not be better to let the law deal with him? What joy or peace could he ever know upon earth while he was unconvinced upon that point, while in his own mind it was an open question whether he had killed the girl? There was but briefest speech during that long hour of waiting. Braddon paced up and down in moody silence. All had been said that words could say between these two. The story of hopeless love had been told. Sibyl stood by the open window watching those rainy clouds, amidst which the rare stars glimmered. A sky of evil omen, it seemed to her sad eyes. The dark, ragged clouds grouped themselves into a funeral train, and she shuddered as she thought of the dismal procession which was to leave Ellerslie early in the coming week. The first funeral, which would leave those doors since her mother's death, had taught her the inevitable end of all things human. Inevitable, yes, but not like this, not as it had come to her adopted sister. Poor Marie, she thought. I am so selfish in my sorrow for the man I love that I have no time to grieve for her. Grief will come by and by when he is safe but far away, and when I shall have nothing to think of but the friends that are lost. Braddon looked at his watch many times during that interval of waiting. 2:30. The first hour gone. 3, an hour and a half. Your friend is slow in making his plans, he said presently. I fear you may be missed at home. The whole household will run distracted, if that were so. No, there will be no one to miss me. I sent my maid to bed, and came out by the garden door, for which I have my own key. No one ever locks that door. We are not a nervous household at Ellerslie. Quick footsteps sounded outside, a key was turned in the door, and Urquhart looked in. Now, he said, all is ready. Look sharp. It will be light in less than an hour. Come, Mountford. Braddon paused on the threshold. Sibyl went to him and put her hand in his, simply, confidingly. God keep you and comfort you, she said, wherever you may go. The words were low and fervent, and had all the earnestness of a prayer. My beloved, if I get clear out of the trap that fate has set for me, I shall owe you my life, but it will be only a broken life without you. Come along, said Urquhart angrily. Don't stand there exchanging pretty speeches when every minute adds to the danger. He took hold of Braddon's arm and drew him across the threshold. I'll come back for you, Sibyl, when I've seen him safe on board. No, I shall go home alone. I want no one. You had better lock the door. No, stay where you are until I get back. He shut the door quickly as he spoke, locked it, and put the key in his pocket. For God's sake, don't leave her there, said Braddon. She'll be frightened in that dismal den. Not she. You don't know what a spirit that girl has. I shall be back in 10 minutes. Come along. Follow me down the path to the beach. Look out for squalls. The track is narrow and ragged, and a slip means death. Sibyl was not frightened, but she was angry at being treated like a child, locked in that miserable room, with the burnt-down candles smoking and flickering on the dirty deal table, and the rusty grating between her and the outside world. Why should Urquhart have prevented her going back to Ellerslie alone as she had come? She hated the idea of his company for the homeward walk. He would talk to her of Braddon, would discuss what had been done, speculate upon his future, and to hear Hubert Urquhart talk of the man she loved would be hateful. He had been useful. He had done things that she could not have done. With all her ardent desire to rescue her lover, he had acted while she had talked. He had the strongest claim upon her gratitude, but she did not want his company tonight. She walked across the room, and looking toward the grating, she was startled by the apparition of a face, 2 faces, peering in at her. "Who's there?" she cried. There was no answer, but she heard footsteps scuttling off in the loose shingle, and she felt assured that someone had been watching. The thought was not a pleasant one. She knew not how long or how often those unknown faces had been there. Strange, unfriendly eyes might have been peering in at her at Braddon, even in that one moment of abandonment, that kiss, which meant parting and despair. She welcomed the turning of the key in the lock, and even Urquhart's company was better than her own vexed thoughts. "Is he safe?" she asked. "He is dancing gaily over the water in the Mary Jane, with every thread of canvas straining in a favourable wind. He will be in Scotland before breakfast time at Ellerslie, and it will be his own fault if he doesn't take the first steamer that will carry him across the sea, and so make a clean disappearance." "There has been someone looking in at the grating," said Sibyl, pointing to the window, and she described that brief vision of 2 inquisitive faces. "I'm sorry for that," Urquhart said with a vexed air. "I'm sorry anyone in the village should know that you are here." Sibyl was outside the door by this time, and Urquhart was examining the lock before beginning operations with the hatchet which he had brought with him. "I don't like the idea of being watched," she said. "But as to their knowing I am here, I don't think that matters." "Perhaps not, but your villager has an infernal long tongue, and you don't want the whole neighbourhood nagging about Miss Higginson and her interest in a possible murderer." "I will never admit that possibility, and I don't care who knows that I am interested in him. You're a plucky girl. Now just take a look around before I smash this lock, and tell me if the coast is clear." He had taken off his coat, ready to begin work. Sibyl made a rapid circuit of lock-up and cottage, and came back to the door. "All right? All right. And here goes." He took a screwdriver from his pocket and tried to get the screws out of the lock. But this lock was solid enough to have locked a fortress, and the screws were embedded in rust. He could not move them. "I thought as much," he said. "The door couldn't have opened without violence. Now for a few artistic touches." He hacked and hewed the woodwork round the lock, sending the splinters flying and smashing the worm-eaten panel, which sent out a cloud of dust and rottenness at every stroke. 5 minutes' work made a ruin of door and jamb. "That will clear Coxon's character," he said. "And now to get rid of my tools." He ran to the little garden behind Coxon's cottage and disposed of the hatchet and screwdriver under a thicket of gooseberry bushes near the back door. Sibyl had walked some little way along the cliff path by the time he overtook her. "What a hurry you are in," he said as he rejoined her. "There is nothing more to be done. You are sure he got off safely?" "I saw him on board the smack. If the wind holds up, as it is now, he'll be far away northeast before noon." There were ragged streaks of a pale cold grey in the east, and the sea showed faintly livid under that first glimmer of dawn. It was not a sky of pleasant omen, and Sibyl, who had been reared on that coast and knew the signs of sea and sky, saw the menace of a storm. Her hope was that foul weather might be slow in coming, and that the man she loved might be safe on shore before the beginning of evil. She had nothing to say to Urquhart in the walk back to Ellerslie, and she walked her fastest, partly because of that agitated state of mind in which it was impossible to walk slowly, partly in her desire to escape conversation. But at the door he stopped her with his hand upon her arm. "How you must love that man," he said, as if the ejaculation were the result of his brooding thoughts during the silent walk. "I do love him," she answered, turning to look at him. "I am not ashamed of loving him. His father loved my mother before she saw my father's face. Fate parted them. Fate is parting Braddon and me. But I love him. I love him as the best and truest man I have ever known, except my father, or am ever likely to know." "That sounds as though you had a bad opinion of my sex in general," said Urquhart with a sneering laugh. "I don't think you're all of you perfect, but I'm not going to quarrel with you this morning, Mr. Urquhart, for you have done a kind and generous thing, and I am grateful. You will have more reason to be when you find out how general the belief is in Mountford's guilt, and how strong the net which you and I have cut through." Sibyl went quietly up to her room, supposing that Urquhart would follow her example, but instead of going upstairs, he waited till the sound of her light footsteps had died away in the distance. Then he reopened the door by which they had entered, and went out again into the bleak morning, away at a swinging pace toward the road that led to the railway station, distant a long 3 miles. He looked at his watch as he went out the shrubbery gate. 4 o'clock. There is a train that will do for me at 3 minutes past 5. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Thou Art the Man. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Thou Art the Man by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 14. What love was ever as deep as a grave? The fatigue that Sibyl had gone through since nightfall had made no impression on her physical being, or no impression of which her mind was conscious. If her limbs ached with the tramping to and fro and up and down over the rough ground by the cliff, she had no consciousness of her pain. Her mental suffering, her keen anxieties, her grief and horror at the deed that had been done, left no room in her consciousness for the sensibility of bodily pain. She walked up and down her bedroom and in and out to her balcony in the light of a gloomy dawn, or stood looking at the sea and the sky. A wild sky, a rough sea, a livid dawn that heralded a tempestuous day, and she had driven him out into the storm. She had urged him to act against his own judgment, which would have bidden him to face his danger. Was it wise? Was it well? Now that the act was irrevocable, now that the shattered door told its story of prison breaking and ignominious flight, she asked herself that questioning with maddening iteration. Ignominious flight. Yes, that was the word. The man who flies from the face of justice must needs submit to the ignominy which attaches to all flight. innocence should stand firm and wait the worst that fate can do. No doubt that was the idealist view of the situation, but then came the thought of stern reality, the possible conviction, the possible gallows, the inscrutable perversity of fate which sometimes dooms an innocent man to a disgraceful death, all for the want of some little clue to the thread of that labyrinth of circumstantial evidence, and get at the core of truth hidden somewhere in the midst of it. Guiltless men have been hanged, even in this enlightened age, and to the end of time there will always be that cruel possibility of innocence paying the penalty intended for guilt. On the whole, therefore, Sibyl was thankful that she had helped to get Braddon Mountford out of the clutch of the law. For the time being, he might suffer in honor and reputation for that escape. He might have to exist under a heavy cloud, an exile in some distant country, living under a false name, cut off from all the friends and associations of his youth. But in the years to come, the clue to the mystery might be found, and the wrong might be righted. Who could have done it? Sibyl asked herself, and her hands strained across her forehead, as if she wanted to wring some sudden inspiration out of her tired brain. Who could have done it? She asked herself, and then told herself despairingly, I feel as if all my thinking powers were gone. I can imagine no one who would do such a deed. Everybody liked her. She had no enemy. It could have only been some ruffian with a wild beast's thirst for blood. Some madman. A madman, yes. Sibyl turned sick with agony as she remembered what Braddon Mountford had told her about that inscrutable disease which can change sanity to madness, the sudden clouding of the brain, the maniac's impulse toward evil. Oh, if it were he, after all, if my conviction of his innocence should be a mere delusion, born of my love for him, well, after a pause, if it is so, I am the more thankful that he is free. My poor, afflicted love, marked out by fate to bear so cruel a burden. Who would not help you to escape the bitter consequences? And then came a still more appalling thought. If he had done this thing, if his unconscious hand had taken Marie Arnold's life, who could say whether this first crime might be not the beginning of a series of murders? The murderous impulse might recur, and this man she admired and loved, this man of high birth and gentle breeding, might become a scourge and a horror to his fellow men, a wretch whose death or whose lifelong imprisonment would be required for the safety of others. She flung herself upon her bed and hid her face from the daylight, awe-stricken at the horror her own thoughts had conjured up. The wind shrieked in the chimney, and there was something hideously human in the sound. One gust more violent than the rest seemed to shake even those solid walls. There was a dreadful silence in the house next morning when Sibyl awoke from a sleep of sheer exhaustion. She was lying on the bed, still wearing the black gown in which she had walked to and fro with all the dust and chalk of the road and the cliff upon it. But careful hands had spread a down coverlet over her, and the morning cup of tea, which she generally took at 7 o'clock, was on the little table by her bed, showing that the faithful Ferriby had been watching her slumbers. The window she had left open was shut, and the closed Venetians darkened the room. Sibyl sprang up from the bed and ran to look at the clock at the mantelpiece. 11:15. How long, how heavily she had slept! a dreamless sleep, unshadowed by any consciousness of the sorrow that made waking so terrible. The wind had been raging when she last looked at sea and sky. The sky was calm enough now when she opened the shutters and looked seaward, a dull gray sky. But the waves were rising and falling with a slow and sullen force, and the livid patches of foam showed here and there upon the leaden-colored expanse. She rang her bell, and Ferriby came bustling in. "Oh, how tired you must have been, miss. Regular dead beat, to fall asleep in your clothes, and to sleep from 12 o'clock to close upon 11, all but 12 hours. You, too, such a light sleeper. I've got your bath ready, but let me fetch you a fresh cup of tea first. You can't drink that stuff," pointing to the neglected cup. "It's stone cold." "Never mind the tea. Yes, I was very tired. My bones are still aching." "I don't wonder at it, miss. Dear, oh dear, what times we're living in. Such a storm early this morning. We shall hear of ever so many boats lost before dark, Hampton says." And then Ferriby related how Mr. Mountford had broken out of the lock-up in the midst of the storm, a proceeding to which she evidently attached to the idea of satanic intervention, as if he might have made his bargain with Zamiel or Mephistopheles, and how the hue and cry had been raised, and the country was being searched far and near, and the telegraph wires at Ardlist and Post Office were working as they never had worked before. "All I can say is I hope they won't find him," concluded Ferriby. "He was the nicest gentleman that ever came into this house, and if he did murder that poor young lady in a fit of madness, as they say he did, why, it was his affliction, and not his fault." "Who says that he murdered her?" "Well, miss, everybody thinks he did it, and madness would be his only excuse. Not that there was anything like madness in his ways. Thomas, who always waited upon him, says there was never a politer, quieter gentleman. None of your swearing or flying out at a servant for nothing. He had rather a nervous manner sometimes, Thomas says, a little absent-minded, but never no violence. Nothing looked like being out of his mind." Poor Braddon, to be discussed and anatomized in the servants' hall, to have fallen so low, the talk of the village inn, hunted by policemen, his description telegraphed from place to place. It was nearly 1 o'clock when Sibyl went downstairs, white as a ghost in her black gown, and wandered aimlessly about the house, almost wondering not to see Marie's bright face in any of the rooms. This dread mystery of death was so difficult to realize, even now, after all she had suffered within the last day and a half. The horror of the murder was ever present in her mind, but she had not yet realized the actuality of death, the disappearance of one familiar face, the silence of that voice that had ever so lately been a part of her home and of her life. Never more to see Marie Arnold, the companion of all her girlish years, the happy years in which there had been no shadow of care. Now life seemed all care and terror and difficulty. It needed all her stoicism to visit the room where the dead girl was lying, that room so quiet and pure and peaceful, yesterday defiled by the muddy boots of the coroner's jury, filled with ghoulish mutterings and whisperings. Not a trace of those rough visitors remained today. The white curtained bed rose pale in the dim light that crept through the closely fastened Venetians, and the coverlet was almost hidden under white flowers, azaleas, lilies, all the most precious blooms that the hothouses of Ellerslie could supply. Sir Joseph's own trembling lips had given the order. "Be sure there are plenty of flowers." She was so fond of flowers. "You'd like to see her, wouldn't you, miss?" asked Ferriby when her mistress was dressed. Like? No, it could not be a question of liking. Every nerve contracted with pain at the thought. Like? No. But it was her duty, perhaps, a duty she owed to the dead, to stand for a little while by that placid form which could never more rise up and hold out loving arms toward the adopted sister. It might seem cold-hearted, self-absorbed, to keep aloof from that awful room, but the great mystery offered its solemn question to Christian and philosopher alike. After this, what? Or is this the end? Ferriby's tone implied that her mistress ought to look upon the dead, and Sibyl wanted to do what was right. She wanted all the household to know how truly she had loved Marie Arnold. She went to the door of the room, that room which she used to enter so gaily a dozen times a day, to show Marie this or that, books, flowers, finery, to ask questions, to tell little scraps of girlish news, to discuss an idea, any sudden fancy that might have flashed into her brain. Marie had been the only close companion of those impressionable years, the years which changed the child into a woman. An upper housemaid opened the door at Sibyl's light knock, and the cool darkness of the room, the perfume of lilies, suggested a chapel in some southern land. Sibyl looked fearfully toward the white bed. Yes, there was that rigid outline under the snowy sheet, that which she had seen and shuddered at in painting and sculpture, but which her eyes had never looked upon until now in its terrible reality, for the father's thoughtful care had excluded the child from the room where her mother lay in that last sleep. Slowly and with noiseless footsteps she approached the bed, that when the housemaid put out her hand to raise the snowy lawn which lay so lightly over that marble form, Sibyl stopped her with a faint cry. "No, no, no! Let me remember her as I knew her, not like this!" She sank on her knees at the foot of the bed, covered her face with the hands, and thought a prayer for the repose of that passionate soul, such a prayer as the Anglican Church forbids, but which instinct prompts whenever the living look upon the dead. She prayed for the peace of the dead, and prayed still more fervently for that unhappy fugitive whose life was dishonored by this untimely death, who, guilty or innocent, had to bear the shadow of crime. Her eyes were drowned in tears when she rose from her knees and took one of those fairy-like blooms from the shower of lilies of the valley which had been scattered over the sheet, and with this poor little flower in her hand, she stole softly from the room where the middle-aged housemaid sat by an open window reading her Bible in the flickering light that filtered through the Venetian shutters. For the housemaid, pious, middle-aged, and a confirmed spinster, there was a dismal relish in this quiet guardianship of the dead, to sit in a cool, flower-scented room and read the prophet Jeremiah in the spirit of unquestioning faith that seeketh not to understand what it readeth, was better than to overlook housework and pry into those dusty corners which the pert, young, pink-frocked housemaid is apt to neglect. The upper housemaid felt the importance of her charge, most of all when Sir Joseph sat sobbing beside the bed, as he had done in the dead of night, when those passionate tears of his had startled the watcher from a profound slumber. She felt she was being admitted to the family secrets, that her situation, always a good one, would be on a higher footing from this time forward. The door closed upon the chamber of death, but scarcely had Sibyl crossed the threshold when she met Herbert Urquhart in the corridor, where, even in the dim light from shrouded windows, she could see how pale and worn he was. "Are you going to look your last upon poor Maria?" she asked. No, I never look on the dead. I shouldn't like to confess as much to a sportsman, but even the sight of a dead stag harrows me. It suggests what I must come to, sooner or later. I was on my way to your boudoir. You have news of him? Yes, there is news of a sort. I want a few quiet minutes of quiet talk with you, Sibyl. I may call you by that name, may I not? All we went through together last night gives me a kind of claim, doesn't it? What does it matter? She exclaimed impatiently. If you have anything to tell me, don't keep it back. If it is bad news, I would rather hear the worst at once. She looked as if she were going to faint, and he thought she would drop at his feet. He put his arm round her to steady her, and drew her gently toward an old-fashioned settee under a large picture by Snyders, which represented the crisis in the life of a hunted boar, whose ultimate fate nobody had ever troubled to inquire into. Boar, hounds, landscape had all mellowed to a dead level of brown varnish and blue mold. She thinks only of him, cares only about him, thought Urquhart, as he seated himself by Sibyl's side with his arm still supporting her. It galled him to think that she took no more notice of his arm than if it had been her old nurse's. You have bad news, she said agitatedly. He has been followed, arrested. Alas, if the worst has happened, it is even worse than that. Oh God, have mercy upon me. What could be worse, except his death? Ah, Sibyl, that is the point. I am so sorry for you, so sorry that this man's fate should have such a power to afflict you. This man, a stranger here a few weeks ago. Don't talk like that, she cried imperiously. I love him. That is enough for you to know. I am not ashamed of my love. What has happened to him? For God's sake, speak. She clutched the lapel of his coat, looking at him with wild, despairing eyes, startling him with the vehemence of her feelings. Can you bear to hear what I must say, if I have to tell you my worst fear? I must bear it. Nothing can be worse than this torture. My poor Sibyl, there was a gale this morning, after the smack sailed, a gale from the southwest, blowing dead on our coast yonder. They were to put him ashore in the early morning, to come back to Ardliston with the news that all was safe. I was down at the village an hour ago, and the men had not come back. There was no news of the Mary Jane. They may have gone farther up the coast. Hardly, with such a wind at their back. The storm was sharp and short, but murderous while it lasted. There was a feeling of apprehension in the village. I saw the skipper's wife. She flew at me like a tigress, told me that if her husband and his boy were lost, it was my doing. It was my cursed money which had tempted him to take his boat out on such a night. What? Cried Sibyl. Was there any danger? Did you know that there was a risk of the boat being lost? Oh, if you did know that, what a wretch you are, luring him to his death under the pretense of saving him, over-persuading him, against his own reason, and I helped you." "This is sheer madness," said Urquhart, rising indignantly and moving away from her. "If you take the thing in this spirit, I can say no more. You knew as much about the night as I could know. You heard the wind rising as I heard it, but neither you nor I could know that there was to be a squall after daylight. You knew what I knew of Mountford's peril, and that to stay where he was meant a disgraceful death. And to escape a possibility, he has flung away his life," said Sibyl despairingly. "Well, we have helped him to some purpose. If the boat is lost, and his life with it, you and I are his murderers." "It is folly to talk like this. Absolute folly," Urquhart answered savagely. "If he is drowned, well, it is a better death for a gentleman than being put out of this world by the common hangman. And, after all, he was nothing to you, not even your affianced husband. Yet you have hazarded your good name for him, and now you are endangering your reason." She looked at him with a vacant expression, as if she hardly heard him, or heard without understanding. "What is the woman's name?" she asked. "What woman?" "The woman whose husband owned the boat that is lost." "Or that may be lost. There is nothing certain yet. The woman's name is Kettering." "Where does she live?" "In the lane at the back of the Fisherman's Rest." "What are you going to do?" As Sibyl went toward the staircase. "I'm going to Mrs. Kettering." "What madness! You will make yourself the talk of the village." "I am going to see Mrs. Kettering. The boat may have come back, perhaps. There may be good news for me at the village." "What will your father think?" "He will not mind. He believes in Braddon's innocence as firmly as I do. He will change his mind, perhaps, when he hears that Braddon has run away," murmured Urquhart, walking up and down the gallery as Sibyl had left him. He did not pace that long gallery from end to end, but turned at about 2/3 of its length, giving a wide berth to the door at the east end, the door which closed Marie Arnold's room. Marie's room. How soon it would cease to belong to her. Now soon that a strong personality would have passed out of the daily life of Ellerslie House to leave, to Urquhart's mind at least, a blank which none could fill. There was no good news in the little seacoast village, not a whisper of hope to be heard in all the length and breadth of the long straggling street. Sibyl found the lane behind the Fisherman's Rest, a lane of about a dozen stone cottages, full of sad faces and weeping women. The Mary Jane, with her crew of 4, had gone to the bottom, all hands on board, and there was scarcely one of those rough stone cottages whose inmates were not weeping for kinsman or husband, sweetheart or friend. The intermarriages of the small seafaring community had interwoven the whole village in the ties of kindred. There could hardly be a death at Ardliston which would not justify all the inhabitants in putting on mourning, whence it arose that rusty black was the chief wear from one end of the village to the other. 3 family names prevailed along the straggling street, and if the people were not Ketterings, they must needs be Hessels or Garforths, while Garforths, Hessels, and Ketterings were all allied by cousinship. Thus it was that lamentations for the loss of the Mary Jane filled the air in the narrow lane behind the Fisherman's Rest, and the dishevelled women sat crying on the rugged stone steps leading up to the cottage doors, while little groups clustered at the corners talking of the catastrophe, the fact of which no one doubted. Alas! There seemed no room for doubt, since fragments of the Mary Jane had washed up ashore near one of the most dangerous rocks on that iron-bound coast between Ardliston and Allen Bay, and it was clear that the ill-fated boat had been blown onto that rugged point, which the fishermen's wives all knew and had heard of as a devouring monster, and had been split into matchwood. Some among those time-honored boats in their fisher fleets, gaily from Ardliston in fair weather, needed no gigantic forces of nature to destroy them. The Mary Jane had been renowned as a swift sailor, and had come off with flying colors in many a fisherman's race at the annual regatta. But age will tell, and the Mary Jane was older than her owner had ever cared to remember. Well, she had gone. She'd have lasted out our lives if my good man hadn't flown in the face of Providence to please them at the great house, them that should have known better, sobbed the widow, sitting distractedly in the midst of a sympathizing group, while her little children played in a corner of the room, and the latest baby, latest in a family where there seemed to be at least 3 babies, slept peacefully in the closet bed, a bed built into the wall, capable of being enclosed with a sliding shutter. The widow started to her feet at the sight of Sibyl, pushed back the ragged hair from her eyes with angry hands, almost as if she could have plucked it out by the roots. "Oh, it's you, Miss Higginson," she cried. "I wonder you've got the cheek to come and look at me and my children. You that have made these babies orphans, and me a miserable woman, all along of trying to save your sweetheart's life. His life! What was his life worth agin my poor Jack's? Jack has had wife and children to work for. Jack has never did wrong to man or beast in his life. Drowned, trying to save your sweetheart. A murderer that ought to have been hung. Oh, it's wicked, that's what it is. God Almighty didn't ought to let such things be. He didn't ought. But there's a world too full of people now for the God Almighty to care as he did for the Israelites, when there was only his chosen to look after. It's a wicked, wicked world, and you're a wicked girl, Sibyl Higginson, to have tempted my Jack to risk his life for the sake of your cursed money." Come, Mrs. Kettering," urged a motherly voice. "You've got no call to fly at Miss Higginson, who's always been your true friend." "My true friend, yes, till last night, but my bitter enemy for ever and ever after last night. Now, Susan, you know you was all in favor of Jack's taking the job. He told you there'd be dirty weather, but you were all for making the best of it. You was, now, you must remember that." Susan Kettering threw up her arms and beat her careworn forehead with her clenched fist. "Remember, oh God, as if I could ever forget. It was to earn bread for their bairns. It was to earn more than 2 years' rent. What mother wouldn't have been eager to earn £25 by one night's work? Oh God, what a black night's work for me and mine. And it was your doing, Miss Higginson. It was all your doing." "Susan Kettering," remonstrated the woman who had spoken before, "you mustn't go on like this. There ain't no justice on it." "Oh, let her talk," said Sibyl, standing on the threshold, leaning against the door-post, with white face and dry, haggard eyes. "Let her talk, poor soul. But it is quite certain that the boat has gone down?" she asked, appealing to the women generally. "Is there no hope?" "No, miss, there ain't no hope. There's been enough rotten timber washed ashore to show that the Mary Jane was mashed up in that heavy sea. But it's no fault of yourn, Miss Higginson, and if Susan just wasn't crazed with grief, she'd never say such things." "No hope?" murmured Sibyl with quivering lips. "No hope for the grief-stricken wife and these fatherless children, but what of him for whom that fated boat had been put out to sea? He might have been landed safely before the evil hour in which the Mary Jane was blown upon the rocks. All was uncertain yet as to his fate, and her pity for this mourner with the bloodshot eyes and wild hair and distracted movements of clenched hands and writhing arms was made keener by the thought that Braddon Mountfort might be safe on shore. "Was it far from here that the boat was wrecked?" she asked the elderly woman who had spoken last. "Yes, miss, half-a-dozen miles or so, if he went ashore where they think he did, on the Hurraby rocks. It's a bad place, that is. There's been many a wreck there within the memory of the old people hereabouts." 6 miles further north, mused Sibyl. "That would be near Allen Bay." "Yes, miss, this side of the bay, a mile nearer home. And Allen Bay would have been a safe place to land anyone out of the boat. Safe enough if they could have run along shore in such a wind, but the Lord knows if they could. It was a wicked wind." "What time was the gale at its worst?" "Between 6 and 7, miss." Ah, yes, she remembered looking at the clock on her mantelpiece while that howling, shrieking of the wind was at its loudest, when the Venetian shutters were rattling as if they would be torn from their fastenings, and the solid window frame were shaken, and the massive stone chimney seemed to vibrate and tremble above the roof. Past 6, and Braddon had gone on board the Mary Jane before 3 o'clock. There would have been time to land him at Allen Bay, and more than time under any reasonable conditions of wind and sea, but who can reckon time when the frail boat has to fight every yard of progress, when the forces of nature are set against the frail cockle-shell in which the low-born breadwinner tempts the sea? Still there was hope for her, though not 2 of Mary Jane's rotten timbers still held together. She bent over the weeping widow, gently touched the coarse, disheveled hair with delicate fingers, and gently stroked the burning forehead, rugged with the premature wrinkles that come of toil and care, hard weather, and a hard life. "I am deeply sorry for you, my poor friend, and you may be sure that I will take care of you and these poor children, always, always." "Sorry for me?" cried the widow, starting up, pushing away the gentle hand. "Who wants your sorrow? Who wants your care? Do you think I'd take another 6 pence of your money, the money that bought my good man's life? You and your father think money can buy anything. What are we but your slaves? And we go about saying how good you are, how that you have got everything, while we have to toil for our daily bread in the pit or on the sea, danger and darkness both. It don't much matter which. There's always death waiting around the corner for us, while you sit at home and take your ease, and think there's nothing on this earth that's too good for you. And now, to save your sweetheart, a madman, and a murderer. My true-hearted husband has gone to the bottom of the sea." "Hush now, Susan. You mustn't take on like this. It ain't fair," remonstrated the elder woman, and there was a murmured chorus of disapproval from the others. "Don't mind her, miss. She's downright daft," said one. "It's a shame to go on at you, that it has always been so good to us. She'll be sorry enough for what she has said when she comes to her right senses." "I shall be sorry for her all the days of my life," Sibyl answered sadly. "Let me speak to you a minute outside, Mrs. Garforth," she added in a lower voice to the widow's elderly kinswoman. Mrs. Garforth followed quickly to the door. "Don't take any money from her!" screamed Susan Kettering. "Not 1 penny of her cursed brass. It's cost me my husband. Not a dirty penny. Not—" Her voice rose to a scream, and then there came a burst of hysterical laughter as she flung herself violently on the bed, where the baby woke, looked about for a moment or two with scared eyes, and set up a piteous wail. 2 other babies took up the note and squalled in sympathy. "Oh, miss, it's too bad of her," said Mrs. Garforth, when she and Sibyl had walked a few paces along the lane and were out of hearing of the tempest inside the cottage. "But she ain't in her right mind. And you looking so ill, too," she added, noting the girl's ashen cheeks and hollow eyes. "And such trouble up at the great house." "Yes, trouble has come upon us. Terrible trouble. I never knew what it meant till now. I have never been half sorry enough for others." "Don't say that, miss. You've always been kind to us. None that was in trouble or sickness ever went to Ellerslie for help in vain. Poor Susan has no call to blame you for her loss. Jack was asked to undertake a risky job, and he was offered a good price for it, and he could say yes or no. She persuaded him to say yes, and that's what makes her heart so sore, poor creature." "Did they think there was a risk last night before the boat went out?" "Lord, yes, dear lady. Them as know the coast knowed as there was a gale comin'." "And he knew, Mr. Urquhart. He must have known." "Well, miss, he's a landsman, you see, and he's bound to know the coast, seeing Killander Castle ain't far off, but of course he wanted to get your sweetheart away, and when a man's in danger of being tried for his life, and there's only one road by which he can get away, folks can't be particular about the weather along that 'ere road." "You mustn't talk of Mr. Mountford as my sweetheart, Mrs. Garforth. He was nothing to me but a friend, a very dear friend." "What, wasn't you and him keeping company, miss?" No. "Ah, people hereabouts is good uns to talk. They'd all have had it that you and him was sweethearts, and you was almost out of your mind about him last night, like poor Susan today about her Jack, and that you was at the lock-up with him best part of the night. Martha Hessel said she and Susan saw you there parting with him, and just afore he went off to the boat with Mr. Urquhart." "Let them talk," Sibyl interrupted haughtily. "This gentleman is a relation. We are distant cousins. I know he is innocent. I know it by my own instinct, you understand, and my father believes in him as firmly as I do." "I should have been a cowardly wretch if I had not helped Mr. Urquhart to get him out of prison before more injustice was done. All I could do was to help with money, which my father gave me for that purpose. You can't suppose I care what these people think." She was beginning to feel the sting of public ingratitude. She had been very kind to these people, though Ardliston lay beyond the immediate surroundings of her home. She had gone out of her way to be kind to them, and had thought herself beloved by them. "I must go home," she said, drying the tears that stung her burning eyeballs every now and then, in spite of that proud spirit of hers which made her strong to bear calamity. "I want to help Mrs. Kettering and her children as much as I can. Will you look after them for me, Mrs. Garforth, and see that they want for nothing? If you can come to Ellerslie Park this afternoon, I'll give you some money to keep in hand for them, and I'll tell you what I want done in the future. If the father risked his life and lost it for my kinsman's sake, those children ought to be in my care till they are old enough to care for themselves. You're a noble-hearted young lady, and by, when she's calmed down a bit, Susan will be as grateful to you as I am now for her sake." End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Thou Art the Man. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Thou Art the Man by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 15. Ah, but forgetting all things, shall I thee? No trace of the fugitive had been discovered, though £50 reward had been offered for his arrest. Only £50 offered by the Treasury. People in the neighbourhood of Ardliston thought it odd that Sir Joseph Higginson had offered no reward. Yet there would be naturally a restraining influence in the fact of family ties. If Marie Arnold was dear as an adopted daughter, her supposed murderer was allied to Sir Joseph by marriage, and he could hardly desire to see a kinsman of his late wife's in the criminal dock. The prevailing belief in Ardliston and at Ellerslie was that the sea had closed over a lunatic murderer, and that the swift end of a terrible story was about the best thing that could have happened. Nobody outside Ellerslie Park had any doubt that Brandon Mountford had killed Marie Arnold in a paroxysm of epileptic fury. The word epilepsy once having been uttered, the solution of the mystery was taken as found. The people who knew the least about that terrible disease and its influence in mind and conduct were the most boldly assertive as to its probabilities of the case, and there was no one in the neighbourhood of Ellerslie to suggest that in a criminal mystery the obvious is always the unlikely. There was a general assurance that the last word of the story had been told. The murderer had been shuffled off the scene of this world to his own and everybody else's advantage. Much suffering and disgrace had been spared to him, and much trouble and loss to time to other people. The sea and the wind had accounted for a man whose continued existence must have been an affliction to himself and a burden to others. The few county people within the influence of Ellerslie looked into their peerages, and descanted upon the lucky escape of the Allendales and the Brimars, and all their kindred. The poor young man was so highly connected that to have had him tried for murder would have brought annoyance and discredit into half the drawing-rooms in Mayfair, and made dinner-table conversation even more full of pitfalls than it usually is. Those Mountford girls Sibyl Higginson's aunts and their sons and daughters had married all over the peerage. There was hardly a family of rank that hadn't a Mountfort in it. And how terrible an ordeal for that aristocratic clan had Braddon Mountford's trial for murder been in the papers, the question of his lunacy or non-lunacy discussed in leaders and letters, fought over by medical specialists, clamoured about by benevolent busybodies, until the mind of fashionable London became permeated with the idea that the Mountforts were every one of them mad, and to support which thesis stories would be raked up about every Mountfort who had ever worn a queer hat or thrashed a valet from time of Queen Elizabeth. Much of this hateful publicity Mr. Mountford's clan had escaped. There had been a great deal of talk about the Ellerslie murder in that part of Cumberland, but the respect felt for Sir Joseph Higginson had exercised a restraining influence over the editors of local newspapers, and the pen of the picturesque reporter had been employed under restrictions. Upon the report of the inquest, there had followed the startling news of Braddon Mountford's escape from the jail, and the chances of his having gotten away from England or perished with the luckless crew of the Mary Jane were duly discussed, but after a paragraph or two in subsequent issues, the matter had been allowed to drop, and the local press had done nothing to annoy the good man to whom the proprietors of the two local weeklies had always looked for aid in times of financial strain. But though the press might renounce the privileges of new journalism in the interests of an old friend, there were tongues in the neighbourhood, old womanish tongues, not always owned by old women, which would not forego so fair an opportunity to blacken a millionaire's character, and breathe their venom on his daughter's fair name. And these tongues were busy, and these small gentry, dwelling in secluded places, afar from the burning questions of public life, were not to be deprived of their prey. In the whist club, on the tennis ground, and at many tea-tables, Braddon Mountford and Sibyl Higginson and the murdered girl were the subject of low-voiced conversations, where a shrug and the nod and the half-expressed thought went a great deal further than plain speech. Sir Joseph Higginson let them talk, or knew not that they were talking. Marie Arnold was lying in her grave on the landward side of Ellerslie Church, screened from the bleak wind that blows up from the Solway Firth, after one of those terrible funerals which are always awarded, heaven knows why, to a murdered victim. People had crowded to Ellerslie from busy towns and from far-off villages to follow the murdered girl to the churchyard, and to stare at her mourners, concentrating their attention upon Sir Joseph's haggard face and grey hair, and inclined to resent the absence of his young daughter, who should have been a feature in the show. That hideous funeral, with the rabble to whom the horror of Marie's doom served as a zest to a picnic basket and an excuse for an outing, was over, and had been over for nearly 3 months, during the greater part of which time Sir Joseph and his daughter had been in Germany. He had fled from the scene of the murder directly after the funeral, and Sibyl had gone with him. For her, too, Ellerslie had become a place of bad dreams. The gardens and the wood she had loved so well were now clouded with a vague horror. She dared not even think of the spot where the body had been found, where Braddon had been arrested with blood-stained hands. Her maid, Ferriby, had insisted on describing the exact spot, had wanted to take her mistress there, with the tactlessness of her kind. It was an infinite relief to Sibyl to leave England, and she was grateful to her father for proposing to take her to Schwalbach as soon as Miss Minchin could be recalled from her holiday. It was not so agreeable to her feelings to hear next morning that Hubert Urquhart was to be of the party. He had offered to go as a kind of gentleman courier to take all trouble off Sir Joseph's hand. "Your valet is English to the 40th power, and will be very little use to you in any excursioning," he said. Sir Joseph protested that he was not going to excursionize. He was going to the quietest place he could find, just to get himself and Sibyl away from the house that was full of agonizing associations. He wanted no one but his old servant and good little Minchin to take care of Sibyl. They would live retired from the world till the memory of that dreadful night had lost something of its haunting power, and they could venture home again. To stick in one spot and brood over the past is a way to remember and not forget, remonstrated Urquhart. "You and Sibyl will come back to Ellerslie in lower spirits than when you went away. Come, Sir Joseph, be reasonable. This shocking event has pulled you down. You'll want a friend at your elbow." Sir Joseph was not in a condition to argue about anything. His brain felt dazed and dull. He let Urquhart think and act for him. And Sibyl, seeing him so broken down, aged in appearance by 10 years, had not the heart to oppose his wishes, or even tell him that Urquhart's company would be a burden to her. So they started for Schwalbach, with Urquhart and Miss Minchin and 2 servants, Sir Joseph's faithful valet of many years' service, and Sibyl's maid Ferriby, who was utterly incapable of looking after her young mistress's luggage, and in constant peril of being left behind at railway stations, or losing herself in strange cities. Fortunately, little Miss Minchin was equal to the occasion, and took care of mistress and maid. Her period of service was nearly at an end. This was perhaps the last journey she and her beloved pupil were to take together, the last time they were to be together as pupil and governess, and her affection was intensified by the prospect of parting. "Whatever shall I do with myself without my darling girl?" she sighed. "You'll have other darling girls, Mousie dear, better girls than me, perhaps." "Oh, no, dear, I shall have no more pupils. Your good, good father is going to allow me £50 a year for the rest of my days, and I am going back to Beverley, to my dear old mother, to be a help and a comfort to her in her declining years. There was never such a man as Sir Joseph, I think, since this world began. He is all that is dear and good, but isn't it a bit too much for you to do, Miss dearest Minchin? Why, if it wasn't for all the care you took of me, I should hardly be alive." She checked herself with a deep sigh, thinking how much heartache an early death might have saved her. They stayed at Schwalbach in spite of Mr. Urquhart's remonstrances. Neither Sir Joseph nor his daughter were in the spirits for touring. Neither mountain scenery nor medieval architecture offered any attraction for them. The minds of both were brooding on the past, and the thoughts of each were alike gloomy. Day followed day in dull monotony, week followed week, and still there was no sign from Braddon Mountford to show that he lived. If he landed and left England for some foreign part, it is very cruel of him to not relieve my mind of this horrible uncertainty, Sibyl said to Urquhart on one of those rare occasions when she spoke to him confidentially. I have no belief in his escape. I believe he went down in the fishing boat with the rest of them, and be assured that if the sea closed over him, Providence was kind to us all. I don't believe that he was drowned, said Sibyl obstinately. He may have sailed for the Cape, and I shall hear from him by and by. No, I will not believe that he is dead. My dear enthusiast, and to think that you had only known him for 3 weeks. There was a covert sneer in the words and the tone, which passed unnoticed by Sibyl. She attached no importance to this man's ideas or opinions. He had behaved well upon the whole during those long, dull weeks at Schwalbach. He had been useful to Sir Joseph, useful and companionable, and for that Sibyl was grateful. She was still more grateful to him for not having forced his society upon herself. He had not waylaid her in her rambles with sturdy little Miss Minchin, or intruded on her quiet evenings of study in her own sitting-room. He had tried sometimes to lure her from her seclusion, and had been occasionally successful in organizing a drive to some distant point of interest. But however picturesque the scenery, he could see that her thoughts were otherwhere. He had never succeeded in making her forget Braddon Mountford. Yet he did not despair of reaching that golden goal to which all his efforts since Marie's death had been tending. It's a waiting race, he said to himself on that last night at Schwalbach, as he paced up and down the hotel's terrace in the grey interval between sunset and moonrise. But the prize is such a glorious one. A man may well be patient, buoyed up by such a hope, a lovely woman in the bloom of girlhood, and a dower of $1 million or 2. Yes, it's a question of millions. Jabberwock, who writes the money article in the Outside Broker, told me that Sir Joseph Higginson is one of the richest men in the north of England, and will leave a big pile behind him when he hands in his checks. And he has only this girl, only this one ewe lamb. The stakes are stupendous. It was August when Sir Joseph and his party went back to Cumberland, just 3 months after Marie Arnold's death, long enough, with most people, for sorrow to have assumed their milder form, which may last for a lifetime or dwindle by gentle degrees into forgetfulness. In this instance, however, grief had lost little of its intensity, and the return to familiar scenes was full of pain. Both Sir Joseph and his daughter were heroic in repressing all outward signs of sorrow, and the only change in the father was the look of age, which had come upon him with a strange suddenness at the time of Marie's tragic death, together with a marked lessening of that physical energy which, a year ago, had made the active supervision of his estate an amusement and a delight. He handed over the burden of his cares to Andrew Orlebar, and rarely looked at business documents, languidly assenting to everything his secretary proposed. Had Orlebar been of a less incorruptible honesty, the great argosy of Sir Joseph Higginson's fortune might have sprung a leak. The change which grief had wrought in the daughter was less marked, and the outer world might have supposed only that Sibyl Higginson was ripening from the light-hearted girl into the thoughtful woman. But Urquhart, who marked her closely, saw that all the gladness had gone out of her young life. She had a look of anxious thought which a wife of 10 years' standing might have had in the absence of an adored husband, a look as of one whose heart is far away. All the amusements and occupations of her life had lost their savor, except only music, that divine art which, of all others, has the power to soothe and even to console, and lift the mind from the actual to the unseen, to suggest, if it cannot reveal, the spiritual joys of a life beyond the grave. Music had been, after religion, Sibyl's chief consoler during those dull days of Schwalbach, and now, on returning to Ellerslie, she flew to her piano in the octagon room, where the frescoes on the wall seemed to smile a welcome after the longest interval in which the lovely living face had been absent since those fair ideal faces were painted. The thought of Marie flashed into her mind as she struck the first chord of a pensive voluntary, and she seemed to hear the rich, round notes of the mezzo-soprano thrilling in the opening bars of the Agnus Dei they loved, in that 12th Mass, which, whether by Mozart or not by Mozart, will always be dear to music lovers. Yes, this was home, the familiar home and room where all that art could do had been done to surround everyday life with beauty. Sibyl was glad to be at home again, even although that home was haunted by bitter memories, and the shadow of a vanished form met her at every turn of the garden or the wood, on the moorland or by the river, the shadow of her companion of 7 happy years, the shadow of the man who in a few short weeks had given new color to her life. Both were but shadows now, one lying in the village churchyard, the other vanished, his fate unknown. As time wore on, Sibyl began to believe with Urquhart that Braddon had gone down with the crew of the Mary Jane. If he were living, he would surely have made some sign. He must have understood that she would be anxious about his fate, or even if he had been so dull of brain as not to sympathize with her feelings, common courtesy would have impelled him to write to the woman who had gone so far out of her way to aid his escape. Gradually, brooding over the work of that dark night, and recalling Urquhart's share in the work, she grew to suspect some hidden motive, and that an evil one, for the part which he had taken. Her suspicions were of the vaguest, for she could imagine no reason for double-dealing on his part. Yet, now that Braddon's flight had ended fatally, it seemed to her that no gentleman should have counselled so unmanly a course, and she hated herself for having urged Braddon to act against his own convictions. Yes, it had been a mistake, and a fatal mistake, an error of judgment which had ended in ignominy and death. How much better to have faced the worst. The mystery of Marie Arnold's death might have been solved in the laborious investigation which a trial would have afforded. The keenest intelligence in the land, the quick intellect of the trained advocate, might have been brought to bear upon crime and motive. The clue might have been found, the labyrinth threaded, and the real murderer discovered. By his disappearance, Braddon had left the mystery dark, and his name disgraced. Urquhart ceased to be Sir Joseph's guest after the return from Schwalbach, but he was still a neighbor, as he had established himself for the autumn at Killander Castle, and he rode or drove to Ellerslie so frequently that it seemed to Sibyl as if he might as well live there. She avoided him as much as possible, and spent the greater part of her life in retirement in her morning room, with no companion but the devoted Miss Minchin and Muff, the old collie dog, which had been her faithful adorer from the days of puppyhood, when his youthful spirits had found vent in boisterous gambols and races on the lawns and in the pine wood. He was old and feeble now, and liked best to lie at ease on the lion skin which Braddon Mountford had presented to her in the beginning of their acquaintance, a trophy from the shores of the Zambesi. The governess was to remain with her pupil as a companion and friend till the following spring, when Sibyl's aunt, Lady Selina Mountford, was to assume all the cares of chaperone, and was to conduct the heiress safely through the fiery furnace of smart society to a brilliant marriage. The migration to Arlington Street was to take place in February, and Miss Higginson was to be presented by Lady Braemar in the first drawing-room of the year. The Braemars were established in the family house in Hertford Street, the shabby old house within whose panelled walls Sir Joseph Higginson had wooed and won his wife. Lord Allendale was now a confirmed invalid, and spent his life between Bath and various Bohemian health resorts, ministered to by a valet who was nearly as old as himself. Braemar, the heir apparent, was to all intents and purposes head of the house of Mountford. He was a busy man, a sportsman, fond of racing, fond of all amusements that cost money, and having very little money to spend, a man always over-occupied, upon whose crowded brain even the most awful episode in the family history, as Braddon Mountford's arrest on a charge of murder, had made no deep impression. He had written to Sir Joseph, expressing horror at the tragedy, and sympathy with the friends of the murdered girl, together with his opinion that Braddon could not have done the deed, or could only have done it in a fit of lunacy. Mother died mad. A very sad history. Nothing bad on the Mountford side. Foolish marriage. Know very little of the young man. This letter, in Braemar's jerky style, natural in a man who conducted his private correspondence chiefly by electric wire, had been the only notice taken of the Ellerslie tragedy by the house of Mountford, which had a happy knack of dropping any member who got into trouble. With such an immense family as ours, if we didn't cut the black sheep, we should always be in the law courts, said the philosophical Braemar. Our time would be taken up in watching Tom, Dick, and Harry through their troubles. End of chapter 15.
Part 1 has ended. Please click on Part 2 to continue listening.